long, un silence des dizaines.
Ça peut pas changer.
Tu mens toujours aussi bien.
Pourquoi tu commences à travailler ici? C'est écrire, c'est ta passion.
De quoi ça parle?
Le fait que ma vie n'est pas exactement celle dont j'avais rêvé.
Je sais que je suis une mère de merde. Tu t'es établie depuis longtemps que ça.
Welcome to the Sky Realms. Good luck.
Now, down.
Double knock.
Step back.
Let's make some noise!
Wow. Il reste une clé seulement. Uh-oh. Quel endroit. Alright, ça c'est les keys. Cette alliance-là fait quoi en fait? Regarde, on va bien voir. Ça c'est Inflection, Dominion, Taking the High Ground, sont ensemble. Il n'y a rien là. Je les suis juste pour voir. Voilà. C'est conflit Kawazan. Ah, depuis tout à l'heure ça se passe. Non, touche-moi pas. Qu'est-ce qu'ils ont? Ça se passe chez Kawazan. Wow, 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 là. Regarde-les. Je le renvoie chez lui avec une bénédiction divine. Ça sera qui? J'étais dehors! Je suis dehors! Ah! Ah! J'étais dehors. Je sais que j'étais dehors. Il me reste plus. C'est le maximum que je vais avoir de dés. Ah, top 10 est en 25, putain de merde. Ça, je m'attendais pas à ça.
Brancher, recharger, rouler. Recharger le Chevrolet Equinox EV 2024 à traction avant. C'est facile. Le véhicule électrique le plus abordable au pays, avec autonomie à pleine charge estimée jusqu'à 513 km. Prêt pour l'électrique? Chevrolet.
Les gens de Québec sont combien? 65. Est-ce qu'ils sont vraiment 65? Il va y avoir un clash ici qui va se passer. Si je voulais absorber une autre petite guilde, ce serait où? C'est quoi cette guilde? On va lui envoyer ça en message personnel. Peut-être si je cherche. Je peux pas chercher. Throne and Didi. Quelle grosse guilde ici? On va retourner à Vienta. Qu'est-ce qui se passe ici? C'est quoi ça? Order of the Lotus. Maximum 300, Health Oxygen 20. Bizarre. Recover 500 health par seconde. Health regen. High hit chance et heavy attack chance. Max mana, mana regen. Cooking mastery bonus. Ça c'est un préféré parce que c'est all defense. Boss hit, crit hit. Healthy meal. Ça n'a pas encore vendu. Pourquoi? Parce que quelqu'un l'a passé à 137 comme un cave. Et à 138 aussi. Je vais attendre. Si ça vend pas, je le recraft. On recraft? On recraft. Si ça vend pas, avant ce soir, on craft.
Au goût de poire épicée, des ailes pour ton hiver.
Genre. Ils viennent pas de rein? Ils sont pas de rein. Mais ils vont pas de rein. C'est quoi les... Mais c'est ça, je veux comprendre. Elle sait. Ok, on va en prendre deux comme ça alors. Merci madame. Allez, demande du bon, je veux rien savoir. Bam 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 bam. Wouam 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 wouam. Max health. Max health sur le weapon. Mais ça vient pas avec un trait, right? So, c'est juste la malchance qui fait que je suis retombé sur debuff duration. Si, admettons, je regarde si j'ai une troisième malchance. Tiens, on va tester la malchance. C'est un test. Mais si ça tombe pas sous le bon, qu'est-ce que je fais? Si ça tombe pas sous le bon, je crois que je vais péter mon écran. Il faut que ça tombe sur skill resist, collision ou max health. 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 C'est ça que j'ai demandé. Admettons que je vais extraire juste pour voir le prix. Max health. 322. Hey! Celui-là a beaucoup de blessings. Hein?
Your app just crashed. The phone running it was exploded. It was struck by a hammer manufactured in 2005 by Harry's Hammers. The hammer's head is composed of 75% nickel, 20% steel, and 5% iron.
Je peux pas acheter un max health?
6-degree angle and came crashing down at 11 miles per hour.
Tu vas me dire que ça se vend 60. 32. L'affaire du boss se vend 32. Mon dieu. Deux pour 60. Je fais 2 pour 60 combo. 2 pour 60 combo. Je suis un bon prix. Oh! C'est vraiment jouer à la loterie tout ça. C'est ça, touche pas à mon blessings. 10% de chance, use blessings. Youpi! Ok. Oh! Tellement proche. Max L x 2. Max L au max. Max L au max. Il faut que Max L soit au max max. Max L, il me reste combien de Max L? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Il me reste encore 5 Max Health à aller chercher. 6, 7. 7 Max Health. Damn. Ça... Ouais, hein? Skill damage résistance aussi. On est rendu à combien d'HP là? 1450. Faut qu'on monte à 1500, 1600, 1700. Il le porte sur son dos, ce dague.
Là où les brosses à dents ordinaires ne vont pas, une oral V électrique va droit au but.
Quick
pour
chance,
les
every
enfants
chance,
sans
quick
santé
chance, every chance, quick chance, quick
Le
chance.
Honda CR-V 2025 est synonyme d'efficacité et surtout de possibilité. Vous pouvez profiter d'une traction intégrale offrant un contrôle exceptionnel et d'une performance hybride exceptionnelle. Vous pouvez mieux détecter et repérer ce qui se trouve derrière vous. Et ce n'est que le début. Oui, c'est possible. Le Honda CR-V 2025.
Max health. Ah. Heavy hit. Hit, heavy crit. Pas pire. No, who the hell is you? Don't play this game, but got a coupon code through Nvidia in-game stuff. I think I know this coupon code. It's for the only coins, right? Why don't you play the game? That's the real question, my guy. Thanks for the coupon, but don't. Why not play? Zilla. Dilla. Now you see I use your coupon and it just fucks up my whole thing. Je me demande qu'est-ce qu'il planifie. Des shifty. It was. Yes, see. Oh, il donne du DPS, moi. Ah non, ici, ils sont weak. Decaying coffin? Rare skill growth. Mayoris. Ils veulent vraiment jouer tout seul. Salis, c'est trop facile. Voyons. C'est quoi cet endroit? Ah, c'est ça. Je me trompe de donjon. Là, tu s'en vas au Salis 4e. T'es niaisé, j'ai pas de stun résistance. C'est pas sérieux. Ham ham ham! Ham 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 ham! Tu veux vraiment pas me laisser partir, hein? Lâche-moi! Salut 5e. Silas Abyss. Shaman. Soulblazer. Demon Hoof. Whatever. We don't care. Do the damn thing. Suck your mother. What? Exactly. What? Oh, Dark Slayers. C'est quoi ça? Non, j'ai besoin d'aide ici là, moi. Ouais. What is this? What's up with the wall? C'est quoi ça? Ah, il y a plus d'énergie dans la lave. Oh. Oh. Bon point. Bon point. Bon. Bon point. Bon point. Bon. And now you did. Qu'est-ce qu'il fait ce bob là? Je crois pas qu'on peut monter par là. Avec Max Elf, Spider Cola? Spider Cola Max Elf? Max Elf Spider Cola? Ok, mais j'en ai plus besoin. Non, je suis déjà dehors. On va tout aller chez les Amitoya. Que bon. Voilà, 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 voilà. Pero... Si est fréquent. Voilà, 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 Sileuse. 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 Mytho. Hey. Okay, magic zone. My God. Papel, papel. Alright. C'est la nuit? Oh shit! Bon. Quelle tristesse. Quelle tristesse.
With my engineering background, I'm a firm believer in iterative development, and that you'll never learn more than when your customer is using your product.
I love this guy, dude. This guy is the most based specimen. If he wasn't married, I'd start hitting on him. Like, God is my witness, bro. This is the Tico talk. This is essentially like the developer talk, or like the devs kind of talking to us for Throne and Liberty. So let's see what Tico
What's up, gamers? Welcome back to Tico Talks Throne and Liberty. I'm Tico, Globalization Design Manager at Amazon Games for Throne and Liberty. With our first siege just behind us, and about a month since our last talk, it's the perfect time to reconnect with all of you in our community. Before we dive into today's topics, I want to thank all of you for your incredible response to our last Tico Talks video. What touched me most wasn't just the positive feedback, but how thoughtfully and respectfully you shared your suggestions for improving Throne and Liberty.
I love it when they say that, because you know there was some autistic screecher in the comments. Fix your game! Thank you for how respectful and calm you guys were, and patient you are with us, with your feedback.
That kind of constructive dialogue is invaluable to us. While we may not always make decisions...
Tico looks like Dexter, not like... Tico is Dexter, okay? He probably kills serial killers in his free time. He's a good man. ...that align
with everyone's individual wishes, please know that I'm committed to maintaining this open communication with you, and every choice we make is aimed at creating the best possible game for our community as a whole. Now buckle in, we have substantial ground to cover today.
Okay.
Let's start with castle sieges. After watching multiple point of views from each region's sieges and reviewing feedback across Discord, Reddit, and other platforms, one thing stands out. This event truly sets Throne and Liberty apart.
It really does. I'm gonna be honest with you, it absolutely does. I think that everybody was super hyped for Siege, and I think it went super well when you look at like the scope of the game. If you won, you know, winners win, it was like a huge thing. And if you lost, you were so fucking angry, loser. Because it felt like an important event for a lot of players worldwide. I've probably watched more Sieges than anyone because of the VOD reviews we did after it and we continue to do on it. But like, I'm telling you, bro, the Siege, amazing, absolutely incredible content.
The scale of player participation creates unique battle scenarios unlike any other MMO. Our biggest Siege had over 3,900 participants on the Stormbringer server. We saw nearly 45% of castles change ownership, and over 40,000 players received some amount.
Wow, 45% of castles changed ownership. And you know, somewhere out there in the universe, Kelty just woke up in a cold sweat. Did somebody say my name? Could have sworn somebody said my name. Those little rats that like backdoored. A big shout out to those people. EU had some crazy close sieges too, where like it came down to like the final 30 seconds and like the throne is being changed back and forth. They were crazy close, most of the sieges. I felt like they're really well designed and super well balanced. My only critique for the whole thing was that I think that lava golems probably either need to last a little longer or there needs to be another one, because the second gate is a little tough to get through, and I don't think anybody really... It was hard to push through that second gate, and not very many people successfully did it.
Amount of loosened payout. I watched so many awesome clips from our players making
that ass though.
Some incredible plays. It was so fun to watch. While it will take some time to review each server's unique battle, we have noticed and heard from many of you about areas in which we need to improve. Our approach to sieges is as follows.
Because you watch me too much,
Our goal is to
Audrey.
make sure everything functions properly from a technical standpoint. Events of this magnitude are incredibly challenging to pull off, and we've put a lot of focus in to ensure they are technically sound. Second is to evaluate the overall challenge.
You know, the reason that he said that is because everybody that lost like accused the winning team of being exploiters, dude. Like almost unanimously, that was what happened. Like so many people were like, they exploited. It's literally crazy, bro. But there's that whole cheating drama that we should watch like later. Like it's crazy.
And fun factor. And third is to evolve sieges over time to ensure they meet the needs of our players and continue to feel fresh. With this, there are some items I want to address directly right now. Shortly before the siege, we learned of a tactic that attackers could use to access the inner courtyard.
Oh yeah, so this is crazy, and a couple people did lose their siege because of this.
Earlier than intended through the western side rooftops. Unfortunately, we learned about it too late to address it in an optimal way prior to the siege. Due to cross-platform publishing deadlines, both fixing the issue or delaying the siege would have required releasing an untested build, risking problems for all players.
No, I'm gonna be honest. I think that they handled it as well as they could have. Knowing that they got the knowledge late, delaying the siege would have been catastrophically bad for the game. I think that in trying to fix it on the fly would also have been really, really bad as well. I think that at least telling everyone and arming, knowledge is power in siege, in large scale PvP, guys. And so what they did was they armed the defenders and the offenders. Everybody had the same knowledge, right? So everybody knew that it was happening. Some defenders were able to successfully defend against it, others weren't. But I think that Amazon kind of did what they could in this case.
We debated this heavily internally, and ultimately we decided that raising awareness to give defending teams time to strategize their defenses was the best choice of two less than ideal options.
Yep.
I'm deeply sorry for anyone impacted by this decision. We're committed to resolving any unintended advantages as quickly as possible whenever they may surface.
W apology.
This particular issue will be resolved prior to the next castle siege on December 1st. We also identified two issues that impacted some servers where pillage zones couldn't be captured by guilds, and the Lucent distributions from those captured pillage zones were not being properly distributed.
Easy. That's crazy. All right, that's weird.
Both of these items will be resolved before the next siege. For anyone impacted by the distribution issue, we will identify and provide appropriate restitution. We are reviewing all claims on a case.
Restitution. Holy shit, they're literally gonna give people Lucent. What the? Bro, Pearl Abyss could never. Dude, the developer is... this is kind of rare, guys. The developer is taking accountability for the bugs in their game, and literally, they're saying that they're going to give people restitution, which means that if you try to capture the pillage point, they're going to give you Lucent. That's pretty crazy.
By case basis, and we'll follow up with those impacted.
He's reading a teleprompter 100%. Of course they are. Are you kidding me? The Path of Exile devs were doing the same thing. Do you think you're going to get up in front of 1 million people or, 100,000 people and not be reading a teleprompter? Your name would be Blue Squadron.
Another hot topic from the siege is that of PvP immunity following resurrection and teleportation.
Or Donald Trump.
It's clear that the current 30-second timer is excessive for certain siege scenarios.
Whoa, for what? Hold up.
From the siege is that of PvP immunity following resurrection and teleportation.
True. It should be 5 to 7 seconds.
It's clear that the current 30-second timer is excessive for certain siege scenarios.
Maybe 10.
To change it will require development, as this timer is linked to many other parts of the game where 30-second...
I think that 10 seconds is a fair middle ground. I think that if you allow people to be invulnerable for 10 seconds after they spawn, it gives their computer a chance to catch up if they lag, and they have a chance to move away from the stun.
Is appropriate. We're going to invest that effort, and we're going to fix it as quickly as possible.
Amazing.
But unfortunately, that won't arrive in time for the next few castle sieges, so stay tuned. There is more info coming up later in this video on Mega Alliances, so keep watching to hear more about that topic.
That's pretty crazy. So they know that's a good thing, because they're blatantly saying, yes, we know about these Mega Alliances where, if you guys don't know the problem that's going on in TNL right now, essentially you have 4 guilds in one alliance, and what they're doing is they're going to feud another 4 guilds. Okay, so you have 4 guilds in your alliance, and then you feud 4 guilds, and then you just don't attack everyone that's marked as a feud target and everyone in your alliance that's not marked. And then you can also coordinate with these other guilds, and so there's handshake deals going on. You have extra guilds defending the castle that kind of aren't supposed to be. And I'm going to be honest with you. They said that about 45% of the castles flipped ownership. I would say that is about as good as you're going to get in terms of overall balance. And that's with allowing people to help defend the castle if they want to. So that almost should be allowed. If that statistic is actually legitimate, Having other guilds defend the castle with you, if you want to do the politics that way, seems like it's working. You know what I mean? But like, who actually really knows? But I will say that them addressing that this is a problem, it is a good thing. At least at world bosses and everything else, like mega alliances will absolutely kill the game. It kills the spirit of PvP, and it's not fun.
Of course, this isn't a comprehensive.
What up, Solid FPS? Shield is still meta for the next siege. Jesus, yeah. I mean, like, so that's another big thing is people are exploiting this. For those of you that don't know, when you spawn in a siege, like at the respawn point, you have 30 seconds of invulnerability to run and do whatever you want. Okay, as long as you don't like try to attack somebody. So like what guilds would do is they would respawn and they would run 30 seconds into the throne room, because like the spawn for the throne room is like out here, and then they would spawn up and they would just run into the throne room in full invulnerability and then wipe everyone once they were already in the throne room. So this was kind of being exploited by people.
List of all the siege improvements that we're looking into, so please keep giving us your feedback. We're committed to actioning it. While we're on the topic of PvP, I want to spend some time to talk to everyone in our great PvP community who is watching. As a longtime enjoyer of PvP myself, I want you to know that PvP will remain an important aspect of Throne and Liberty. Our game's unique ability to bring scale into PvP is both one of the most exciting and challenging parts of the game to manage. With design at scale, small changes can sometimes have a larger than intended impact, so we have to be very careful on how and when we implement changes in these areas. Here are some of the key areas we're focused on to help improve the experience for PvP. Let's start with crowd control. Simply put, we think crowd control is having a larger than intended impact on battle without sufficient methods to prevent it.
I think the sleep change was good, and that will prevent like really big sleep bombing and like initiates and stuff. I think the next thing that probably needs to be addressed is tornado is a little obnoxious. You spend, because you can be tornadoed multiple times in a row, you spend like 9 hours in the air and then just die.
We're going to do two things. First, we're going to significantly increase the rate at which your CC immunity gauge builds up, especially when you have multiple CCs impacting you at a given time. We hope this will reduce those times where it feels you can't control your character for extended periods of time.
There it is. Right? That's, yep.
And this change will come in December.
Okay.
Second, we're working on bringing a change to the Purification Stone that will give players an additional enhancement to choose from when activating the stone. This change will also come in December.
Oh, so he's not going to cook on that? Oh my god. For those of you that don't know what the Purification Stone is, it's this thing. Oh, there we go. So basically this cleanses a CC off of you once every 2 minutes. So basically every single push, if you get CC'd, you can just pop it. Right? And so now they're basically upgrading the stone effect. This is really solid way to get around floating in the air, or I mean like being stunned or slept for like a million years. I've never tried to cleanse the float. Can it cleanse a tornado float? I don't think that it can. I've never tried to do that. I don't think it just sets your feet back on the ground. No, it can't. Okay. Anyway, so this stone is really important for PvP. Everyone needs to have this stone. It's relatively easy to get now. And I have like a short on how to get it if you're wondering. It's on my YouTube channel. But like, they're upgrading this stone to be able to add options to it. I don't really know what that means. Like, how do you upgrade it? It can already remove CC, and if they're talking about adding options to remove potentially more CC, or maybe you can use it, maybe it reduces the cooldown on it, or maybe it can be popped twice in a row, but it's got a longer cooldown. Who knows? We'll see.
Next, I want to talk about mega alliances. This is a challenging problem to solve that doesn't have a silver bullet solution. Oftentimes, eliminating certain elements of the game that help mega alliances thrive would also hurt guilds who use those features for intended gameplay. For now though, we will be removing hostile guild relationships fully from the game. This change will come in December.
There it is! There it is, guys! I told you, they're like, alright, we're gonna fix mega alliances. Removing the feud, like the feud guild system from the game makes it much harder for mega alliances to actually coordinate. It will still be a problem, but it makes it much harder. That is a really positive and good change for the game. It will still happen, but their coordination will be scuffed, and the other guilds will have a chance to capitalize on that disorganization.
Mega alliances also require looking at the human element, though.
Yep.
While incentives are causing these alliances to form, balancing them is tricky. Swing the pendulum too far the other way, and it could harm all of our guilds.
Correct.
For conflict mode bosses in particular, we are working on this issue to adjust how rewards are managed. We don't have an exact timeline for this change just yet, but we'll let you know once we have firmer dates.
Wow, that's actually a big deal. What he's alluding to here, guys, is the only, like, they might give rewards based on your alliance's contribution and not necessarily, like, so that way they're going to limit the incentive that guilds have to work together. Right now it's based on guild contribution, right? And so, like, you can have a lot of guilds working together and every guild still gets contribution. They can punish guilds heavily that are working together by just rewarding one of them and not rewarding the other one, because that will help de-incentivize the mega alliances at conflict bosses. But again, good idea. Why not just demonize conflict bosses the same way they did with Siege? Oh, dominionize. What do you mean by dominionize? Like, make it everybody against the castle owner at conflict bosses? How's that gonna work? Or just, oh, you mean like put people onto teams, like the red and blue? They could do that, but then there's only two colors there. So you'd have one team fighting another team, unless you just want to randomly put guilds onto teams, and then you're going to have lopsided teams. So that won't work. It's just not going to work. Like if every alliance is a different color, then you can't do that, because if you're like, oh, well, we're going to make Ethereum, or we're going to make Cannon's guild red, and then we're going to make this guild blue and this guild green. Well, if these three guilds want to work together, they're like, okay, well, just don't hit blue and green, guys. Right? The only way, like, if you change the colors of the other guilds, they're gonna notify each other and be like, hey, we're red, don't hit red. They'll be like, okay, right? So that won't work, right? The dominionize thing won't work here, because they do that in Siege too, and for conflict bosses it would be really simple.
When we make this change, our goal is to create a fair balance across all parts.
Your guild equals always green, your allies equals always blue, and then the server equals always red. Fixed. They could try to do that, but then here's what guilds are going to do. Okay, you guys just sit at point 2. Okay, the guilds at point 2 are friendly. Don't push point 2. Right, we're going to sit at point 1, and then everyone that's not at point 1 and point 2, we're just going to attack. Right, it's still going to happen. It doesn't work as simple. In Siege, it's extremely chaotic. There's a lot going on. People are hitting each other. It's really hard to coordinate. At a conflict boss, you can kind of just sit a guild at one spot and then have them sit outside the safe zone and group up and be like, hey, we're at point 2. Like, okay, guys, we're not pushing point 2, right? And they're going to coordinate together. So the Dominion thing doesn't work as well for conflict bosses, right? Like, I think that their approach is probably the best, in that you have to just de-incentivize people to work together in that fashion, so that people who do try to be virgins and do that at world bosses, they're just not going to be rewarded for it.
Participants, while still ensuring the strongest performers see the appropriate benefit for their success. So stay tuned as we finalize those details and share them with you later. A key place we want to improve is the general availability of PvP for our players more broadly. With the current scale of players required for the majority of PvP in the game, there are some barriers to PvP accessibility right now. That's why on December 5th, we are bringing our new feature, War Games. And War Games provides a custom lobby feature for conquest battles, or rift stones and boon stones. Within the War Games menu, players can create their custom lobby, selecting what stone they want to fight over, the number of teams that will fight, and the size of each team. Then players join.
Let's back that up for a minute. We can do Scrim Lobby and Node Wars. Yeah, so that's what that just sounded like. So guys, it sounds like they're going to allow guilds to basically make lobbies where they can just fight other guilds on Boon Riftstones in like custom matches.
On December 5th, we are bringing our new feature, War Games. And War Games provides a custom lobby feature for conquest battles, or rift stones and boon stones. Within the War Games menu, players can create their custom lobby, selecting what stone they want to fight over, the number of teams that will fight, and the size of each team. Then players join in, and once the lobby is full, you start the match. My favorite thing is you can do
That's very interesting. That's very, very interesting. I think that is a really good thing to encourage inter-server wars like this. It decreases server transfers too, which is a thing that a lot of people worry about. But like, custom lobbies will allow guilds to beef with each other across servers, which is pretty sweet. I personally would like it if you would give us a spectatable 3v3 arena. Would be great. For no particular reason. I would really like it if you could give us a spectate PvP arena. That would be fantastic. No, only play my favorite MMO. You guys are obnoxious.
Do private and public matches. So we think the use cases for players is going to be huge.
Yep.
Competitive PvP guilds can use it for practices, while less competitive guilds can do inter-guild skirmishes with their friends.
Correct.
We're purposefully introducing war games as a feature that does not currently provide rewards. We're doing that because
it's a good idea.
We want to grow the feature based on where the community naturally gravitates.
True.
With my engineering background, I'm a firm believer in iterative development, and that you'll never learn more than when your customer is using your product.
I love this guy, dude. This guy is the most based specimen. If he wasn't married, I'd start hitting on him. Like, God is my witness, bro. Because like, normally when somebody gets up and does a dev talk for me, they're always telling me what they're gonna do, and like, it's not based on what the players want. It's based on what they want and what they think the players want. This guy very clearly is just like, all right, well, let's see what the customer says, and then we'll just do what the customer wants, because the customer is right. God, so good, bro.
So please, try out the feature and share your feedback, and we'll use that input to build an engaging, fully fledged PvP mode with integrated rewards. Lastly, I want to talk about Conquest battle times. I told you in my last video to please take our player survey because we really use it to guide how we evolve the game. And this is a prime example. Thank you to everyone who gave feedback on the topic of Conquest battle timing in our survey. It's clear that the large majority of our community thinks they start too early. Starting on December 5th, we're going to push Conquest battles to start at a later time.
They're showing Rift and Boonstones right now. Does that mean they're going to shove Rift and Boonstones back too?
Share the new time as soon as it's finalized. We're going to keep listening to feedback from our community and keep iterating while we strive for continuous improvement. We've spent a lot of time so far discussing PvP due to the recent completion of our largest endgame PvP event. But PvE is equally as important to us as PvP. We've got a lot for all of our players, so let's get into the rest of our topics now.
Okay.
Let's talk about dungeon matchmaking. Last time we talked, I mentioned that we added an incentivized random dungeon option to the matchmaking feature in order to help address queue times. And it worked.
It did.
We've seen a great improvement in our queue times for matchmaking, and we are
You're welcome.
Thrilled about that.
That was feedback that I gave in my patch note rundown, and I gave it live several times as well. But like, obviously the player, I'm not going to take full credit for it. The player base gave this feedback like kind of across the board. So on behalf of the players, you're welcome. And also myself.
However, it's led to two situations. One, players are using this option in an unintended fashion that essentially bypasses the randomness. And
that's true. That is a problem. And I said this on stream too. I was like, so like, I was literally watching like a Siege VOD review, and the guy was queuing for a random dungeon, and he was like, it tells you which dungeon you're gonna get into, and people will just queue for the random dungeon, see that the queue is for, you know, Cave of Desperation, and be like, no, that's not the one I want, and then they'll hit X, and then they'll queue again, and they'll just wait until they'll keep doing that until they get the one that they want, right? So just don't show people the dungeon that they're gonna get, and then punish people if they leave during the dungeon. If you load in during a dungeon and then leave, give like a 10-minute queue timer.
And two,
problem is that random makes you do the same dungeon 10 times in a row. Well, that's RNG, bro. Like, you can't make every system perfect. Okay, it is what it is.
Players feel that they have to make a choice between playing with friends and doing what's most efficient. The original intent of this change, beyond helping queue times, was to encourage more experienced players to make a choice where they could help other players And in exchange, they would be eligible to receive extra rewards, so both
I'm about to do a bunch of co-op dungeons.
sides could be satisfied. But that hasn't quite hit the mark yet. So there are two changes for this. The first step is that on November 21st, we made a change allowing up to 4 players to queue together for random dungeons.
Really good.
This serves 2 purposes. First, it will let you more easily play with your friends, while still leaving space for random players to help with.
Yo, Lane, I saw you in chat yesterday, man. Thanks for all the support, buddy. You know I love you. Also, you're a beekeeping loser.
Queue times. Second, it should allow you to have more coordination in that group of friends, and we hope that lessens the burden some of the more experienced players have felt when trying to help less experienced players complete dungeons. Then, in December, we will also add a penalty for players who do not accept the random dungeon queue.
There it is. I say it, and then it comes out of his mouth. Just punish people that don't accept the queue,
or
they choose to leave.
To leave the dungeon early.
There it is. Bro, I say it, he said, these guys are units. That's lame. Why are they even doing that? Because people like you keep leaving the dungeon queue. Pre-watched. You think this shit was pre-watched? This shit's great.
This will help ensure that the random dungeon queue serves its intended purpose of being random. I want to give you an update on our work fighting bots. We're making good progress. As bots pop up, we're beating them down.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I haven't seen a bot in over a week. I don't know about you guys. I'm curious how many of you guys do you guys think that the botting problem is really like super big now? Like I haven't seen a bot in a while. Like I think the last time I saw one, I saw it was queued for a co-op dungeon. It was in a co-op dungeon, but in the open world, running around, I don't really see them very much anymore.
But the fight against them is never over.
If you think it's
We'll
lame,
continue
you're
to
the problem.
prioritize limiting the impact of bad actors within the game. And on top of that, we've taken a tough stance on RMT. Recently, we made additional changes to our approach of clawing back Lucent from those who RMT. In addition to sending them into negative balance and restricting them from the auction house, we also have adjusted the guild distribution system to prevent those players from receiving guild distribution while...
I saw a story from a guild, from another server. I'm not gonna say their name. But the guy, they were like, yo, check this guy out. It's a DM to leadership. They go, hey, I got wrongfully negative Lucent balance, so I'm not gonna be able to log in for 2 days. They're like, well, why'd you get negative Lucent balance? Like, they think I RMT'd. And they're like, well, what did you do? He's like, I have not RMT'd. I bought my account, and then I haven't RMT'd at all since I bought my account. There it is. Guys, just so that you're aware, if you buy your account, it was very likely botted to where it's at, and they're banning you, and you deserve it. I just want to be clear. I guess the W that they're on top of this.
In negative balance. This
Fucking
change was
idiots.
made prior to the first castle siege. We've seen this policy be very effective so far, but we are also going to pursue RMT players further, as it's our goal to consistently maintain a fair play environment for all our players.
Yep.
One of Throne and Liberty's strengths is its ability to perform at large scale, and we want to embrace that. We've been working to improve and optimize all of our events since launch and have made great strides. Arc Boss Peace Mode events, however, are still not where we want them to be. Having thousands of players in such a small area is causing a burden for many of our...
I'm gonna keep it a buck. We had like 3,000 players at our last Arc Box event. I'll say 2,000 conservatively. And do you know how many portals there were? 2. What the dude? I mean, like give us more portals so that we have more opportunity. Like, what the are we talking about? We're all gonna cram into 2 portals? It's making it brutally laggy. Like,
our players' ability to enjoy the event as intended. So we're going to increase the number of portals that spawn.
Guys, I swear to God, I have not pre-watched this. The reason I'm pausing it ahead of time is so that I can give my take, only to have them give their take. I'm not... Guys, this literally came out 10 hours ago. I have not seen it yet. Okay, I have not seen it yet. Okay, I haven't interacted with it. And here's the message from Note right here. Hold on. I got proof. I've got receipts. Here's Note telling me at 4:17, right here, after I was live, 4:17 p.m. Yo, here's this thing. Bet I'll react to it today. Watching it now, 5:40. There it is. Okay, I have not seen this yet. Okay, I promise I have not seen this. This shit's crazy. They're just that good, guys. I don't know, like.
On during peace mode for the Arc Boss events, similar to how we increased the portal count for regular field.
Can we just focus on the W here? Focus on the W.
Bosses a few weeks back. We think this will significantly help with the performance in these events. And by the way, I think people will also enjoy more chance to get
Share your YouTube watch history. I don't even know how to do that.
That sweet Arc Boss loot. We have a boatload of new content coming to end the year strong. As you heard on Eye of Silezium a few days ago, on November 21st, we released the first wave of our 2-star co-op dungeons. We've mentioned before that we want to release content when it makes sense for our players, and this was one of those cases.
You can remove it from your history by just pressing X. Okay, how do I do that before I show you guys? I'm just kidding. Okay, all right. Anyway, as we were.
We had originally intended to release these a little bit later, but we made the call to move them forward and release 4 of them right away because we saw the data showed you were ready for it. So I really hope you've been enjoying them. As God's...
I have not gotten a chance to do them quite yet. They came out yesterday, so...
We mentioned in that video, we also have Dimensional Trials releasing on December 5th. These trials will be versions of the 2-star dungeons with increasingly difficult levels, leaderboards, and rewards. Oh, and by the way, you can do them infinitely and always get rewards. So for all my hardcore PV...
Oh, wait, that's crazy. All these losers that keep saying Throne and Liberty's garbage because it's all time-gated content can shut the f up. That's insane. That's crazy. So you can run it as many times as you want and still get rewards every time.
Friends, go have some fun. That's just part of all the new content coming December, so stay tuned to all our channels as we keep revealing more of what's coming soon. We're also committed to bringing you more quality of life improvements, and as we head into the end of this year and the beginning of next year, we're going to put a strong emphasis on improving some of the pain points and core parts of our game, particularly in combat and movement. We've received feedback that players are frustrated with some aspects of this part of the game.
Well, some players don't like the fact that you can't jump and move at the same time, like move while you're jumping, right? Like in different directions. And then targeting is a serious issue.
And we want to improve that. So look forward to the early part of next year for us to bring several impactful updates that we think will make combat and movement feel more fluid, intuitive, and natural. We're so grateful for all the participation following our release and truly believe the community is the driving factor. All of us at AGS and NCSoft are committed to servicing the game, providing great updates, and continuing our launch momentum into the years to come. This is a never-ending journey where we need to continually prove our dedication to the game and to you, our community. We remain committed to using your feedback as a driving force for our development. And to that end, during my last video, I left the community with a question. What would you like to see changed in Throne and Liberty? Well, as I promised, I read each and every comment, and we're making lots of changes because of them. So I just...
Where is my boob slider? Where is my boob slider? Oh, hold on. He said he read every comment. He said he read every comment. Thank you for this video. We love stuff like this. The thing I want most in Throne of Liberty is a boob slider. I feel like it would help with my immersion in the game, and it feels like the game is tremendously lacking without it. Look, all I'm saying is it has 80 upvotes, okay? Clearly, this is something that people want. You said you read every comment? Where's our boob slider? I'm gonna say it again on this video. You think I won't?
Just wanted to highlight a few of those now. But don't worry, this isn't everything. On November 21st, we introduced Alliance Chat.
The Alliance Chat was a massive W.
Happy to say that additional skill and equipment presets will be added in December. Thanks for your patience on this. We wanted to adjust this so that once you invest in these, they are permanently part of your character. We're adding
Whoa, what?
First, we introduced Alliance Chat. I'm happy to say that additional skill and equipment presets will be added in December.
Oh, it's so good. How is Throne and Liberty getting gear presets before Black Desert Online? The game is like 10 years younger than BDO is. What are we talking about? What the f is going on? This is wild. They're immediately giving us gear and skill preset, guys. This is amazing. This is so good. Does this mean that Dismantled will be in alliance with Reassembled? Probably. I don't really know what Reassembled's going to do quite yet. I think the plan is to stay competitive, but like our goal was to get through Siege. We got through Siege, and we're going to just ride it out, see what happens there. Yeah, we want... Okay, so here's what players want. Players want gear presets matched up with their skill presets, right? When you switch to PvP, it should swap your gear, right? But also they want more of these. Anybody want more of these? Just more skill presets would be great. They give us like 5 to 10 of these would be amazing for different things. And then also tie them with gear and skill specializations would be amazing too, right? Like, so like, yeah, that's what players want. And that's what he's talking about giving us, guys.
Thanks for your patience on this. We wanted to adjust this so that once you invest in these, they are permanently part of your character. We're adding an...
That's actually an excellent point. Presets should tie in with your settings. So if you have one that says Siege, it should change your settings to low. It should change your skill presets to where you want them, skill specializations, and equip the gear that you want. Smart. True.
An option to automatically decline party invites from players other than those in your guild or friendly guild to help prevent griefing during PvP encounters.
Oh,
We
nice.
expect this to be available in December. And last but not least, we are very happy to announce that we are working on adding mouse and keyboard support for our console players, and we expect that to become available in Q1 of 2020.
Console are human beings? Wait, what? Stop updating things for console. You're making Black Desert console look like a third world country. That's crazy, bro. That's amazing for console though. That's really good. I think because like some of the controller targeting is just so miserable, you know what I mean?
2025.
And it's like only less miserable on mouse and keyboard.
Thank you all again so much for the constructive dialogue you've given us. Your feedback is truly our North Star. And by the way, our next survey will be available on December 12th, and you'll be able to access it directly in game. So please give us your feedback then as well. All right, that brings us to our new community question. What we'd really like to know is, what types of holiday events would you like to see added to Throne and Liberty? Let me know down below in the comments. Please like and subscribe. That lets us know you want more of these kinds of videos. We will read each and every comment, so let us know what you think. I hope...
Will you now? Read every comment.
This was informative. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you in Silesium.
All right, boys, let's let them have it. Let's do it. Ask Slider or Riot, one thing at a time. Okay? That's why they call us progressives. It's because we're never happy. We are progressively asking for more sliders. Here's the video right here. I would encourage all of you to go comment on the video. This is an amazing video. These are so good. Hello. The type of holiday event that oh, wait. Let's glaze them a little bit.
Sandboxes just resubscribed for 9 months. We're a newborn dad.
The type. Yo, Smoxies, welcome back for 9 months. We're a newborn dad. What are we naming the baby? We're gonna name the baby Tico, because then it will be an attractive man. But if it's a girl, we're still gonna name it Tico because it can be a lady's name too. We love it. We love Tico. Okay. Welcome back for 9 months, buddy. I appreciate you. And then if you're a real, actual newborn dad, huge congratulations on the sex, man. We're all very proud of you. Okay. All right. So this type of video is amazing. Thank you. The type of holiday event that I would like the most in Throne and Liberty would be a boob slider event. In fact, why don't we just make it a year-round thing?
Adrian's fam just resubscribed for 14 months.
Would really
THX for all the entertainment.
Get into the holiday spirit. Merry Xmas. There it is. We appreciate you listening to the community. True. Additional scope resets, the Halloween event. Like, I'm just being honest, okay? Yeah, the transparency is so refreshing. It's so good, guys. Clarity of communication is a breath of fresh air. Yeah, like, honestly, like, there's just not very many developers doing this. And, like, I just want to say, guys, to close out the react, I think it's amazing that NCSoft is almost bankrupt and they have to listen to us as players. I think that desperation really puts a firm
If after the
grasp.
third time asking they don't give boob slider, is it dooming time?
It is. I think that the bankruptcy really helps put a firm death grasp on listening to the player base. I do. I think that as long as NCSoft is on the brink of bankruptcy and they need Throne and Liberty to be doing well, the developer talks will keep coming and we will keep being happy. It's just that easy. Okay? It's just that easy. I'll link the video one more time so that you guys can go comment, like, subscribe on it. Amazing. I love that they do these videos. So good. So good.
Payez moins cher pour votre techno préféré. Les meilleurs aubaines de l'année, c'est pendant le vendredi fou de Best Buy.
Snack and play. Enter for a chance to win at orvillepogo.ca.
we stop with the self-care weeks? Like, what if we did adult weeks instead? Think about it. Instead of laying in bed and rotting away, we literally just dedicate an entire week to tackling all of the shit that we just put away. Dental appointments, eye exams, finances, trips. Imagine how much smoother life would be if we just got all of that sorted in one go. And here's a simple way to make sure it all gets done too. Instead of letting all of these tasks pile up, organize them into an adult week. I use an AI tool to plan everything. So I just spend 10 minutes at the start of my day dumping it the 5,000 things on my to-do list, and it sorts everything for me, like dentist, chores, budgeting. It's like wiping your mental gutter clean. So if you're tired of letting the adult stuff slip through the cracks, give this a try. There's a link in the description so that you too can make your next week an adult week. Trust me, you'll thank yourself later.
Top 3 gifts to get your man during Manscaped's 25% off Black Friday sale. Number 1, the Performance Package 5.0 Ultra. Not only does it come with everything you need for your downstairs grooming, but it comes with 2 free gifts. Number 2, Manscaped's online exclusive virtual bundles. Beard and balls and groin and go. Number 3, might honestly be a tie. If you've got a bald boy like me, get him the new Dome Shaver Pro. But most guys have a face. For them, it's the Chairman Pro Electric Face Shaver. A one-of-a-kind interchangeable dual-head face shaver that can leave you with the perfect scruff or a smooth shave. Shop Manscaped's 25% off Black Friday sale today and get free shipping on all orders.
What will be, will be.
Meet the app that rescued me from the sticky note disaster zone and multiple to-do list apps running my business. The pressure of running your entire business alone is overwhelming. I mean, your clients need you, your business needs marketing. Who knew that being a business owner would also mean I have to be a full-time project manager? No wonder I feel defeated by my own to-do list by the end of every single day. But once I discovered Motion, I can finally get through my daily tasks without consistently feeling like I'm falling behind. Give Motion 1 week and you'll see exactly what I mean. It'll take your tasks and arrange them around your calendar, automatically including breaks and buffer time. It adapts to your workload and moves your tasks around for you so that you can be more productive and feel more streamlined, even when there's a last-minute meeting that pops up. And you know there's always going to be something that pops up. Just grab Motion's 7-day trial and start streamlining your calendar now.
Hey everyone, Joe here. To say I'm hyped would be an understatement.
Supervibe is hitting open beta. Everyone will be able to play 24/7, starting November 20th.
Moving.
Let's roll.
So bring the squad and we'll see you there.
How do I feel about wet socks? Sucks. Waterproof shoes and comfort typically don't go together, and we're on a mission to change that. Meet the Tidal sneaker. The Tidal was designed for people who are always on the move. What makes the Tidal special is our fully waterproof upper with our most impact resilient midsole that gives you full rebound and maximum cushioning. You'll be getting all your steps in on these, all of them. Wow. You don't have to worry about changing shoes because there's storms on the horizon.
Are they waterproof?
They're waterproof. I'm not.
You know, this is not your field. You're not a doctor.
No, but I'm a scientist. Excuse me. Science matters.
Of course it does.
But sometimes you don't sound that way. That's why
I checked it. He believes in dragons. He believes in dragons. Did you triple source that? Yes, I did.
So it's like there's a group of people that say that dragons were real.
There's a group of people.
Okay, so there's a scientist by the name of Neil Tyson who goes on to Bill Maher's show last night. And in my opinion, he gets humiliated because he's one of those woke individuals who thinks just because they know everything about science, it also qualifies them to talk about vaccines. Also, Donna Brazile, who's this old school Democrat strategist, still won't accept why they lost the election. And Joe Rogan mocks The View. So we're going to look into all of these stories and more in this video. But let's start with Neil Tyson refusing to accept that it's okay to question vaccines. Check this out.
I'm trying to put credit back to doctors where our life expectancy is 3 times what it was 150 years ago. And everyone before 150 years ago
but lower than the rest
organic. And half of them died before they were 35.
Yeah,
science matters.
Of course it does.
But sometimes you don't sound that way. That's why it worries me.
Well, actually, you're the guy. You're the guy who doesn't understand why the NBA team can't beat the Lakers. So I don't know. You know, you're supposed to be the scientist, and you couldn't even admit that. But and as far as medicine goes, I could talk to you this about all day. But again, we do have a party to get to. But you know, this is not your field. You're not a doctor.
No, but I'm a scientist. Excuse me.
Yeah, that's not a doctor.
No, hold on.
That's not a doctor.
I'm a scientist who knows probability,
when
statistics.
I get a goiter on Uranus, I'll call you.
No, don't call me. But when it's time to...
So the reason why I want to play this clip first out of the gate is because Neil Tyson is what's wrong with the science community today. They've gone woke. So they've forgotten about common sense. In fact, he's the type of person that says that what Elon Musk is doing is nothing special. He's the type of person that believes a WNBA team could beat an NBA team. He's the type of person that does believe there's more than 2 genders. And he's also the type of person that believes that women can compete with men when it comes to athletics. So I don't think I need to go any deeper. I think you know exactly what his thinking is today, but he wasn't always that way. Again, I throw him in the category of like a Howard Stern. These people we looked up to when we were growing up, but then all of a sudden they got infected by the woke mind virus and they're not the same individuals. They've lost all common sense. Okay, so this next clip, which was also on the Bill Maher show that same night, is Donna Brazile, like I told you guys, who's this old school Democrat strategist. She doesn't want to see the light when it comes to why they lost this election. And Bill Maher gives her a brutal reality check. Listen.
The big issue, right? Was immigration. And
inflation, immigration.
Those two are very big issues. And you asked Vice President Harris,
right?
Why did you let all these people in for the last 4 years? She did not have an answer. I still don't know the answer. They actually could, with an executive order, shut it down as they did earlier this year. So why did they not do it 3 years earlier? And I think people felt she did not respond to that in any way. She had no answer on inflation. And she also seemed to represent that whole woke zone that people are sick to death of. And I think those three did it.
I agree with the first two, because immigration, as I said, well, inflation was something. The Biden-Harris administration, they wrestled with that. through the supply chain, through trying to lower the cost, making sure that people could afford their groceries and their gas. But still, childcare became a big issue, housing, the cost of housing. So while I do believe that they made significant gains, there's no question immigration became an issue. But I'm not going to get into this, oh, the people are too damn woke. That wasn't an issue. What happened?
Yeah, it was.
I disagree with you.
I know, and that's why you're going to keep losing.
No, man, look.
I mean, it's not to go. Okay. But not to go back to the
white.
And I totally agree with them. That's why they will continue to lose, because the only way to solve a problem is to acknowledge that there is one, right? They are not acknowledging that being woke is a problem, okay? They're not acknowledging that men playing in women's sports is a problem. They don't want to accept it. But the fact of the matter is, one of the most effective ads that ran during the election cycle from the Trump campaign was what? Kamala Harris is for they, them. Trump is for you. Okay, so before I get to this whole Joe Rogan mocking The View, we are on vacation right now, but I still want to ask you, if you're getting value from this video, please like, share, and subscribe to our channel. If you want to support us further, go to the link in the description below and shop the merch store or buy us a cup of coffee. Now, Joy Behar just thinks she knows everything, right? The View, the ladies, they think they know it all. I want you guys to check out this video where she accuses Joe Rogan of believing in dragons. I know.
This guy, Joe Rogan, who believes in dragons. I checked it. He believes in dragons? He believes in dragons.
Did you triple source that?
Yes, I did.
There's a group of people that say that dragons were real.
There's a group of people
that say that dragons were real. I'm not one of these people, so I'm probably going to get the details wrong. And I'm not one of these people, so I'm probably going to get the details wrong. But so around the same time period in, you know, China, South America, Africa, all these different Rome, all these places, images depicted people fighting dragons, right? And every dragon was slightly different, but it was all a giant scaly animal that could fly. Large birds had a hard time being fossilized because their bones are so porous, right? So because bones, they have like hollowish bones, they break down very easily and they don't fossilize. The group that says this, basically they're saying the evidence is the reason there's no fossils of dragons is because they had bird bones and they were actually very delicate animals. But a handful of these a small population of these giant flying lizards existed and basically encompassed all these different countries where they all depicted fighting dragons in their own way, and they were all killed off by, you know, knights or whatever it is, and then didn't fossilize.
Okay, so as you guys saw, that's his guest on his podcast discussing the idea that there are people who believed in dragons, not discussing that they believe in dragons. But wait a minute, Joy, you triple sourced that, didn't you? Aren't you the person who believes that misinformation is a problem, but you are yourself spreading misinformation? Yeah, let's continue. Check this out.
I checked it. He believes in dragons? He believes in dragons.
Did you triple source that?
Yes, I did.
So it's like the science is saying that if there were lizards big enough to fly around and eat people, they didn't have bones that could fossilize.
So it'd be like an eagle.
Right.
And he also thinks that dragons, like I guess like dinosaur type of animals, roamed the earth when people did.
Now, are there any stories of dragons like written like in the times of people that they actually had the written word, or is it just depictions?
I don't know. Not my field.
I checked it.
Like, are these depictions like ancient accounts told by generation after generation, like passed down?
I think so. I don't know. I don't know anything about dragons or whether it's real. I don't know. I don't know anything about dragons or whether it's real, but I think it's interesting to think, oh, well, the science supports that if there were flying lizards, their bones wouldn't have fossilized, and these have been passed down, stories that have been exaggerated and passed down from generation to generation.
So this is the type of really, really bad information that's going out there.
So bad information that's going out there. Someone saying that they believe in dragons is bad information, people. Is that where we're at as a society? If someone truly wants to believe that dragons are real or dragons did exist, good for them. It's called free speech, right? I mean, geez, they think Joe Rogan is this news podcast. No, it's a podcast where they talk about everything.
Listen, there's a good chance somebody's trying to hack your website right now. You gotta make sure you're covered.
Alrighty, gentlemen. Let's do it.
Ready.
Hi, I'm...
Gotta say, look at this.
You will find skills that work like shotguns,
I feel like I'm gonna play this like
sniper
Remnant,
rifles,
you know?
assault rifles, and even grenade launchers. But not only that, there are a wide variety of more interesting elemental ammos too.
Oh my god.
It's very fast to switch between ammo types, as long as you already have them loaded, which makes the mercenary able to combo abilities together for devastating effect.
And you have like an ammo clip. So watch this down here. You see 16. Watch him take it.
Permanent minions come with special active abilities called command skills.
Oh, I wonder.
You can order these guys to detonate your own minions for even more damage and area of effect. If you want a bigger army, you'll need a scepter.
Allies in your presence deal 29% damage +1 to all minion skills. Dude, this is gonna be the longest 2 weeks of my life.
This new weapon type is imbued with even more spirit, allowing you to summon even more friends.
Oh my god.
And if you want an even bigger army than that, you can take advantage of corpses to summon true hordes of minions.
See, yeah,
but
this
what
is
can a witch do
so I used
while
to
her
love
army
to
is
do.
at work?
I like doing that in Diablo
Well,
4
she has a
even.
range of chaos spells to spread disease amongst your enemies, or bone skills to impale them. Or, you know, you could curse them to make them...
Bro, that is so clean. Watch this again. Watch the bones.
Spread disease amongst your enemies, or bone skills to impale them.
Jesus Christ, that is good.
Or, you know, you could curse them to make them weaker so your horde can take them down. There are 25 active occult skills. By the endgame, you will be the leader of a fearsome army of the dead, consuming...
Oh, look at him, he just got the boys in here.
25 active occult skills.
It's like they're in a
By
raid.
the endgame, you will be the leader of a fearsome army of the dead, consuming everything in its path.
And look, he has like these scorpions, like suicide scorpions.
The sorceress bends the elements to her will, using them to unleash devastation on her foes. This classic spellcaster weaves a flurry of elemental magic from afar.
No.
The elemental skills have everything you might expect and more. Fireballs...
No wonder Rod was making tweets. No, this isn't an ARPG. It's just like Diablo. Like, yeah, sure, Rod. For sure, man, yeah. Getting mad.
Icy explosions, lightning storms, you get the idea. Each spell is unique and has many different ways to build and combo with others, even between different elements. For example, Flame Wall conjures a burning line that not only damages enemies, but also empowers all projectiles that...
Look at that. Look at that shit. And it even shows, look at the individual. I know I'm like pausing and making this take way longer. I'm not sorry at all. Watch this. Each individual little lightning thing either gets empowered or doesn't. See how that one moved away? And it didn't get empowered. Holy shit. Oh my god. It's always been the case? Yeah, but it looks really good.
Also empowers all projectiles that pass through it. If you place a wall and fire lightning
like
sparks
Spark.
through it, they'll gain extra fire damage. It's a good idea to take advantage of the ability to automatically swap weapons when you use certain skills.
Yeah.
Having a special staff with bonuses to fire skills and
Diablo
another with
does
bonuses
this
to
really
lightning
well.
skills can really power up a combo like this.
Like with Barbarians,
The
they do.
sorceress can also take advantage of powerful trigger gems. For example, you could grab the Cast and Ignite gem and use it with Firestorm. As
Cast
you
on
ignite enemies,
Ignite?
a counter will go up in the top left corner. When it's full,
Oh, that's
a
right.
Firestorm will automatically be cast at the enemy that was ignited. There are 25 active elemental skills. By endgame, you'll be firing off projectiles left and right as you rain down elemental storms on your foes.
Oh my god.
Now, those are the characters that will be available at the start of early access, but we will be adding 6 more character classes with just as many skills and options as these.
Oh no.
There's a lot more to come. There's one more important
They
thing
didn't
to
even show
mention
the
about
druid,
skills.
yeah.
Even though we talk about them as belong to each class, in reality there are no restrictions. You can use all these skills on any class so long as you have the attributes. For example, a poison ranger might want to try out using occult curses to increase her poison damage. Or a monk might want to trigger elemental ice walls to use with his glacial cascade combo. The possibilities for cross-class combos are practically unlimited. We're looking forward to what kind of things you guys might find. Now, Path of Exile is a game known for build customization, and we
That's
have
so fucking clean. With the bell, look at the bell.
Guys might find. Now, Path of Exile is a game known for build customization, and we haven't even scratched the surface of what is possible yet. So let's talk about support gems.
Oh boy.
Path of Exile 2 has a system of support gems that can be combined with your active skills to dramatically change the way they work. If you find a support gem, then right-clicking it will open up this screen. Here you will find a variety of recommended support gems for each of your skills that you can pick between. For example, this is a multiple projectiles support gem and can be used to add...
I hope that one thing they do is that they make the support gems that look really cool, really good. Because I feel like sometimes like you get incentivized to like play one way that's kind of boring because you're just stacking the same thing over and over. I really hope that they can get ahead of that. Let it cook, yeah.
Multiple projectiles to any skill. Normally, when you fire a grenade, it'll look like
one
this.
Grenade.
But if we
Boom.
add multiple projectiles, then you get 3 of them.
What?
Once you have the gem,
What?
you can also freely move it between any of the skills on your character.
See this?
If you want to have
This
a
is
multi-shot
insane.
sniper rifle instead, then simply move the gem over to your high-velocity round skill. Generally,
I wonder if you can shotgun, because PoE had shotgunning for a while, then they got rid of it. And like now only a handful of things can shotgun.
speaking, if it sounds like a support gem should work with a skill, then it will
Just keep
work.
watching. Shut
so
up.
it's a good idea to experiment. Note that you can only have one of each support gem on your character, so you'll want to think carefully about which supports
One
can
of each support. Oh, wow.
be used best with each skill for maximum damage. Now, if you want to stick to the recommendations, you should have a perfectly good time. But if you want to experiment a bit more, then uncheck that recommended button and you can see the full list of supports that will work with your skill.
Oh my god.
There are hundreds of support gems to choose from. And
This is insane. How is this possible?
even we don't know the results of all the possible ways these can interact. Each skill can have
believe
up
them.
to 5 supports socketed into it. And if you're clever, you can come up with some pretty interesting ideas. Now all of this is just scratching the surface. You can make frost vortexes, break people's armor, make minions explode,
Oh
make
my
skills
God.
repeat, make enemies set each other on fire, cull enemies, or pin them to the ground. Supports let you drastically change the behavior of your skills and create your own unique build, or at least follow someone's OP build guide. So, speaking of builds, let's talk about one of the most iconic Path of Exile systems, the passive skill tree. Yes, it's huge. There are over 1,500 nodes on there.
Oh
Now,
my
a lot of
God.
people open the tree and can get a little intimidated at first.
Yeah.
But try not to be scared. There
By
are
the way, if this is anything like PoE 1, there's like 3 of these.
lots of options, but at its core, it's pretty
They
simple.
all interact with each other.
Each level, you get 1 point to put into the tree.
Yeah.
Each class starts at a different
And then
location,
there's
but they
5
all
that are a
share
bit
the same
smaller.
tree. Around your section of the tree, you'll find relevant bonuses for your character. You should be safe in the knowledge that there aren't many wrong choices here. Almost all the starting nodes will be useful for your character in some way.
Huh.
But if you do happen to make a choice you regret, you'll be able to respec any nodes you've taken by spending a little bit of gold.
This is one of the main things, bro. Like, I'm so glad they've listened to this feedback. I am so fucking happy. I do want to say, guys, that here's a really big component. One of the reasons why PoE has such a strong community is because it does have things that effectively gatekeep other players, and so it doesn't have a casual player base because they get gate kept out. I think that with PoE 2, because they're making a lot of changes that add quality of life, you're going to see a lot of new players come into the game, and they might not respect or understand why some systems and some functions in the game are like this. Let's try to be as positive as we can be, and not, like, make fun of them or whatever, but, like, try to educate them and have them enjoy the game. Like, that's the thing. Like, I'm going to make a guild in PoE 2 day 1. Like, I already bought out, like, because a lot of the microtransactions carry over. And so if they do carry over, like, I bought out max slots for my guild. And you guys are going to be able to join that. Break their will live. No. I think, like, teach them how to play and everything. Like, Monster Hunter? Yeah, for sure. Because there
Now,
are going to
the
be a
tree
lot
is
of new
generally
people coming
divided up into clusters which have similar themes. In each cluster, you will find small nodes that give simple bonuses like increased damage, but the real power comes from notables.
The big ones.
Notables normally have much more interesting bonuses, and they tend to care a lot more about how your build works and what skills you're using. For example, in the mercenary area of the tree, this one gives a 25% chance for crossbow skills to not consume a bolt.
That's fucking insane.
And here's one that gives grenades a chance to blow up a second time. This one gives a chance for projectiles to rebound off terrain, as well as giving you some pierce chance to make that more likely. Note that even though this is in the mercenary section, this would work with projectiles from all classes, so there are often reasons to go to different areas of the tree.
So you could theoretically get a boss against a wall and then have pierce with your projectiles and then have it to where they reflect off of, and you can double shotgun them?
To get between these clusters, you will generally have to allocate nodes in the attribute highways. Attribute nodes allow you to pick which attribute you would like to use, so it's very easy to get points for any attribute that your gear might need. You can change which attribute these nodes give you for half price at the respec vendor.
Easy.
In addition to notables, you will also
The big
find even
ones.
larger passives called keystones.
Oh, I remember
Keystones
this
have
one.
both an upside and a downside, and often require changing your entire build to design around them. A great example is Giant's Blood, which allows you to wield two-hand weapons in a single hand. But
yeah. Oh man, the Titans did not vanish from this world. Their might lives on. Yeah. Yeah.
doubles the attribute requirements of them. You can use a two-hand mace with a shield, or even dual wield them.
Oh, like Crusader.
Or how about Mind Over Matter, which makes all damage go to your mana pool first before your life pool, but you lose 50% of your mana regen.
Wow.
Skills like these can be tough to build around, but if you're up for the challenge, they can be very rewarding. As we showed you earlier on the Sorceress, you can swap between weapon sets on the fly as you use certain skills. One of the new features in Path of Exile 2's passive tree is that you can choose to have your passive tree change as you switch between weapon sets to take advantage of specific bonuses on the tree. For the Sorceress, you might want to change between fire and lightning specialization. Or you could switch between one hand and a two-hand setup in order to be able to block boss attacks
You
while
guys
following
watch this. Watch the gameplay.
Or you could switch between one hand and a two-hand setup in order to be able to block.
You guys ready for it? We're gonna have some real stupid ass shit.
Boss attacks while following up with heavy hits from your bigger mace. Or perhaps you could have a full curse setup on your witch to debuff enemies before switching to a chaos degen build for maximum damage.
So I can power the
If you want to stick with just one weapon set, you can just use these specialization points as bonus points to invest however you like, but creative players will find plenty of opportunities with this system. You can get weapon specialization points throughout the campaign from optional bosses and quests. For example, if I manage to defeat the Crowbell, I'll get a weapon specialization book. There are lots of other permanent boosts available from the campaign too.
Oh, so I think they're kind of taking this a little bit from Last Epoch. Oh, this is so much better because, like, yeah, remember, like, you'd have to do the command console, what is it, like, slash, like, skill points or attributes or something? Oh, this is insane.
On the map, you can see icons that indicate the many optional encounters you can find. Some of them have permanent character boosts, and others have powerful items. If you're having trouble getting past a boss, it might be a good idea to explore and see what you can find.
This is the one they showed
For
in the
example,
first demo.
if you defeat Blackjaw the Remnant, you'll gain a permanent increase to fire resistance. One of the most important finds are spirit bonuses. You can find the first one here in the canopy in Act 1. Defeat the boss in this area to acquire a permanent addition of spirit.
So I feel like this is almost going to fulfill, I mean, not exactly, but it's going to be kind of close to like how you have like the divine vessels. Maybe that's kind of how they're looking at approaching it.
The permanent buffs you gain from spirit are very powerful.
But you just get
every
all of them.
class
Yeah,
will find a use for
kind
them.
of.
So make sure you hunt down these upgrades. There's one in each act. Now, we haven't even talked about the most important element of character progression.
Items?
Items.
I knew it.
That's why we're all here, right? Items in Path of Exile can be broken down into 4 rarity groups: normal, magic, rare, and unique. One of the things you're going to want to do as you play through the campaign is upgrade the items you find, and you can do that with currency items. An Orb of Transmutation will allow you to upgrade a normal item to a magic item with one.
Let me do this real quick. Oh, that looks so much fucking better. They need to send me a new shirt. Because I have a shirt with the old KS orb on it. I need a new shirt. Since they updated it. Yeah, they gotta send me a new one.
One mod. You can then apply an Orb of Augmentation to add a second mod, then use a Regal Orb to add a third mod, and upgrade it to a rare. Finally, you can use some Exalted Orbs to add more mods to your rare to a total of 6 mods.
I hope that they continue to make Exalted Orbs more more common, because I think that they're really fun to use. Like, I really like the meta of Exalted Orbs and, like, Annulment Orbs because they're Gamba. They did.
One of the things we think is really important is to make these options available to use as you play. All the items that add mods are much more common than they were in Path of Exile 1, so that you can use them throughout your campaign playthrough. We want you to find things on the ground that can be crafted into upgrades much more frequently. As well as making the drop rates on these items much more common, you can also get them by disenchanting unwanted gear at the magic item vendor. If you disenchant magic items, you can build up to an Orb of Transmutation, and by disenchanting rares, you can build up to Regal Orbs.
Oh. That's
Another
good. Regal
important
Orbs are
area
always
of
really
crafting
rare.
items in PoE2 is sockets. Some items you find will have sockets that can have Ezomite runes placed in them that add more mods to the item. If I insert this glacial rune into my helmet, it will give extra cold resistance. This is a great way to solve problems that you have with your build, like resistances or damage.
That's really interesting. So they're doing that instead of, like, the Eater of Worlds and, like, Searing Exarch, like, implicits? Oh, wow.
If you find socketed items that you don't have a use for, you can take them to the salvage bench in town to work towards an Artificer's Orb. This will allow you to add sockets to your existing items. Body armors and two-hand weapons can have up to 2 sockets, while the rest of your armor and one-hand weapons can only have 1 socket. You can also salvage items with quality to create items like armor scraps or whetstones. These will allow you to increase the quality of your items for an up to 20% boost. If you don't want to disenchant or salvage your items, you can always sell them for gold. Gold
I
can
love
be
the
used
idea of, like, the rolling caravan thing. Like, visually, this is so cool.
to buy items from vendors, and we've tried to do a lot to make sure that the items they have for sale are actually useful. Every time you level up, they get more stock, so make sure to check back often. Other vendors offer a gamble. Pay a flat amount of gold and you'll get a random item of a specific type. This could be a great way to improve your gear, if you're lucky. Gold is also used to respec your passive skills. Take advantage of this system to experiment with your tree and rework it as required. The other thing you might want to use gold for is the currency exchange. This allows you to exchange currency items with other players on an open market, in exchange for a small gold fee. Now, all items in Path of Exile are freely tradable. We never bind anything to your character, except gold.
You hear that, by the way? They don't bind anything to your character except gold. This is a free fucking game. And so, like, next time I hear some bullshit about how Diablo, oh, you can't trade Uber Uniques, people might fucking, like, sell them for real money. Who cares? Like, what the fuck? Like, it's just let people trade items. This is a free game.
Now, most gear in Path of Exile 2 is randomly generated, but there's another type that isn't. Uniques. They are especially rare, each with a handcrafted set of unusual mods which can dramatically change a character's build. They're not just
gain up to 40% increased movement speed when hit until hit again. Oh wow.
They're rare items. They can do much stranger
really
things that can fundamentally change your character.
Now, with Dell's AI PCs, teams can work as fast as a moving train, getting things done simply and securely. Staying in sync every step of the way.
No,
Corpse Wave will make any corpses you run through explode into clouds of poison.
Oh, that's like, fuck, what was it called? That was the Abyss boots that fucking destroy corpses.
The Sands of Silk is a body armor that changes your dodge roll into a blink, morphing you into sand as you teleport past your foes. And of course, some uniques are just pure hits of dopamine, like Quill Rain, which just turns your bow attacks into full auto by doubling your attack speed.
Yeah.
Each unique is something that you can build your character around. We try to make sure that most unique items have a potential use at endgame, even if you find them early on. And as you can see, every single unique item comes with custom art to match.
Bro, I want to see the remake of Calm's Heart and Calm's Roots. I want to see the full Calm set, and oh my god, that and the brass dome, and then I want to see, oh my god, the axes, like the really big, like the fire axes and shit like that. You know what sword? I want to see Starforge, the old Shaper sword.
Last character progression system that you can do during the campaign is Ascension. Starting in Act 2, you will come across Ascension trials, tests that you must complete to unlock your Ascension class. We'll explain these trials soon, but first let's take a look at what Ascending can do for your character. Each class has access to 3 Ascendancy classes, but at the start of early access, only 2 per class will be available. Ascendancy classes are unique to each character class, so choose wisely. They can drastically affect how you build your character.
That's so fucking badass.
As a sorceress, you could become a Stormweaver, a master of the elements. Tempest Caller causes elemental storms to be summoned each time you do a critical hit with a spell. With Strike twice, you can stack 2 copies of Shock for more damage, and going deeper into the tree, you can make all your damage types apply Shock.
By the way, a lot of you guys might be worried about like power creep in this game. I want you to understand that inside of the campaign, this is just the campaign in PoE 1, you kill gods. That's like welcome to the game. And then you go intergalactic, and it's like, you know, the Devourer of Worlds. It's like, bro, like some straight up fucking Marvel level power scaling.
Shock build from any skill. Alternatively, you could become a Chronomancer and command time itself. She literally has the ability to stop time with Time Freeze. Not only that, but she has many other time manipulation abilities. Using Temporal Rift, she can teleport back to a previous location, resetting her life and mana back to what it was.
Like
or with
in WoW.
Time Snap, she can reset all her cooldowns and cast all her spells again. On the Warrior, you can choose between the Warbringer or the Titan. The Warbringer channels the might of his ancestors to gain tremendous power. Using Answered Call, you can summon ancestral spirits linked to each of your totems.
Wow.
With Jade Heritage, you can encase your body in a protective layer that absorbs all damage until it breaks. Warcaller's Bellow allows you to explode the corpses of your enemies. And with Great Wolf's Howl, you can ignore the cooldowns of your war cries. Let all that anger out.
Wait, so you just run around and spam
the Titan
same
class is all about hitting big.
Okay.
With Earthbreaker, every slam is a chance to create an aftershock. With Crushing Impacts, every hit becomes a crushing blow, which will allow you to stun your enemies with ease. With Surprising Strength, you can take advantage of stunned enemies to deal 40% more damage. As a ranger, you might choose to be a Deadeye, an expert markswoman who can take down foes with style. With Endless Munitions, every attack gains an extra projectile. With Gathering Winds, she gains a small increase to movement speed with every attack, but be careful, she loses them when getting hit. With Eagle Eyes, she will never miss, allowing you to stop wasting all those passive points on accuracy.
That's crazy.
Alternatively, you could become a Pathfinder, the master of flasks and poison. She can choose from one of several throwable concoctions, allowing her to spend her flask charges to throw explosive bottles that deal various types of damage. A bleeding concoction will make your enemies bleed, while a fulminating one can shock your enemies, allowing you to do extra damage.
Jesus.
Contagious contamination allows her to spread poisons between her foes, while overwhelming toxicity doubles the number of stacks they can be infected by.
Oh my god.
Running assault allows her to move much more quickly while firing, while relentless pursuit makes her totally immune to being slowed by enemies. The witch can ascend into...
I love how those mobs were electrocuted. Like, watch the mobs that actually have the debuff on them.
So totally immune to being slowed by enemies.
That looks so fucking cool, man. Holy shit, that looks cool.
The witch can ascend into the Infernalist or the Blood Mage. As an Infernalist, she can summon a loyal Hellhound companion.
Oh, a dog?
The Hellhound sets enemies on fire, as well as taking a percentage of the damage if the Infernalist gets hit.
Okay.
With Pyromantic Pact, you can turn your mana into Infernal Flame. As you cast more spells, the flame builds up, and if it overflows, you'll take damage. Using Bringer of Flame, you'll want to make sure you keep the flames topped up. While your Infernal Flame is above 30%, all damage from you and your minions will ignite enemies.
Wow.
She can also transform into a literal demon.
What?
While in demon form, she takes an increasing amount of damage, but her cast speed and damage increase rapidly as well. So if you're planning on transforming into a demon, make sure you stack a lot of life recovery. She can also become a Blood Mage.
I hope they have a like something like that that's the gameplay of, like, I remember Archon Wizard back in original D3. That was my favorite fucking build.
Master of life and energy. All Blood Mages must pay the price of making skills cost life as well as mana. But in exchange, every monster they kill will drop life remnants, which allow them to quickly gain back that life. With Crimson Power, she can gain large amounts of extra life, and with Vitality Siphon, she can use her spells to leech life back as well.
Oh.
Once you've got a significant amount of life, you can use Gore Spike to make your critical hits deal incredible amounts of damage. A monk who is in tune with the elements might become an Invoker. With Elemental Expression, the Invoker will create waves of elemental power each time he does a critical strike. With Faith as a choice, you gain the ability to meditate, allowing you to double your energy shield.
That's really
Choose
good.
between I am the Blizzard or I am the Thunder to specialize in cold or lightning. And I Shall Rage will allow you to turn into an unbound avatar.
They have to add I am the Storm. They have to add it. I'm sorry, it has to happen. Please fucking do it.
Each time you apply a status ailment to an enemy, you gain Unbound Fury. When you have enough, transform into an avatar to deal way more damage and inflict even more elemental ailments.
An avatar?
Some monks choose to reach into the darkness instead.
Oh.
The Acolyte of Chayula can exchange their mastery of spirit for darkness, a resource that can be utilized to both absorb and deal damage. The Shroud of Darkness will protect you from all damage incoming, but if you take Grasp of the Void, it will deal extra chaos damage from all the darkness you have. Their Dark Pact offers greatly increased resistances to chaos damage and can allow their mana
How is it that this beta has more depth to it than Diablo 4 does after the expansion? Like, this is fucking insane. And this is only half of the classes that are even going to come out. How does this happen? Holy shit.
Not only happen instantly, but apply to their energy shield as well. Another node you can take is Waking Dream, which allows you to see into the domain of the Breach Demons. There you will see
By the way, here's like a little W that like you might not really notice.
Which allows you to see...
That's a really good fucking visual. You guys can't see it. Look at that visual. So clean, so easy to see, evident, fucking perfect.
Into the domain of the Breach Demons. There you will see the Flames of Chayula that can be taken to gain life, mana, and damage. The Mercenary has a job to do, but which...
Bro, that's some Van Helsing shit. Look at this. This is so fucking cool. Oh my god.
Which job suits you? You might choose to become a Witch Hunter. Obsessive Rituals will give you a sorcery ward, allowing you to defend yourself against elemental hits in exchange for less defense against attacks. With Zealous Inquisition, your enemies have a 10% chance to explode on death, the chance is doubled against demons and undead.
10% chance to do 100% of their health? I thought they nerfed the exploding chest because 5% was too much. What? Oh my god.
With Judge, Jury, and Executioner, your initial hit against enemies can deal up to 30% of their life and damage, if you're lucky. This is great for hunting powerful bosses. And with Witchbane, you can break your enemy's concentration, preventing them from casting spells as often as they would usually do. You could also choose to become a Gemling Legionnaire, enhancing your abilities by embedding gems directly in your flesh.
Act 3.
Integrated Efficiency will give you extra skill slots. Thermatological Infusion gives you...
What? Go back? Wait, what did I miss?
Great for hunting powerful bosses. And with Witchbane, you can break your enemy's concentration, preventing them from casting spells as often as they would usually do. You could also choose to become a Gemling Legionnaire, enhancing your abilities by embedding gems directly...
More? Decimate.
Red Bull donne des ailes.
The chance is doubled against demons and undead. With Judge, Jury, and Executioner, your initial hit against enemies can deal up to 30% of their life and damage, if you're lucky. This is great for hunting powerful bosses. And with Witchbane...
It's just like a reverse culling strike. I mean, that's really good, but... Yeah, that's not crazy, like...
You can break your enemy's concentration, preventing them from casting spells as often as they would usually do. You could also choose to become a Gemling Legionnaire, enhancing your abilities by embedding gems directly in your flesh. Integrated Efficiency will give you extra skill slots. Thermatological Infusion gives you extra maximum resistances as you sock up more and more support gems. Adaptive Capability allows you to...
I love how they... this is probably my favorite one because of the implications in the lore. Because, like, I'm a fucking nerd, and I've gone through and I've read all of the little books and all of the little lore items of, like, Malachi and, like, the Delilah stuff, like, all of it. This is so cool that they're adding this. This is awesome.
Use any color of gem without worrying about attributes, while Crystalline Potential adds extra quality bonus to every gem socketed into your character. So those are the Ascendancy classes for the start of Early Access.
Yeah.
But one thing we haven't talked about yet is how you ascend in the first place. Ascension in Path of Exile 2 requires completion of one of the Great Trials, which you'll find as you progress through the campaign.
Okay.
Each one is associated with one of the major cultures of Rayclast. Located in the Vasteri Plains are the Maraketh, a culture of rich tales and brutal traditions, who must do whatever it takes to survive in the desert.
From Legion.
The highest position in Maraketh culture is a Sekima, and it is not a title given freely. All aspirants must complete the Trial of the Sekimas, a grueling gauntlet that will test their strength, will, cunning, and patience. To enter, a warrior of the Maraketh must prove their worth by trapping the soul of a djinn in a coin, and you are no different.
That's so cool. That's awesome.
Once you have earned your coin, it may be placed on the relic altar to begin the trial.
See, like, in my opinion, stuff like that is the good kind of friction. Where it's like, it's kind of, it'll probably be annoying a little bit to do that. But, like, the fantasy of it and, like, the narrative of it, so fucking good. 7 out of... This is going to get a 7 out of 10 on IGN.
In the Trial of the Sekimas, each room has its own challenges to overcome. In this room, each rare monster you kill will send its blood to the chalice in the center of the room. Once the chalice is filled, you will be able to proceed. While fighting monsters in the trial, you will need to be very careful.
I love this spider. Look at this fucking spider, bro.
While fighting monsters in the trial, you will need to be very careful. Each hit will not only hurt you, but will damage your honor. The monsters are well telegraphed, so that you can avoid their attacks, but if you run out of honor, you will fail the trial and need to find another coin in order to try again. It is a good idea to make sure that you are well prepared before challenging the trial of the
So you
seconds.
can't overhear it.
After each room, you will be rewarded. In this case, you have been given a key that can be used to unlock chests later in the trial. Once you have claimed your reward, you will be shown a map of the rest of the floor and may choose how you wish to proceed. Which challenges would you like to face, and which rewards do you want to claim?
See, I never played Sanctum.
Some rooms are more dangerous, afflicting you with debuffs that will persist for the entire trial. For example, entering this room will afflict you with Spiked Shell that will cause all monsters in the rest of the trial to have 50% increased life.
Jesus.
You will want to take care if you choose such a path. There are many different challenges and rewards as you journey through the trial. Deadly traps, waves of monsters, and strange artifacts will test your honor. As you progress, you'll be able to gain boons from the Jinn, which will help you on your journey. For example, the Sekima's cloak will revive you once if you die, giving you a second shot at a run.
So it's like a roguelite almost.
One of the rewards you may find is Sacred Water, an extremely valuable and treasured resource to the Jinn and the Maraketh.
Yeah, okay.
Trading it with the Jinn will allow you to receive many benefits.
Is that the guy from the
You
library?
can recover honor, gain additional boons,
No way, right?
or remove afflictions. At the end of the floor, you'll find a powerful boss which will truly test your limitations. In order to ascend, you will need to defeat him.
I just noticed this. The damage numbers are there. I don't know if you can have them as floating damage numbers too, but you have damage numbers right there. I didn't see it until now.
Having defeated the boss, you've earned the right to ascend. But first, the loot. The keys you have found may be used to open the various treasures in the vault at the end of the floor.
Look at that.
We only have a single bronze key, so we'll just have to open one of these.
I don't know why I'm having this happen with my my game going like my stream doing this. I really have no idea why. We went back a little bit here. We back? Yeah, it's okay. It's Twitch? No, it's not Twitch. It's me because I'm getting dropped frames. If I'm getting a frame upload from OBS, it's me. I think it's something with this PC. I don't know why it happens. I don't understand it.
The loot. The keys you have found may be used to open the various treasures in the vault at the end of the floor. We only have a single bronze key, so we'll just have to open one of these small chests. If you want to open the better ones, you'll need silver or gold keys. Let's use the Altar of Ascendancy. Your first ascension will allow you to pick your class and grant you 2 points to use in the tree.
Viens avec moi, on se lance?
Now there are more floors and many more rewards that can be found within the Trial of the Sekimas, but we'll save that for the section on the endgame. For now, let's talk about the second
Wait,
ascendancy
this isn't even the end game?
trial, the Trial of Chaos.
It's like, think about this, compare this to what you get with Diablo 4, and it's like, oh yeah, you want to make your you want to do like your class quest? Okay, well, here's your class quest. Kill 5 skeletons. Oh, you did that? Okay, well, now you're the master of the undead. Good job.
In Path of Exile 2, you can choose whichever trial you like to earn your ascension. Each culture on Rayclast had their own methods to ascend. If the Trial of the Sekimas is not your kind of playstyle, or you're finding it too difficult, you could try another. You can gain all your ascension points from just one, or mix and match them. It's up to you. For early access, we will have 2 trials as options, with a 3rd trial coming later for the full release. While exploring the Vile Jungle, you'll discover the Temple of Chaos. Before the Vaal embraced the science of corruption, their civilization worshipped chaos. This ancient trial was once used by the Vaal to test their high priests.
This is so cool.
A high priest of the Vaal must show willingness to risk everything to gain power.
Is that the trial? Is that
Entry to the trial requires a token from a strange entity known only as the Trial Master.
Yes.
For those in which he sees potential, he shall inscribe an ultimatum. Many have attempted these trials in search of greatness. Most have perished. Will you be able to defy the odds? Before you begin each chamber, the Trial Master will offer you a reward and a choice. Choose one of 3 tribulations to affect you through the rest of the trial.
Like a good shield.
These modifiers might beef up the monsters, curse the player, or add environmental hazards like turrets or trap runes. In this case, we'll be picking shocking turrets.
So this is how... What the fuck?
As you enter the room, the Trial Master will fill it with hazards to test your commitment. In this case, you must destroy all the monsters that fill the room, while dealing with the lightning projectiles from the shocking turrets.
So the monsters can use the elevators too. Look at that monster, it looks amazing.
After each room, you will need to make a choice. Take the rewards you have earned so far, or go double or nothing. Increase your rewards, but take on more risk. Each tribulation you add is minor on its own, but they quickly stack on top of each other and can become overwhelming. There are many types of chambers in the trial. Each will test your resolve in different ways. This one simply requires you survive for a certain amount of time. Another requires you to escort the stone idol through the level as elevators full of monsters descend to attack you. Should you be able to get through the first 3 chambers, you will face your first boss. The order of the bosses is random, and combined with the tribulations...
Look at how cool this is. This is insane. Like, I don't... How did this happen? Escort mission? No, these are just trials. Like, you only have to do this like one time.
You have selected, the fight will never feel the same. After defeating the boss, you may claim your rewards. Of course, there are the items, but you also gain the right to ascend. If you already did the Trial of the Sekimers, then you can claim 2 more points to add to your Ascendancy class. Now, it's possible to go much deeper. There are more bosses, rewards, and risks to take, but we'll talk more about that when we get to endgame. So how about we talk about that now? So far, we've only been showing you footage from the campaign. But some people would argue that the endgame is where the game truly begins.
Bro, that's just the campaign. Are you kidding me? How? Bro, like, this is so, like, it's... Oh my god. Oh,
Something that happens almost every time a new action RPG launches is people saying, there isn't enough in-game content.
Yeah,
well,
true.
we want to make sure that in PoE 2, people don't feel that way.
Okay.
And we actually only changed our development priority for this recently. The first 3 acts of PoE 2 already take around 25 hours to complete if you're a new player. This is already a pretty significant campaign. On the other hand...
Wow, so if they're expecting you to spend 25 hours to get through the campaign, I wonder if they're going to expect you to redo it every season. Because I feel like that's such a huge time commitment to redo it all the time. I wonder what they're gonna do. It's only for new players. Oh, you're thinking it's so you're thinking like a good player will get through it really fast. Okay. I mean, maybe I don't know. Maybe you're right.
People spend hundreds of hours in endgame each league. We realized that finishing the rest of the campaign for early access was actually a bad idea. Instead of having acts 4 to 6 in early access, we could concentrate on endgame and make that great. For new players, a 25-hour campaign is already a huge game with lots of content.
Yeah.
But for existing action RPG players, what you mostly care about is all the endgame challenges to overcome.
That's right.
So several months ago, we switched the entire development team's focus over to making endgame content. At the start of early access, there will be 50 bosses and around 400 monster content.
Now, how do you know if you know how to do whatever it is to be done that has to be done as a puzzle and song.
Every job is different. It's like, you know, if we have to go up 2 or 3 flights of stairs, that's part of the game. That's where we come in and try to help out the customer as much as we possibly can. And that's what I love about it. Every day is a new day.
That was pretty close.
At the start of early access, there will be 50 bosses and around 400 monster types. But the great thing is that the rest of the game is like 80% there. We'll be adding content to roughly...
Like, see, this is the thing, bro. Like, see, how is it that, like, they made kobolds better than Blizzard did? Like, Blizzard's kobolds nowadays, they look like they're, it looks like they want to have sex. They're furries. They are. They're wearing fursuits. They're on DeviantArt. This is what a fucking kobold is supposed to look like.
Content to roughly double the size of the game during early access and into release. Now, in order to make the endgame happen at the same character level as what it would be after we added the rest of the acts, we've added a second difficulty level called Cruel, where you repeat the campaign with all the monsters and bosses leveled up. And of course, new rewards.
They had this, for any of you guys that are like real old players, you remember like this was in Diablo 3, and then also it was in Path of Exile. We originally had like, it was like, what was it, like normal, cruel, hellish, and then like merciless. Yeah, like I'm trying to remember, like, because you had 4 of them, I think you went through, right? A nightmare. It was normal, nightmare, cruel, and merciless, I think, right? It was just 3? Really? Fuck. Okay.
You can kind of think of it as like a new game plus. It's also a lot faster to get through the content the second time as your clear speed increases.
Yeah, sure.
That will take you to around level 65, where the endgame begins. Once we add the remaining 3 acts, we'll be removing cruel difficulty, so you'll progress straight from the end of Act 6 to endgame.
That's smart.
But what is the endgame? To explain that, I'll hand over to Mark. He can tell you all about it.
Hi, I'm Mark Roberts, Game Director on Path of Exile 2. Well, one thing that Path of Exile is known for is having a lot of distinct endgame content to choose between.
Yeah, true.
Each endgame mechanic needs to have its own progression system, areas, bosses, rewards, and player power that can only be gained from that content. We are going to be adding a lot more over time, but for Path of Exile 2, we decided to start with 7 distinct systems you can progress through.
Okay.
This is the Atlas, and it serves as the core of the endgame for Path of Exile 2. It's infinite and expands in all...
I like this. So, like, the Atlas looks more like an actual Atlas, so it's not as theoretical. Okay.
...directions. Now, we are not going to spoil the plot too much here, but corruption from the beast has blighted the land, and your objective is to help fight it. In the center of the Atlas, you will find the Ziggurat, a temple in which the Val research the fundamentals of space and time. Here, we can open portals to nearby locations and begin cleansing corruption and finding resources.
Okay.
In order to power the portal device, we will need waystones. Each waystone has a tier, which will determine the level of the monsters that you will face. To go to an area, simply click one that is adjacent to an area that you have already completed. Insert the waystone and click Traverse.
Okay.
Portals will open, allowing you and your party to travel to the area you have selected. All the areas in the endgame feel distinct from the locations and...
That's insane, by the way. Are our portal animations carrying over? Like, if you got one of the really cool portal animations, does that carry? Oh, it does. Oh my god.
The campaign, and we have dialed the randomization up to 11. The monster packs you will face in each map are totally random, and the combination of them can lead to some very interesting combat situations. There are over 400 monster types in early access, and they have a lot of varied and interesting abilities. Depending on which combinations you face, you might find some serious challenges. In order to cleanse the corruption from the area, you will need to defeat all the powerful rare and unique enemies in it. Once you have done that, the area will be marked as completed and you will be able to travel past it to progress deeper into the world. If you die...
Like, I love that, how when you killed the boss, all of these like little pots, there's like smoke that comes out of them, and then you have the like skeleton
completed and you will be able to travel past it to progress deeper into the world.
That's so cool.
If you die, then the map can no longer be run, and you will have to find another way around to get to the areas behind it.
Wow.
There are also all kinds of other random encounters you might run into as you play maps. One such encounter are precursor artifacts. These are ancient, corrupting monuments that irradiate the monsters around them. The monsters that feed off the corruption are drawn to their power. If you defeat the monsters and cleanse the artifact, you will get a powerful temporary buff. Some of the buffs make you faster, others rain lightning or fire around you, and some even give you increased experience or help you find better items.
Wow.
You can also find strong boxes. These enigmatic chests guard piles of treasure.
That looks so fucking cool, man. Oh man. Like when I see something like this, I think to myself, thank God I'm finally the target audience. Like it's badass.
But are always a trap.
This is great.
Monsters lie in wait to attack you the moment you open it, and the boxes often have mechanisms to unleash powerful spells or dangerous debuffs. There are different types of strong boxes containing different items, and you can even use your currency items to craft them on the fly, so you can optimize the contents. But be careful of opening one you can't handle. Sometimes you'll discover monsters frozen in essences, solidified crystalline corruption. These dangerous monsters can be broken free. If you defeat them, the essence they drop can be used to upgrade normal items to magic items with a guaranteed mod from a category. For example,
this really does feel to me, this feels like the next generation of ARPGs. I feel like there's been like games that when they come out, it's like, okay, now we know we're at the next level. I feel like this is the next level.
Could use this one on some boots to ensure a movement speed mod.
Genre-defining games, yeah.
Rarely, essences will also drop that allow you to upgrade magics to rares, adding the guaranteed mod.
Those animations are so much cleaner.
This is incredibly powerful, since it allows you to get a second deterministic mod in your crafting projects.
That's fucking
Combining
insane.
these with the currencies that are commonly found in Rayquest for modifying
What the fuck? Look at those boots. Those boots are insane.
items, and we can get a very nice pair of boots indeed.
Jesus. For leveling?
Waystones, like all items, can also be crafted using your currency items. Adding prefix mods will improve the rewards. Waystones, like all items, can also be crafted using your currency items. Adding prefix mods will improve the rewards, while suffix mods increase danger. The more dangerous a map is, the more waystones will drop. Adding mods to your waystones is key to progressing to higher tiers and sustaining them, but it will require you to take on larger challenges.
Yeah.
There are a variety of factors you have to consider when crafting your waystones. Some maps will have higher density, some lower, some have more magic and rare chests, or monsters, some are more linear, and others more open. Make sure you explore and think about what makes certain maps good if you want to maximize your returns. As you cleanse corruption from higher and higher tiers of the Atlas, you will gain points that you can spend in the Atlas tree. This tree allows you to juice the danger and rewards of all areas in the endgame. You could increase the number.
So they're changing the way the Atlas tree looks. It's not all interconnected. They're like separate constellations. Because if you look at this, right, it's like that's the Breach constellation, but some of these are connected, right? I think that this one is the strong box. Like this one's in the game now. Just wait. Okay.
You could increase the number of monsters, the number of rares, the number of precursor artifacts or strong boxes, even the quantity of item drops. As you explore the in-game world map, you'll notice various different biomes, from snow-capped mountains to dense jungle valleys. Most maps are restricted to certain biomes. As you continue to explore deeper into the Atlas, there are all sorts of things to discover. These cities are constructed by different peoples of Rayquest, and have specific items that can be found there. These strange structures marked on the map don't appear to do anything for now. Perhaps you'll work out how to use them later. You might find unique maps like Untainted Paradise, an undisturbed island full of beasts that give an extreme amount of experience. You may even find a lonely man just enjoying his retirement who will give you a unique item for free. In addition, you can find special areas that would make a good spot to set up.
153 divisé par
Clear
6.
these areas of their hostile inhabitants, and you'll be able to claim them as your own home.
15 divisé par 3,
You
5.
can decorate your
Par 6
hideout
de
as you
fois
see
5.
fit, and invite various NPCs to join you there to create your own personal base of operations. A great tool for exploration are towers. These mysterious precursor constructs are dotted around the atlas. Completing the tower will reveal a large area around it, allowing you to scout out your next challenge. There are a lot.
It's not even. This is that they. This is guys. This is a free game. Like, what the fuck? This is fucking insane, and it's not even done. Let's keep going. This is fucking insane.
Lots of things to find, so keep looking. Some sections of your atlas are influenced by corruption. This adds extra modifiers to the maps in the region, increasing
this is what the atlas used to do with like Elder and Shaper influence.
Difficulty and reward.
Vas-y 5 fois.
Here, slaying monsters in close proximity to each other will cause the vestiges of corruption within them to merge together, forming powerful and grotesque abominations.
Yeah.
You may have noticed while looking at the atlas that some of the areas have these icons above them. The icon indicates that the area contains some kind of special encounter. This icon indicates that the area has a powerful boss. Because only 1 in 4 maps contain a map boss, we are able to make them very powerful and very rewarding. These
So every map doesn't have a map boss. That's interesting.
bosses come from the campaign, but have had their difficulty increased with changes to AI and some of their abilities.
Alright.
It's worth noting that because you can see where the bosses are, you can choose to take them on or avoid them. If you do choose to hunt bosses though, then you will be rewarded with special points for the boss hunting section of the Atlas skill tree. The points here will allow you to specialize in boss killing, giving you much greater rewards for defeating them.
That's good.
For each different type of content in the endgame, we are adding specialized trees in order to make it so you don't feel the need to respec your points when you change between different types of content. We will be showing you 7 of...
this was one of the things, like, I felt, I don't know if they still had this, but whenever I was playing last, and like playing seriously, I felt like it was always a waste for me to use certain invitations, because I could sell the invitation to somebody who had their Atlas spec'd to like farm Ubers for that invitation, right? And so it made it to where like I didn't do the capstone fights, and I feel like the game, like you want to do the capstone fights, right? Like you should want to remove that.
These by the end of this presentation, so there is still a lot more to come. Bosses are not the only icon you will see on the Atlas. Let's take a look at one of the in-game systems, Breach. If you played PoE 1, you might be familiar with Breach. For PoE 2, we have created sequels to several PoE 1 leagues. While the mechanic is familiar, the monsters, bosses, rewards, and progression are all new. A breach is a tear in the fabric of reality. Opening it will allow you to see the demons and otherworldly monstrosities that lie in wait on this other plane of existence. By engaging with a breach, you'll create a bridge between their world and Rayquest. In order to keep the breach open, you will need to kill the demons that pour forth. The faster you can kill the monsters, the more monsters you will fight, and the more loot you will find. You can also find clasped hands that will open and drop more items if you run over them. These can be a good boost to the rewards of the breach, so keep an eye out.
How about we start with a big fat knuckle sandwich?
Now, Dell can provide the storage that fast-paced train networks need, securely managing data across clouds with consistently powerful performance, so you can keep everything on track.
One of the rewards that you may find while fighting monsters from Breach are tablets. Tablets are special items that can be used with precursor towers to add more encounters to the Atlas. Breaches will drop Breach tablets. Clicking on a completed tower will allow you to...
I want to read that. Breaches in your app contain one additional clasp. Okay. Those are the things that you click on that like they open up and they drop loot. 6 maps in range contain breaches.
Clicking on a completed tower
chance
will
we
allow
can
you to
change
consume the
that.
tablet to add more breaches to areas within range of the tower. This makes all the content in the Atlas self-sustaining. Want to do more breaches? Find the tablets, add them to your towers, get more
So they're
breaches,
like,
getting more
scarabs,
tablets.
yeah.
Soon your Atlas will be covered in otherworldly domains. In addition, like all items in PoE, you can craft them. Use your currency to add mods to your tablets, allowing you to upgrade all the breaches in range.
Damn.
Tablets can have up to 2 mods. These mods do things like adding extra rare monsters, extra clasped hands, or even mods to density of breaches, allowing you to keep them open longer. Often you will find multiple towers near to each other.
Like, I really hope that, who was it? Was it Sirius that dropped the one thing that like you could put in there and would make like all the monsters like really powerful or something like that? I really hope they add one of those as like a unique high level thing that like super juices your mouse.
But with overlapping areas of effect. This
Like
can allow you
this
to
is really
really
cool.
juice the mechanic by stacking the mods from multiple tablets.
Ooh.
In your fight to hold the breach demons at
Like
bay,
an overlap.
you may want to use the powers of their world against them. Each in-game mechanic always has player power that can only be gained from that mechanic, and Breach is no different. In Breach, you will find catalysts, items that can increase the quality of rings and amulets by improving specific mods. You
Yeah,
can
this is
also
the game
find
already.
Breach rings, a special base type that can have its quality improved by catalysts up to 50%. In this case, you could create a ring with around 170 life. Breach rings can become some of
So like these rings are kind of functioning like the items from the Lake of Calandra. I don't know, like, because that's like the only time I ever see like that number. No, I don't think so, right?
the strongest rings in the game, giving you some good motivation to face the demon hordes. In addition, each endgame mechanic needs to have a pinnacle endgame encounter. While killing breach monsters, you may find breach splinters. Collect enough of these and you'll be able to create a breach stone. Using a vile technology called the Realm Gate, you can use your breach stone to access their domain and bring the fight to them. In this twisted domain, you will find nothing but a single massive breach. Triggering it will reveal hordes of breach inhabitants. And should you be fast enough, you will be able to fight their leader, Zesht. We that are one. This is just one of the pinnacle encounters of PoE 2. We won't be showing the rest of them, so you will have to discover them for yourself. But rest assured, this is some of the hardest content we have ever made. All of these encounters have specific uniques that can only be found from them, but that's not all. We still have the progression system. Defeating Zesht.
Somebody brought up a really good point there. Look how good these telegraphs are. This is so much better. This is, I think, one of the main things that people were critical of. Oh, man.
Will give you points to allocate into the breach section of the Atlas tree.
Yeah.
Allocating these points will make breaches and the breach domain even harder, but will give you more rewards.
Hold up,
Will give you points to allocate. We still have the progression system. Defeating Zesht will give you points.
So you have to defeat the capstone bosses for that type of content in order to unlock the Atlas skill tree for that type of content? So you're like leveling up each... Oh, wow.
To allocate into the breach section of the Atlas tree. Allocating these points will make breaches and the breach domain even harder, but will give you more rewards. The small nodes will increase the difficulty of the twisted domain, while the large nodes have more specific bonuses. For example, this node adds more clasped hands to your breaches, and adds a pack of magic monsters that can guard them. Get some more points and you can allocate Waking Nightmare, which will double the number of splinters you get from clasped hands.
That's a lot.
And inflict you with a mysterious debuff. In order to earn more points, you will need to defeat Zesht at a higher difficulty, and some rewards from Zesht can only be found by increasing the difficulty of the Twisted Domain above certain thresholds. Defeating Zesht at difficulty 4 will be a challenge indeed, but there are many more threats in Breaklast.
Damn.
Ritual altars are sacrificial sites built.
I like Ritual a lot. I think Ritual's awesome.
By the mysterious King in the Mists.
Yeah.
If you encounter this symbol on the atlas, then you know that the area contains ritual altars. Ritual altars demand tribute. Every monster you slaughter in the circle will feed the altar. After the sacrifice, touch it to begin the ritual.
Okay.
The monsters you just killed will be resurrected by the King of the Mist's dark magic, and you must fight to survive.
Yeah, you can kill bosses.
The tribute you have offered to the altar can be spent to buy powerful items, but they can be expensive.
Whoa.
To gain more tribute, you will want to find more altars. Each successive ritual you do within an area will spawn the monsters revived by the previous ones, in addition to the ones you sacrifice next to it. By the end of an area, you will be fighting a truly imposing number of foes, but will have a significant amount of tribute to spend. One of the rewards you can buy with tribute are omens. These are special items that allow for metacrafting. Crafting items that
items in your inventory, your next exalted orb will add omen prefix. Oh, we're going deep. We're going real deep. Oh my god.
Affect other crafting items. Have an item with good prefixes but bad suffixes? This omen will help you to remove the mods you don't want, while keeping the ones you do. There are a bunch more of these with different effects, but more lethal for you to discover. Now don't forget that ritual...
So like, are these omens supposed to be kind of like, in a way, replacing harvest? I wonder. Kind of, yeah, I want to see, yeah, I'm really curious about this.
Will also drop tablets, which can be used to specialize into getting more rituals. If you want to get to the pinnacle boss of ritual, then you will probably want to use them. They can also be crafted to grant mods, making your rituals more rewarding. The pinnacle encounter of ritual is the King in the Mists. Feared by the Asmeri people, he is said to have brought eternal darkness to the Wildwood. We won't show the encounter, but just like Breach, there are a range of unique items you can get for defeating him, and you will gain points in the ritual section of the Atlas tree. Some maps have been touched by insanity. A mysterious entity has taken a special interest in you. Step through the looking glass and you will find your
knight. I hope that they show another one. I hope it's a Legion. Legion was one of my fucking favorites.
Is coming to life. When you touch a mirror, the mists of delirium will spread out across the area, infecting your mind. You must stay within the mist to maintain the nightmare, which is as profitable as it is terrifying. Everything you kill will increase the rewards that drop. However, the deeper into the mist you travel, the stronger the monsters are. Be careful not to overstay your welcome. Rare and unique enemies will become vessels for terrifying demons, who will manifest out of them to unleash powerful attacks on you. The mist also offers a strange crafting material, distilled emotions. By combining these emotions, you are able to insta your enemies with a notable.
Okay, so
this is like gaining an extra passive point for free, attached to your gear. They are also particularly great because you don't have to traverse the tree to...
Just hours prior to this interrogation, 20-year-old Isaac Pence brutally stabbed someone to death and fled the scene. Over 20 college students watched as Isaac viciously took the life of their friend, Charles Starner. Unfortunately for them, they were in the middle of the woods, staying in a vacation cabin in Ohio. Help was far away, and Isaac was on the run. Over the course of the next few days, this group of college kids would work with police to hunt down this evil killer together and bring justice to their friend who was senselessly killed. But Isaac thinks he's getting away with it.
And you think that's funny?
Everyone got way too drunk, about 15 of them, all wanted to come outside and try to jump. Shit gonna happen. Yeah, I woke up and my mom said, hey, cops are right before you. I was like, what the fuck do you mean?
On the night of April 22nd, 2023, 23-year-old Dalton Flagg was celebrating his birthday with friends and family at a rented cabin in Hocking County, Ohio. But what should have been the perfect night would quickly turn out to be a tragedy. This is the CCTV footage outside the house. After a long night of drinking, an altercation ensues between a group of teens. Isaac stood in the midst of the argument with his girlfriend Sabra watching from afar. After a few seconds of back and forth, Isaac snaps, throwing a punch into the crowd. This made them push Isaac back into a car where he would strike the crowd again before setting off towards his own vehicle. However, moments later, the fist fight quickly turned into a gruesome scene. Outside of the camera's view, Isaac ran back to his car to grab something. But before he could exit his car again, he was quickly cornered by multiple people trying to force him to leave. That's when Isaac pulled out his knife and attacked. Charles Starner, the college student pushing on Isaac's car door, went on to receive 6 brutal stab wounds, struck in the neck and the back. Panic set in as everyone realized the horrifying scene unfolding in front of them. One of Charles's friends quickly grabbed him and pulled him away from the vicious attack. Isaac would then quickly get inside his car and drive off into the woods with his girlfriend Sabra. The killer, Isaac, was now on the loose and would spend the following hours attempting to cover his tracks. Charlie, on the other hand, the student he just stabbed, limped over to his friends, fading in and out of consciousness. Charlie's friend Hannah was an EMS student, but the injuries were too brutal for her to keep him alive. By the time paramedics arrived on scene, it was already too late, and Charlie would pass away. Officers at this point have no idea what led to Charlie's death. Anyone at the crime scene could be a potential killer, so they immediately rally everyone together looking for outliers.
Alright, you want to slide him over so I can do my call? That is Detective Sumner right there. She's going to start asking questions. Nice to meet you.
Top of the morning.
Yeah, great night.
Who saw what? I saw everything. Why don't you keep going over here? You saw what happened to him? Stay separate, but stand over here. Anyone else?
The 2 people who just stepped forward are Hannah and James, and they are the only 2 who are entirely drenched in blood.
You have a phone?
I believe it's right to the side of the corner.
Stand right there. Stay. Right there. Any blood on your pants or shoes? We're probably gonna take your hoodie.
James's blood stains appear to be those of a witness, since they were smooth and smeared. If he was the one who stabbed Charlie, the blood patterns would likely be sharp and scattered across the body. As for Hannah, all of her arms were covered in blood, indicating that she was likely trying to stop Charlie from bleeding out by applying pressure. Regardless, it's clear the 2 were eyewitnesses to Charlie's murder, so Detective Summers and her counterpart would immediately conduct an interview with both James and Hannah to get a clear recollection of events.
That's a body cam sitting up there on the dash. Alright, tell me what you saw, what happened, what led up to all these events.
So I had been inside the house. Once you go in and you go to the right, there's like the whole kitchen, family room, blah, 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 blah. Well, there's this one kid the whole party that, because he knew I had a background in EMS, was calling me firefighter, firefighter, firefighter. And so I showed him some pictures from like different like fires I'd been on. And then somebody got mad at him for talking to me, which wasn't even any guy that I really knew. Well, so they started fist fighting inside, like right in the the right, and the kid that's covered in blood, Jimmy and I were kind of standing off to the side, and I told him, I was like, I don't like this. I was like, I mean, everybody was trying to tear it up and stuff. Like, they were still wrestling. They got out into this main corridor right here in front of the door, but I was still sitting, like, at the kitchen table. So, I could kind of hear what was going on. But, once again, I didn't want to get on the fire. Well, I heard somebody say gun. And that's when I was like, I'm definitely going to stay in here. They're out here fighting, like, right in front of my truck. The Toyota 400. And, Jimmy, the kid that's covered in blood, was trying to separate them. And I think what happened is he pulled over just the center console, pulled a knife out, and when he did, he went straight for the neck. That's how he got the neck wound. For his back again, and he got him again back. I want to say it was like 4 or 5 stab wounds. But I mean, he did, like, I mean, it was very fast, very vigorously.
The moves Hannah describes are not supposed to be used to protect yourself from the attacker, but to kill them. One poke or a stab might be enough to deter the attacker, but 4 or 5 of them to vital parts of the victim's body is a clear indication that Isaac intended to kill.
So kind of explain this to me a little bit. So they were fighting, I guess, fist fighting over here on this side?
Yeah, they were fighting on this side.
Okay. And then what happened?
That guy, I think his name's Isaac, he got up, came over to his car, which was right where the...
Got up, so he got knocked down?
I don't know. I was standing on the porch at that time.
He was over here on the porch?
Yeah.
Okay.
But I just saw them all go down there.
Can we stop with the self-care weeks? Like, what if we did adult weeks instead? Think about it. Instead of laying in bed and rotting away, we literally just dedicate an entire week to tackling all of the that we just put away. Dental appointments, eye exams, finances, trips. Imagine how much smoother life would be if we just got all of that sorted in one go. And here's a simple way to make sure it all gets done too. Instead of letting all of these tasks pile up, organize them into an adult week. I use an AI tool to plan everything. So I just spend 10 minutes at the start of my day dumping at the 5,000 things on my to-do list, and it sorts everything for me, like dentist, chores, budgeting. It's like wiping your mental gutter clean. So if you're tired of letting the adult stuff slip through the cracks, give this a try. There's a link in the description so that you too can make your next week an adult week. Trust me, you'll thank yourself later.
He was parked right next to the 4Runner, so he went to get in his car, and that's when everything happened. But I saw him start stabbing Charlie, so that's when I kicked his door to kind of stump him, and then I pulled Charlie away and then onto the other side, and that's when we were all just holding him.
Did he know he had a knife at that point, you think?
No, nobody knew.
Okay.
And after that, I just kept my arm around Charlie to hold pressure on all his wounds. And that's why there's blood from this side of the 4Runner over, because after I drug him there, that's where I sat the whole time until you guys got here.
It just, I trust my gut feeling. Tonight was just not ready. That was terrifying. I understand. It was just an absolute show, and I came out to the porch to make sure, like, I was honestly kind of scared I was going to get shot, because they had said, you know, there might be a gun, but I wanted to be here in case somebody got hurt.
Isaac had called over the phone and threatened to come back and finish the job, further confirming to police that this was not an act of self-defense. While Jimmy and Hannah's interviews provide detectives with a clear picture of what led to the stabbings, both witnesses had never met Isaac before. However, police still know nothing about the actual person who committed this murder. So Detective Summers decides to bring in Dalton, the party's host, who also happens to be Sabra's brother, and he would reveal some twisted information crucial to solving this case.
So walk me through, how long have you guys been here?
We've been here the whole weekend. We got here Friday, like 4 p.m. I think it was. And literally, like, all these people, I was making sure everybody had, like, safe rides home. Like, I didn't want people driving. Like, if you're driving, like, there's plenty of room to stay. Everybody can stay. And I was making sure everyone was leaving, and Isaac Pence, the one that he was belligerent, and I said, dude, I was like, you have a safe ride to go home. Just leave. There's no, like, there's no reason for anything. You're, like, everybody's going home. Half the people are sleeping, trying to go to bed. Like, I was when this all went down, I was telling everybody to get him out, like, just get him out of here, tell him to leave, get him out of here, and then they all start freaking out. He stabbed, so I was like, we all were freaking out, like, I was like, I'm so much in shock, like, I did not know what to do. I was up in there, and Hannah and Jimmy, they were all holding, like, on him. I was like, just keep pressure on him, like, I don't know what to do, like, and they were all calling.
Who is him?
Who's?
Him. When you're saying that they were holding pressure on him.
Chuck, the one that got stabbed. Charlie, Hannah, and Jimmy, they were holding pressure on him after, like, they were like, he stabbed him, and, like, Isaac hopped in the car after immediately and sped off up through here.
Okay. Who was Isaac with? Who did he sleep with?
My sister stayed with him. Isaac's had issues in the past. He's put his hands on my sister, and he's just went to jail 3 months ago. My mom.
Isaac Pence was someone that should never have been at this party in the first place. He already had a history of being violent, as Dalton explained, and to make matters worse, he was deadly drunk. Flailing around, assaulting everyone that came into view, it was only a matter of time before someone got seriously hurt. It just so happened that Dalton telling Isaac to leave made him explode. More importantly, Dalton explained that Isaac went to prison for assaulting his mother. This is very important information, as it could prove in court that Isaac had pre-existing tendencies of assault. Detective Summers plans to speak to Dalton's mother face-to-face, but before she's able to do so, she receives disturbing information that changes the case completely.
They went to the hotel room where Saber's mom is staying. She told him to get their shit and get out. I don't know if she doesn't know if it's coming back to finish when he started or what.
Oh, nice. Cool. Hope he does.
I'll hit him for the top.
Alright, good luck. Go with God.
With these claims in mind, police would have everyone evacuate the premises and lock down the cabin. Fortunately, Isaac would never show, and the hunt for Isaac Pence would go cold for the night.
I'm Lieutenant Ambush. This is Detective Randall. Okay. They just need to say that they know about what happened last night.
I know. I was supposed to be at work at 6 o'clock this morning. I was woke up at 3 a.m. by my daughter calling me on the phone. She was hard to understand. I could tell she was intoxicated. And she was very hard for me to understand what she was saying. I knew there was a fight. She said a fight was breaking out. She said I've lost my glasses. I don't have my glasses. I don't have my purse. I don't have a shoe. I was trampled on. Dalton and Isaac. Dalton is my son. Isaac is not been bad blood, but Isaac's not treated Saber very well. We had a court case not too long ago where he threw me across the room. So Dalton's just protective of his sister, worried for her safety, really. So he told her yesterday he's not to come if he's been drinking. Well, when he got out of the car, he already had an detainer on him. And Dalton said he tried to get him to leave all night. Several times he tried to get him to leave, and Isaac wouldn't leave.
Okay. So this is what she told you on the phone, correct?
Yeah. And then I said, Saber, where are you going right now? Where are you? She said she first told me they were at Isaac's house. I said, Saber. Okay. But I could hear this in the background. I could hear Isaac talking to somebody. And she was still sitting in the car. And I said, if you're at your house, if you guys are at your house, why are you still sitting in the car? She was like, well, I don't know where we are. I said, Saber, ask Isaac where you are. So she asked Isaac where they were. Isaac said, it's okay, I stopped at a buddy's house. And I said, okay. I don't know what buddy. I know they said something on Chicken Coop Road. But then they left there and came to the room. They were in my room. Maybe 20 minutes. And I told Isaac he needed to leave. He said, he was calm when I was talking to Saber on the phone. to finish something off.
What time was that?
That was, they left my room at 19 till 5.
5 a.m.?
Yes. Because then I called my mom, because I said, obviously, I don't know what's going on. I'm not going to work today. And I called McDonald's, I'm a manager at McDonald's, and I called him and said, I don't really know what's going on. This is all I know, but I know my kid, I don't know, I just feel like I'm not being told everything, and
Twinings, dégustez la vie.
I still can't believe this.
It's frankly terrifying that despite the facts that Saber just watched her boyfriend stab someone to death, all she cares about is getting her belongings back before work the next day. This ignorance and complete disregard for their crimes is something that both Isaac and Saber should be held accountable for. Police would go on to get written statements from everyone at the house that night, adding to the pile of evidence against Isaac. However, the next day, Hannah and James would show up to the station to provide police with the most damning evidence they've received yet.
Obviously, a lot was going on yesterday. So, remember how I said I had been on the porch? Well, I flew off the porch so fast, and I ended up on the hood of my truck because I thought Isaac was going to hit my car.
Okay.
So I started recording a video in the circumstance that he hit my car. And I captured the entire static. I captured Sabra, the female who's in the passenger seat. You can see her reach in the back seat with her flashlight on her phone on. There should see the drones in the back. And then that's him driving him away. Honestly, if you put the brightness on the video up, we might be able to see a little bit better. So, just go so fast. But it's him standing up in the door up there. There's Saber getting in the back seat. She grabs something, she tosses it onto his seat. Tosses what? Something from the back seat onto his car seat. That Isaac's on. So Isaac's right there in the middle. He's the one standing up there. That's his arm yelling, telling him. Then he's stabbed right there. And that's Jimmy grabbing him and pulling him back.
Unfortunately, we have to censor the evidence due to YouTube's guidelines, but an uncensored version, along with the extended 3-hour cut of the video, is available on our Patreon linked in the description. This video is a crucial step in proving Isaac guilty, as it shows clearly that Isaac did in fact stab Charlie. Additionally, Saber seems to hand something over to Isaac right before the stabbing occurs, meaning she could have potentially given Isaac the knife used to kill Charlie. With this, police have more than enough evidence to arrest Isaac and Saber. This would be an easy task, as police were able to ping Saber's phone location to Isaac's house. They would be detained shortly thereafter. However, during the investigation, they also discovered something peculiar. By tracing the car's movements found at Isaac's house, officers realized that Saber and Isaac visited 2 other locations before arriving at their own home. The first was the house of Isaac's friend, Justin Sloan. At approximately 3 a.m., just minutes after the stabbing, CCTV cameras captured Saber and Isaac stopping at the home. Why exactly they stopped would soon unravel itself as officers called Justin.
Hello? Hello, is this Justin? Yes. Hi, Justin. This is Detective McKnight, Hawking County Sheriff's Office. I appreciate you talking to Captain Robinson earlier, but I've just got a couple follow-up questions real quick. Okay. So the questions that I have is, do you know Saber?
Yes, because she knew my little brother and stuff. That's how I met her.
But this is the first time she's been to your house?
This current house that I live in, yes. Normally we all just kind of meet at our friend's house.
Was she present during the discussions when Isaac was telling you what was happening? What happened last night?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Was she present when he hid the knives?
She was in my garage on the phone with her mother.
And he left the garage to go. Did he say he was going to go do that?
Yeah, I couldn't really tell him no because I didn't know what was going on. I had no idea if it was true or not.
Okay. Do you have any idea who told the police that he was going to come back and finish the job?
I don't think. I didn't hear him say stuff like that when he was drunk and freaking out at my house, though. It might even be on camera, but I don't know.
He did say stuff like that at your house?
Kind of. It was more of like he just wanted to go back and beat up the other people that were trying to jump him.
Okay.
The killer couple hid 2 knives at Justin's home. Evidently, the two were panicking. With a fresh kill on their hands, they didn't know what to do and stashed the knives at Justin's home without him knowing. Once Justin refuses to give them shelter, Isaac and Sabra make a second stop, Sabra's mother's hotel room. It's obvious the two are panicking. Isaac knew what he did could get him in serious trouble, so instead of working with the police to prove his innocence, he hid the murder weapons and ran. The evidence points to Isaac as a clear killer who murdered an innocent college student for no reason. With little to no evidence proving this statement to be wrong, detectives decide it's time to conduct their first formal interrogation with Isaac. The goal of this interrogation is to get Isaac to admit to the murder, and then slowly break his attempt at claiming self-defense until he has nothing left other than to admit his evil actions.
Why don't you tell me a little bit about yourself? You live on Hickoryton Road? Okay, how long have you lived there?
About 6 or 7 years now.
Who do you live there with?
My mom, my stepdad.
Okay.
I got a little brother, a little sister.
Okay.
And then Sabra and my 2 kids.
Okay. And who's Sabra?
My fiance.
Okay. And how old are your children?
One is 1 and one is 4 months.
Okay. Alright.
On the surface, it might look like Isaac is a proud father, but he's hiding more than a few skeletons in his closet. When officers arrived to arrest him, his home's condition was beyond deplorable. The pungent smell of ammonia, likely accumulated from urine, filled up every single corner of the home. But that wasn't even the worst part. Isaac was a well-known abuser, and in his girlfriend's mother's words, Sabra was his biggest victim. This meant that the children he tries to speak so dearly about were the same ones who, according to people close to Isaac, had to live in a house that stunk of urine, all the while seeing their mother be abused on the regular. To many, it might seem that Isaac's complete disregard and ignorance of anyone but himself is what landed him here in the first place. Yet, in his eyes, he seems to think that he's done nothing wrong. In fact, as the interview continues, it's almost as if he sees himself as the victim.
So, sounds like you guys came up here for a birthday party, is that correct?
Yeah.
So whose birthday was it?
It was her brother's birthday. Me and her brother never got along.
Okay.
I was sitting there the whole time and I was like, I know this is a bad idea. I want to make her happy. So it's like, I will try to put my pride aside. Let's go ahead and go. We were there. Everything was good. It was completely.
When did you get there?
This is around 8:30. Well, everything was completely fine, and we were having a good time. She ended up having a panic attack because she wanted to get into a hot tub. She was way too drunk, and she's, he's gonna be mad if I get in a hot tub. I said, hey, you're fine. Go get in a hot tub. She's like, well, there's other dudes in there. I said, listen. I'm not getting in the hot tub because I'm wearing work shorts or work pants, work shirt. I'm not getting in the hot tub. I was like, you want to get in there? Go ahead.
Notice how Isaac completely leaves out the facts that he, too, was belligerently drunk. Pay attention to how Isaac cleverly leaves out details that may diminish his story.
She gets in there, everything's fine. Well, later on that night, she's outside, and we're all standing out in the hallway.
She's outside, so...
Yeah, she's out on the patio.
Who's she?
I see.
Okay.
And then it was me, her brother, and I think like 2 other guys.
Alright, what's her brother's name?
Don't.
Okay.
so I pushed him back. Well, Dalton thought that I pushed his girlfriend Horizon. And so he got all pissed off. That's when everyone tried to jump me. Well, I kind of know what I'm doing a little bit. So I started throwing him to the side. And that's when I was like, you know, I'm not trying to be anybody, so just toss me to the side. I got in my car. I was telling Saber, I was like, hey, if you want to go, then we're going. Well, they came and they got in past her car, and they took her sunglasses, or no, her actual glasses and her purse out, trying to keep her to just stay there. Oh, you're gonna stay here. And I was like, well, with everything going on, like, I'm going to leave. Because
you said you just want to leave?
Yeah, it was 10 to 15 guys.
Okay.
And they all said they were gonna try to fight me. Well, then this one comes up to my car door, came up and he was kicking my car. I mean, once they started sitting there trying to bust the glass to get to me, that's when I put out a knife. I was like, hey, you need to back up. And they didn't want to. No, they ended up opening my car door.
What car door?
My driver's side car door.
They did?
Yeah. It was 2 to 3 guys were sitting there, and they were just yanking on it. I was trying to hold it as good as I could, and it was 3 guys sitting there pulling on it. And I was like, I'm not gonna let my door break. I was like, hey, you guys need to back up. Like, this is not going down right here. And they didn't want to listen. So I was like, listen. Just start poking out a little bit.
Immediately, Isaac's story contradicts all of the witness statements thus far. Isaac claims he was the one trying to leave the party, while everyone else claims they were trying to get Isaac to leave. Unfortunately for Isaac, the phone recording, CCTV footage, and mountains of other evidence go directly against what he's saying. But, for now, detectives will let Isaac create a detailed narrative without confrontation, so that they can use it against him in later interrogations.
Like, I didn't try to do it to physically hurt anybody really bad, but I did it just to, like, poke, like, hey, I have a knife, calm down. Well,
Where did you get the knife?
Oh, it was in my car.
Okay.
I use it for work.
Okay.
Because doing construction,
Okay.
we used to cut plastic and everything.
Okay.
They wouldn't stop. They just kept going. So I tried to stab the one guy in the arm just so they would go. Well, as soon as I stabbed him in the arm, they left. The other 2 guys took off completely.
Okay.
And that's when Saber got in the car and I took off. I left, got somewhere safe. I called my mom. I was like, hey, I should not be driving right now. And a bunch of shit has popped off. I was like, I need to figure out something. I gotta go somewhere, but I don't need to be driving.
So you stabbed the guy in the arm one time?
I think it was twice.
Twice? Sure wasn't more than that?
I don't think so.
Okay.
So when you left, you said you called mom, right? So did she come get you from there?
She was not able to.
Gotcha. So did you go, where'd you go after that?
I went straight home.
Isaac is blatantly making lie after lie. Every lie he makes during this interrogation will only come back to haunt him once he's presented with factual evidence.
The knife. Or what's its location?
Should still be in my car.
Should be in the car. So,
If I didn't drop it after.
gotcha.
So it's either in the car or it's at their house.
Gotcha.
Detectives would wrap this interrogation up quickly as they got exactly what he needed. Isaac doubled down on his claims of self-defense and lied through his teeth in order to do so. Now that they have these statements on record, Isaac is going to have a really hard time proving his innocence once he's confronted. But for now, police have another issue to address. It's still unclear what Saber's role was in the murder. The phone recording could indicate that she handed Isaac the knife, so she could be equally as guilty for the crime as Isaac is. However, their one priority is to convict Isaac and extract the truth of what happened that night. So they sit Saber down for her one and only interrogation, with plans to slowly build the pressure until she breaks down and confesses everything.
Start out at, let's say, 8 o'clock last night. What time did you get to that party?
So I was at work and then I got off at 7. I was at the party. I had to tan really late. so I didn't get down until about 7:30. I went home. He was asleep when I got there. Isaac was. So I woke him up. I was like, "So go." He's like, "Yeah, let's we'll just go for a few hours because I was supposed to open today." Well, once we got there, my mom was like, "Yeah, I want to drink with you. Like, just stay, and then we'll make sure you're open." I just decided to sit on the couch because I was like, "I know I gotta get up in the morning. You know, I gotta go to work. I don't want to get too wasted." So I was just sitting on the couch, and they're still having a good time. Isaac's having a good time, and all of a sudden I hear this big arguing, and I was like, "Oh my gosh, please stop, Isaac." I go out and I hear a bunch of different stories. Isaac and a few other people are saying that he accidentally pushed Horizon, which is my brother's girlfriend. Then my brother's sitting here saying he intentionally pushed her. I don't think he intentionally pushed her. He's not the type of person. He's not violent, especially with girls. Because his mom was abused by his dad, so he knows what it's like. And he's seen his mom go through all of that. So I know he's not that type of person.
It's awfully odd that Saber describes Isaac as non-violent and doubles down on him not being the aggressor the entire night, because all of the previous witnesses stated otherwise. Isaac has had a thorough history of abuse, and everyone besides Saber clearly remembers him being the aggressor the entire night. There is a good chance that the reason why Saber is defending Isaac is a far more deep-rooted issue. Trauma bonding occurs when an individual suffers from cycles of abuse, followed by positive reinforcement. This causes the victim to develop a strong emotional attachment to the abuser, which can result in a rationalization of the abuser's behavior. Considering the fact that Isaac has abused Saber's mom, one might question if he's really the saint Saber makes him out to be in their relationship. But for now, all that Saber wants is to defend Isaac, because to her, it doesn't matter if he's a murderer.
And they're sitting here arguing. I'm trying to talk to Isaac to calm him down because I'm one of the only people that can calm him down. I'm like, "Okay, let's just, if anything, let's just go in your car, sit for a couple hours, and then we can go home." Then they followed us outside. It was 10 guys, all of my brother's friends, and this guy, I think his name is Clay. I don't want to be wrong. He goes, "Are you really starting problems again?" And I think he might have thought maybe when I had my panic attack that Isaac was starting some sort of drama, but he pushed Isaac. Isaac went flying back into a car. I tried to intervene and just trying to get Isaac away because I didn't want to see my brother fight Isaac. And that to happen. They end up back behind Isaac's car. They end up going down that hill. I'm following them, trying to, break it up. Somehow I fall and they're trampling all over me. I have a big bruise on my knee. And Isaac, he got in the car and he goes, "Saber, come on. I didn't even know someone got stabbed until way after we left. And Isaac was like, "I think I stabbed that dude. I think I stabbed him." I was like, "Oh my god." Isaac was like, "You literally ran away. That's not what you should do." And I think we stopped at his friend's house because his friends lived shortly down the street. He was flipping out because he was he's like, "Oh my god, I don't want to get in trouble. Then he ended up falling asleep. So I had an alarm at 7, so I could try and wake up and get time to call someone and see if they were up at that time. And then at that time, that's when I hear pounding on our front door. And I walk out, and Isaac's mom was like, Isaac needs to get out of here. There's a bunch of cops out here drawing their weapons. He's got to go out.
It's clear Saber doesn't intend on cracking, so detectives decide it's time to put the pressure on Saber and get her to confess.
Can't think of anything else that you got to tell us or didn't mention?
Not that I know of.
Okay. How well do you know Justin?
I know him not really well. I just know that him and I were friends for a couple of years.
How long were you at the house talking to Isaac?
5 minutes. 5 to 10 minutes. Only 5 to 10 minutes. As far as I know, I went in the week, then we were out there for a little bit, and then we left.
I'm sure that somebody's already kind of explained things to you, right? So, mother to mother, you love your children, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you want to see your kids again someday, right? Because today, somebody's actions made it so a mother lost her son, a father lost his son, somebody lost their boyfriend, okay? Several friends lost another friend who bled out at the hands of someone that you care about, and you know something.
I
You were there.
Yeah, but I didn't know he got stabbed. I didn't know that until after we left.
If you're trying to protect this man, you're gonna go down as an accomplice for murder.
I'm not, I promise.
You know something.
I got knocked down and I was on the floor or on the ground, and then I got up and I didn't see anyone on the floor. I didn't see anyone else on the floor. I swear. I'm trying to protect him.
So what did he say after he stabbed him? Because you guys drove away together. He had to have said something.
He didn't. He really didn't. He said, I don't even think he said anything. He just got in the car. I got in the car, and then we left. And then shortly after that, he said that he stabbed someone.
I'm gonna tell you that I talked to his parents, and they said that he's an explosive, angry, violent drunk.
He is, and he is. He's never been like aggressive to me. He gets aggressive, and he punches back windshield. He does stupid things when he's drunk. I'll be the first to admit that.
Listen. He died. He's dead. He's gone.
I know, and that's Greg's.
So, your honesty today is imperative about what happened. Your honesty today is the paramount of what we need. Okay? You're not telling us. You're hiding some stuff back because you're protecting us. Right? Now listen to me. I've spoken to your mother on the phone.
So did I.
You know he's violent against me, correct? He's been violent before against me, correct?
He was violent against your own mama.
Yes, he did push my mom.
He did what?
He pushed my mom.
Pushed your mom?
Because he went to court for it. She punched him first, and then he pushed her. So I will say that yes, but he has never laid a hand on me. He's never done anything like that.
You told me earlier that you would never do that to me, correct?
I totally forgot about my mom. I'm so sorry.
It's your mom. How can you forget about your mom? You're trying to protect him. Okay?
I'm gonna tell you right now that my specialty is domestic violence, sexual assault, and crimes against children. And the living conditions that your children are in are a crime. A deplorable, sickening crime. I'm 35 years old and I could barely breathe in that house. There's dog feces everywhere. The ammonia in that house is horrible. We've made a referral to have your children emergency room. I'm gonna tell you that. I'm gonna tell you, you know how I know you're full of shit? You went to your mom's, you went to Justin's, all before you went back to the house. I talked to your mom.
I did go to my mom's. I totally forgot. I am so sorry.
Are you forgetting because you were drunk? Or are you forgetting because you were high?
Forgetting because she doesn't want to tell us the truth. The only thing I can have is I can see it.
For cold and flu symptom relief, there's a comforting cup of Neocitrin, the power of soothing relief.
She was lying, or she was scared, but she finally told us the truth.
I was scared.
Okay. You knew that he threw the knives at Justin's house, correct?
Yes, and I apologize. I was scared.
You had the gun at the bar.
And I'm being honest to God, I didn't see a gun. I didn't know who had a gun. I know my brother has a gun registered in his name.
Your brother had a gun?
I don't know. I didn't see one.
Okay. What did you see about the stabbing?
I didn't see it, and I'm being completely truthful on everything. I didn't see anyone get stabbed. I didn't see anyone fall to the floor. I didn't see anything. This is when I think all of this stabbing happened when I was around.
Well, is there anything else that you think that we should know about? Is there anything that you want the prosecutor to know? Because now's the time to make your case if you feel that you have one.
Like write out an apology letter for lying to us about that.
Unfortunately, it doesn't seem like Sabra is going to crack anytime soon. However, her lying is just as bad as Isaac's, so convincing her shouldn't be much of a challenge. Additionally, her cathartic behavior only strengthened the case against Isaac, as she revealed that they did in fact hide the knives at Justin's home, giving detectives another lie to confront Isaac with. So once and for all, using all the evidence they've collected for the last several days, detectives sit Isaac down for a final interrogation.
We're gonna redo Mirandize you since we've had a break in between. Do you know what your Miranda rights are? Okay, I'm gonna read this to you.
After reading Isaac his rights, he would recount everything that happened the night of the murder. We've heard his story multiple times now, so I'll fast forward through that portion of the interrogation.
So, I'm gonna tell you the only thing you have left in this world is your integrity. You know what integrity is? Yeah, your honesty. And I'm gonna tell you that I have found about 40 loopholes already in your story. And I know the truth. I'm not gonna ask you a question I already don't have the answer to. Okay, that would make me a horrible detective. Been here since 3:30 this morning. The last thing I want is your bullshit. Okay? I am giving you honesty and I'm giving you the opportunity to come clean. Okay? If I go to the prosecutor and say he gave me a line of crap, you know what they're gonna do? They're gonna throw the book at you come court time. If I go to the prosecutor and I say, hey, this is a guy who made mistakes because we all make mistakes. We do it every single day. I'm not a perfect person. Dave's not a perfect person. We've done and seen some fucked up things. Okay? What you did last night is fucked up. You killed somebody.
What?
He's dead.
And I died.
Yeah, he died at 8:31 this morning. The world lost a father. He leaves behind a 9.5-month-old son named Jet. Okay? Somebody lost their son this morning. A mother and father lost their son. A girlfriend lost her boyfriend that she held compression on for several minutes waiting for a medic to get there to try and save his life. He died at Grant this morning and you're facing murder charges.
I didn't know that.
He did, because you didn't stab him twice. You stabbed him multiple times. Way more than twice. And I've interviewed probably 15 or 16 people today that have painted a pretty gruesome picture of both. This is your chance to be honest about it.
I was just trying to get them to stop.
You get one shot at this, and one shot only. I've talked to your mom. I know you are a very violent, explosive person. I know you drink almost every weekend. You left her in the care and custody of your 2 children, Draco and Waylon, who are 13 months and 4 months old. I've been inside your bedroom. I've been inside your car. I've had a very deep conversation with your girlfriend's mother, and everyone that was at that cabin. You get one shot at this with me, and that's it. You want to start over?
With this brilliant confrontation, the detective successfully convinced Isaac to start again with his story. Just like in Saber's interview, he already gave his version of events before this, so any mistakes he makes now will seal his fate.
Start at the very beginning. How did you end up there?
Ended up because Saber wanted to go, and I told her that I would go with her. And so we ended up going. But we've never got along, me and her brother. And of course, brother's friends aren't gonna like me if he don't like me. But he said that he was gonna be cool, calm, and collected. I said I would do the same. And I was until everything blew up. And once everything blows up, then I just blow up and I end up blacking out.
How much cocaine did you do last night?
I didn't do anything.
I know there was cocaine there. I have already found the cocaine.
I didn't do anything.
Did you smoke weed?
No.
How much did The scrapes on your side?
Yeah, I got scrapes all over my side, and I have a big knot right here where I got hit.
Okay. So you get pushed down this hill and then what?
And then I think we kept on going at it.
Who's we? Because we have about 20 or 22 people now that have been at this camp.
I don't even know their names.
I saw the video, so it clearly showed you from which started the scuffle.
That's about what I remember is getting pushed. And then kind of going from there until I got my car.
When you get in your car, what happens?
That's where she grabbed the knife. He's pulling on the door thing.
I'll tell you that I have a footprint that tells me. Do you remember any of that? Okay, where to stop?
Yo, yo.
Did you get out of the car initially?
Phantoms.
Is she paying attention to what you're doing there, or is she preoccupied with something?
I think she's watching TikToks.
Watching TikToks on her phone, doing her boyfriend just said. It's pretty normal behavior, right? I mean, hey, you went home and took a nap. It was just another day in the park. But not too drunk to drive. Not too drunk to dispose of the murder weapon. Not too drunk to try and cover up the tracks. Did you know his name was Charlie? Yeah, never met Charlie before that day. So, you grab Charlie by the neck, and you stab Charlie. So you stab him 6 times. Side of his neck, right here on his face, twice in his side, once in his back, somewhere in between his head and his neck. You left. You left Charlie to lay there and bleed out like a baby. Charlie ain't died right away. Charlie died. He coded out in a trauma bay, made it in an airplane to a hospital in Columbus, made it through the surgery, and then he kaput his heart. And you know what? His kid isn't the only one without a dad. Because Draco and Rayla are gonna they're not gonna have their mom either. She went to jail today. Complicity to murder. Because she knew what she did. And I turned your kids into the state until they were 17. Because of living conditions in that house was horrible as well. So, does that change things for you? Does that put some things into perspective? Bet you weren't thinking about that because it was the night. Alright. Isaac, you're gonna stand up, put your hands behind your back, and this time you're under arrest.
At this point, Isaac has nothing more to say, and the body cam concludes shortly after. With so much evidence staring against Kelly's girlfriend, the two were placed into custody as they waited their trial. A year later, on August 26th, 2024, Sarah Flynn pled guilty to obstructing justice. This is a fifth-degree felony that comes with a maximum of 12 months in prison and a $2,500 fine. As for Isaac Pence, he was convicted of 1 count of murder, 2 counts of reckless assault, and 1 count of tampering with evidence. Later, on September 25th, he was finally sentenced to 18 years to life in prison, but he will not see the light of day for a long, long time. If you're interested in watching our uncensored, extended 2-4-hour coverages of these original cases, make sure to check out our Patreon link in the description.
For just 62 cents a day, I get the AI assistant that's gone viral, boosting your productivity by 137% and giving you an extra 10 hours a week for your own life. You can now, all in one app, add your calendars, work and personal, add your tasks, have your tasks intelligently move around the fence. This means no more draining daily planning, no juggling multiple apps, and no worrying over what to do next. Let its automated AI scheduling do the heavy lifting for you so you can crush your goals without constant reshuffling. Users quickly save 10+ hours every week once this AI defeats their daily planning goal. Keep watching to find out how it works and how it will help you get more done in less time. Stop scrambling and let Notion build your perfect schedule automatically so you get more done in less time, minus the stress. Imagine this, you have a new project, you set it to Notion, set the deadline, estimate it, give it a priority. Notion blocks out
Oh, babe. Babe. Comme ça va.
Hello, bonsoir.
Family stuff, kid stuff. No more stuff. Ok, je vais essayer de... On va essayer de... Hop. Waouh. Non, non, non. You and UFA. Attends-moi une minute. Oh. Well, ils vont devoir jouer without... I don't know what to say. Well. Let's try without. And I'll fix it later. Sad face. Let's go. Ok.
Salut.
Et ça va?
Ça va, nickel. Nickel et toi?
Ça va, ça va. Attends, Michael, c'est ton vrai nom?
Michael? Non, 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 je m'appelle pas Michael, moi.
Ah, ok, j'ai cru entendre Michael. J'étais comme, oh là!
Non, non, du tout, du tout. Mon prénom, c'est Davy. Davy.
Davy. Salut, Davy. Ouais. C'est Frédéric, mais tu le diras à personne, ok? Oroc pour tout le monde. Bravo.
Ça va, très bien. Du coup, tu lances quoi?
J'essaie de lancer le Island of Terror. Tu sais, comme le niveau 52e tiers, là, le premier.
Ok.
L'île de la terreur, je sais pas, peut-être tu l'as en français ton jeu.
Alors, donc c'est dans les donjons de coopération, c'est ça?
Ouais.
Ok. Alors, je l'ai pas encore fait, celui-là.
Moi non plus.
J'ai par contre la vallée du massacre.
Ok, toi tu l'as fait, vallée du massacre?
Alors, je l'ai fait. Par contre, on a galéré sur le boss. Puisqu'il faut avoir du high DPS, puis on était un peu low.
Ok.
Voilà.
Je m'attends à quelque chose de similaire, pour être honnête, ici, là, mais on verra.
On verra bien. De toute façon, il faut faire des essais au début.
Oui, faut forger.
Exactement.
Oh, ça commence super bien. On recherche. Wow, là, qu'est-ce qui vient de se passer?
On a perdu nos deux PU.
Ils ont eu peur de quoi? On n'a même pas bougé.
Avec nous, on a quoi, que du DPS, mais on a un heal.
Il en faut plus? Je veux dire, je peux aller moitié heal.
Ouais, toi t'es paladin en fait, hein.
Ah,
baguette et... Ouais, ok. Non, moi je suis... only DPS.
Only DPS, mais on en a besoin aussi. Fait que...
Ouais. Là, toi, tu te mets en quoi? En tank, là? Ou...
J'attends de voir c'est qui va rentrer, comment ça va aller. Je m'ajusterai. J'ai un super tank build, genre protection de gros. J'en ai un autre genre survie, aggro, que d'habitude je prends pour ce genre de choses. Donc, je sais pas lesquels j'ai. Ah bon. Je sais pas, des fois ça rassure voir un nom asiatique, peut-être. Peut-être qu'il est bon, peut-être. Oh, ben là! Ok, non, c'est nous le problème. Parce qu'ils peuvent pas rentrer comme ça direct et puis fuir.
C'est clair.
Qu'est-ce qu'ils remarquent? Qu'est-ce qu'ils ont eu le temps de remarquer? Attends, tout le monde devrait cacher leurs armes, premièrement. C'est quelque chose que j'ai demandé au groupe de faire. Ok.
Ouais, comment on fait ça?
C'est dans les options. Vous allez aller dans vos options, settings, là. Oh, attends, je vais leur demander de le faire, puis après, je vais pouvoir te guider. Je vais dire, pips.
Accessibilité, info, à mon avis, c'est sur info.
Ouais. Ah ouais, écoute. In the settings. Parce que le préjudice, ça va là?
Ok.
Settings. Ok. Moi, je suis allé dans Gameplay, qui est le premier onglet. Deuxième point, Character. Si je descends en bas, il y a Show My Info, montrer mes informations, je suppose.
Attends, c'est où ça?
Gameplay, premier onglet dans les options.
Ouais, ok.
Et sur ton côté gauche, là, tu as Character ou personnage peut-être?
Ouais, personnage plutôt, ouais.
Ok. Puis un peu plus bas sur cette liste, tu devrais avoir montrer mes informations. C'est le bouton radio qu'on peut cocher.
Alors ça, j'ai pas le... Afficher le nom du personnage.
C'est peut-être un peu plus bas. Show my
Afficher
details.
les infos.
Ah ben
ok,
voilà.
ouais, afficher. Donc ça, tu décoches.
Ouais, tu caches tout. On pas besoin de ça.
Ok. Ouais. Ok, bah pour moi c'est bon. Tu peux faire juste un check.
Ouais, attends, bouge pas. Si je regarde tes armes. Là, tu vois, je veux encore tes armes. Là, est-ce que c'est parce que je suis ton ami ou c'est comment? Attends.
Attends, c'est pas grave, je retourne.
Ouais. Laisse-moi voir les autres. Noko, tu vois, c'est caché. Rifa, je vois encore. Tunnel lock. Quelle pièce a... Toi, tu es sur PlayStation, hein?
Ouais, je suis sur PS, ouais.
Ouais.
Révéler mes armes équipées, donc ça c'est bon, j'ai viré. Normalement ça devrait être bon maintenant.
Ok, dommage, c'est un instant. Voilà. Regarde. C'est vrai, this character weapon info is hidden. Bien caché. Donc toi je vois pas, toi je vois pas, Rifa je vois. Mais elle, c'est pas le pire gear. Non plus.
Ouais, Rifa elle est bien. Hein.
Ouais.
Il me semble. Et puis sur moi c'est bon là maintenant?
Ouais, ça c'est bon, ça c'est bon.
Ok.
J'essaie de regarder, j'essaie de sortir aussi le character plate, il n'y a rien qui paraît. Alors on est Gucci. J'ai essayé encore une fois, matchmaking. Sinon on viendra juste avec des guilty, c'est tout.
Toi, t'es de Montréal aussi ou enfin la région?
Ouais. Montréal, est de Montréal.
Ok, nice.
Toi, tu me donnes un accent, fait que je sais pas, je suis pas sûr.
Ah, je sais pas. Moi, j'en ai pas d'accent.
Oh là. Ok. Cosmopolite, international, universaliste. D'origine française, c'est sûr, mais où est-ce que t'es maintenant?
Non, pas du tout. Je suis belge, mais j'habite en Suisse depuis 20 ans maintenant.
Ah, ok. Nice.
Ouais. Je suis bruxellois à la base, mais ça fait maintenant 20 ans que j'habite. Je sais pas si tu connais la Suisse ou pas.
Pas du tout. Mais je veux dire, je sais c'est où. Je sais que c'est un peu francophone, un peu allemand, puis c'est
ça.
Pain au chocolat et pas chocolatine. Au-delà de ça.
non, ça c'est en France.
Ouais, ben c'est ça. C'est vrai, vous étiez beaucoup plus modéré sur cette histoire. Là-bas, on peut même pas discuter.
Non, on s'en fout. En Belgique, on dit une couque au chocolat. Rien à voir.
C'est mieux que vous restez à l'extérieur de ce dilemme parce que
exactement.
Ça va rien arranger. Ok, c'est cool. Puis comment tu connais Agartha?
Alors c'est via Fu Manchu, qui est un pote avec qui je jouais sur un FPS Vigor.
Ok.
Donc c'est un FPS survie.
Oh, nice.
On a bien déliré ensemble et du coup il m'a présenté Richard Agartha. Et je suis venu sur Trône, voilà. Mais, bon après j'ai 43 ans moi. Je peux pas jouer toute la journée, je travaille.
C'est sûr. Je crois que c'est la moitié de la guilde, c'est à ce niveau-ci. Puis l'autre moitié, c'est aux études à temps plein. Fait que de toute façon, il n'y aurait pas plus de temps que ça. Ouais. Moi, je dois avouer, je vole du temps au travail, voilà, parce que je travaille de la maison. Mais bon, ma job me le permet. Ma job, comme je fais, c'est beaucoup du créatif là. Je m'inspire, disons.
Ok.
Ouais, non, mais sinon, il y a beaucoup de personnes qui viennent d'autres MMO, puis qui peut-être recherchent une expérience similaire à WoW ou bien à Guild Wars ou peu importe le MMO qu'ils ont joué.
Ouais, moi j'ai joué à WoW à l'époque et puis à FF14 aussi.
Ah, ok. Le grind, tu connais, il n'y a pas de problème.
Oui, ça c'est ok. Après, Throne, il a une lecture un peu différente.
Non, la traduction est à chier. Non, attends. Throne, c'est pas encore prêt. Si tu parles de la description des habiletés et tout, là, c'est pas vivable.
C'est clair, il y a encore pas mal de travail.
Il faut aller sur YouTube pour comprendre. Ah, regarde, ne quitte pas immédiatement.
Ah, nice.
Ils savent pas qu'on est des noobs. Allez. Hop. Bon, déjà, qu'est-ce qui se passe ici? Et je dois les battre? Ou pas? Ah. Oh! Ça frappe! Ah, c'est beaucoup plus fort que les autres.
Qui ça?
Les mobs là.
Ah ouais, bien sûr.
Je suis build full endurance. Hein. Yacre. C'est comme ça que vous appelez ça des sacs à PV.
Ouais. On va partir sur celui-là. Hein.
Oh. Ouais, une personne qui est déjà partie. Ouais, si l'autre il quitte aussi là, ça se peut qu'on vienne juste avec un groupe de guild parce que je crois qu'on va devoir recruter encore et encore.
Ouais, ça va être dur. Hein.
Je le vois là.
Moi, je suis juste au cap. Hein. J'ai quoi, 2500, presque 2600.
C'est correct. Souvent aussi, c'est une question de rotation puis de qu'est-ce qu'on amène pour pallier à la situation. Mais vu que je suis pas en communication avec les deux autres, de coordonner tout ça, ça fait que on reviendra si c'est difficile. Bon.
Après, moi, j'ai un build PVE, donc non, ça devrait.
Je vais juste dire, waouh, la faire comprendre que voilà. On va essayer encore une dernière fois. Bien. C'est quoi, moi aussi j'ai caché. Qui sait? Peut-être c'est moi le problème.
Après, Noko, il a un build particulier, hein, je trouve.
J'ai pas encore regardé tout ça.
Il a un build arc avec arbalète, c'est un peu space.
C'est un peu space. Tu sais, moi je suis tout pour qu'est-ce qui est off méta et tout, tant aussi longtemps que tu sais bien gérer.
Ouais, c'est ça.
Fait que,
après, il est encore sur un arc bleu, je vois, donc c'est peut-être ça aussi qui.
Ouais, j'ai hâte qu'il nous donne accès à le skirmish arena là, pour qu'on puisse se pratiquer. Là, j'ai même pas encore d'argument pour leur dire hey, écoute, ça tu devrais changer ou quoi que ce soit. On est encore dans la phase de jouer ensemble, là, mais je vois comment de la pratique pourrait profiter à quelques-uns. Laisse-moi voir. Il est là le mec. Bon. Fait que je vais pull de façon une autre safe. Essayer de... Wow. Ok, ouais, faut que je change de build. Ouais, je sais pourquoi il quitte. No juego con suego de huesco no dos huesamas. Qu'est-ce qu'il a dit, lui? En français, I don't play with Jean that hides their weapon. Mais c'est vraiment ça. Ils veulent voir ça. C'est ça qu'ils veulent savoir. Ils veulent... Ok, c'est de la pure discrimination. Non, faut pas que ça commence, cet élitisme-là. Well. Ok, je vais écrire ça, j'ai écrit well. Ouais, on reviendra avec un groupe d'amis, tiens. Pas de soucis. Bon, on retourne au grind. On va faire ça comme ça. D'ailleurs, il y a d'autres événements qu'on va devoir faire. Si vous êtes down. No, maybe we should not bring me. Non, c'est pas, it's not about you. Je vais juste écrire à tout le monde, vous do it. Bon, yo frérot, je m'en vais manger, je reviens tout à l'heure.
Yes, à plus.
made a meme because of you and Pox. Okay, all right. PoE2 content creator podcast. We're not that crazy. No, surely not. Okay, the reveal for Path of Exile 2's early access was a lot to process, and many of you have questions. We'll be answering a lot of them in this news post. Sure to check it out. So basically an FAQ about the Path of Exile 2 early access announcements here. PoE2 will launch in early access at 11 a.m. PST December 6th. Unfortunately, Path of Exile 2 will not be available on Mac OS at the start of early access, but we're keen to add this platform. Okay, so Mac gamers once again are taking an L. Unlucky? Moving on. With the purchase a unique item or div card designed for Path of Exile 2. Yes. So I was right. They are actually adding this. There you go. Divination card design is actually confirmed right there as well. So we got confirmations on Path of Exile 2 unique item sales as well as divination cards are in the game. These are some pretty major confirmations right there. Oh my goodness. Hogs got the video. Path of Exile 2 reveal was so epic it steamed Rod Ferguson. All right, what is
the
it?
genre of ARPG is starting to mean a lot of different things. Much like Souls-like and Roguelike,
Okay.
I wonder if we could normalize Diablo-like for ARPGs that follow the Diablo formula.
This right here was my favorite. Out of all the badass stuff that was showcased, this right here was my favorite.
Dude, my response to this was this. Probably just bad timing to make the tweet. I don't think it's that big of a deal, though. All right, you guys ready for why I'm excited for PoE2 as a D4 player? Let's see if Rob has drunken from the well of Path of Exile and is now a convert.
After playing PoE2 for a few hours already and now seeing the absolute nuke of an announcement yesterday from GG, I'm really excited to jump into PoE. This focus on the end game is just absolutely crazy and fresh and new to me, because coming from the...
Did he just say the focus on in-game is crazy and fresh and new to me? Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Alright, greetings and salutations, everybody! I think the PvP is about to start. Alright, well, looks like, yeah, we're gonna do some stuff. Looking sharp. Ooh, mushrooms. Guys, relax. I need mushrooms. It's important for crafting and cooking. Mostly just cooking. Is there nobody here? I don't think there's anybody here. This is wild. You don't see this sort of thing every day. This is weird. There was supposed to be PvP today, and I come here to bring you the PvP, and there's no, other than this, there's nothing. Like, did they like mess things up so much that I won't be able to do anything ever? Oh crap. Holy crap. This the guy from Gang. Alright, well, I guess here we are. Guess this is how it's meant to be. Jeez. Oh, Peach, dude. Alright. At least there's somebody here. I was getting a little bit concerned. Nah. I'm a little bit perturbed right now. Because he's just gonna have that one guy, and I don't know where he is. I don't see him. I don't remember where he would be. And there's no looking on the map. People just don't show up. Okay. Alright, I see him. I see him. You think he sees this? Oh my god, it's Ellie. Oof. I'm like... Number one! Death! The number one person on the server just got owned by little old me. Look at that. Who would have thought? Killed Ely. Okay. So maybe I'm doing all right, you know? Maybe I'm doing all right. We're still looking. I don't see anything. We're just gonna patrol. We are patrolling. Yeah, I'll take that. I would definitely take that. A little bit of blood mushroom chunks. Like a thief, I have stolen. I'm only here for the PvP, but if I can get some points and stuff, I'm mighty happy. You know? I'm mighty, mighty happy. There we go. People out here thinking things are going to... I'm down. I'm totally down. Yeah, let's go. Alright, let's check down in here. I don't really see anybody. Ooh. Here we go. Where could everyone do?
You want to hold in the basement and we'll go up?
Go ahead, come in here. The back door's unlocked, this door unlocked, these doors open right here. It is not normal.
This is Sarah Evans. She's just found the body of her good friend, Benny King, covered in blood inside his own home.
There's either that or there's blood all over the wall. I'm gonna guess the latter.
The killer, however, was nowhere to be seen, and every witness they had blamed somebody different.
All I know, he was a skinny guy, about 6 foot, 6'5", black.
With a young guy, he said, with a young white guy.
Did you talk to that down there? She's been taking all his money.
Weeks later, another murder happened across town in exactly the same fashion. They now had a serial killer on their hands, and they had to do everything they could to figure out who it was and where they were hiding out before they killed again.
Was me.
It all started on April 8th, when Akron police received this phone call.
Akron 911, what's the location of your emergency?
Oh my God.
What's the problem? What's the problem,
Ma'am, is he breathing?
No, not at the... Oh my God.
Immediately, police rushed to the scene.
Hmm? Go ahead, come in here.
Okay. You wanna go hang out over there for us so you can have room to work here?
The ground floor had been ransacked, but it was the scene upstairs that had terrified Sarah. Upstairs lay her good friend, 69-year-old Benny King, and cops would find that he'd been stabbed 33 times.
Oh. Where's his injuries at? I don't know. I have not touched him. All I did was touch him to see if he was stiff, but he's stiff and cold. So we're calling it obvious. Yeah, I'm not gonna move him. We'll let the me. Okay.
Initially, the cops had no idea what could have possibly happened to Benny, but as they explored the house more, a clear picture would slowly be painted of exactly what had happened. His bed was absolutely soaked in blood, and his walls were covered in it too. Police presumed that Benny had been attacked in his bedroom before he crawled into the hallway, begging for his life, where the killer finished the job. The majority of the cuts were to his head, neck, and upper body, but there were a few wounds on his hands as well, indicating that Benny had courageously tried to fight back. The police don't know this yet, but in just a few weeks, this exact scene would be found across town in an identical murder. For now, though, what police found in the kitchen was even more bizarre.
Any ID or nothing? Can't find anything? I didn't dig around too much there. I'm really not going to. Well, because the lady who called said that all of his cabinets in the kitchen are open, and she checks on them on a regular basis, and she's like, I don't know why that would be like that. Like someone who's sitting there looking for something. Like all the cabinets here are open. I mean, who does this?
Oddly though, nothing seemed to have been displaced or stolen. Something very strange is going on, so the cops turned to the person that discovered Benny's body, Sarah Evans, who had some crucial information that would start to spiral this case into a complex mystery.
Was it the back door that you found open?
No, the front. When I come back from 11:30, this door was locked.
Okay.
And when I called you, when I come back up, the front door was unlocked.
Okay, so you actually here this morning at 11:30, and you spoke to him then?
No, I didn't see him then. I thought he would lay down and take a nap from 3.
And then you came back a little bit after 1, and that's when you found the door open?
Yeah, it was unlocked.
Okay.
The back door is unlocked too.
11:59. Does he usually keep his doors locked?
Yeah. 23 Mo Drive, break. So I said he locks it, he goes to take a nap, but as soon as he gets up in the morning, he unlocks it.
Was the dog out when you got here?
No, the dog was in the chair.
Okay.
In the chair when I come in the door. And that's why I knew when I seen the stand over and the dog in the chair.
Detectives then asked Sarah if she could think of anyone who had any issues with Benny. That's when she mentioned 2 brothers, Justin and Johnny, who were often seen visiting Benny. Sarah also told them that they had ongoing problems with Benny and were sometimes seen fighting with each other. In fact, their most recent argument resulted in Benny chasing them off his property with a shotgun. Justin also had problems with drugs and was always on the lookout for a way to make money fast. So it's rumored that he'd stolen something of Benny's and pawned it, causing all these arguments. The drug addiction, history of exploiting Benny, as well as the gun incident just days prior, meant that police figured they finally had their suspects. But that's when Sarah mentioned a suspicious vehicle that had been spotted outside Benny's house right around the time of his death.
That was up through here earlier today, this morning, I guess. And sped away. And come back. I know it was earlier this morning. And come back. And sped away again. He said it was a younger white guy driving.
Who said that?
A guy. I can't tell you because he's in trouble. He's got warrants.
Okay. Well, what's his warrants for? Is it any
I
bad?
have no idea. So I'm just giving you the information I was given.
Okay.
This seems like vital information, but the only guy that saw it is quite literally on the run from the cops with outstanding warrants. So the officer tries to see if he can strike a deal.
Okay. Well, I'll tell you what. There's a detective coming, okay? I understand you have a friend has some warrants. If it's possible that we can guarantee we're not arresting him, not doing anything, did you guys can go ask him if he'd be willing to talk to us then?
Ordinarily, a fugitive would never agree to a deal like this, but because Benny was such a nice and respected guy in the neighborhood, he comes outside just a few seconds later to tell the cops everything he knows.
How's it going, brother?
I was out here on my friend's porch and I saw this goldish, older style Hummer, big body Hummer, speed away from over here. I didn't hear no noises like gunshots or anything.
Okay.
But
About what time was that?
10:30, 11ish.
I was up here
Maybe 12.
I come up here.
No, it had to be like.
I was up here at 11:30.
Okay, it had to be about 10:30 or something.
Okay, so between 10:30 and 11.
Because then I heard her screaming about something, and all this happened.
Okay.
Then she discovered that. I've not seen that vehicle.
You've never seen that car around here? Nothing. Did you happen to see who was driving?
A white male.
Okay.
Blondish, short hair, like kind of crew cut like yours.
Okay.
I would say anywhere from his mid-20s to early 30s. He sped around the corner so fast his tires were squealing.
Okay.
What the hell?
If the car had shown up around 12 that night, that's right in between Sarah's 2 visits to Benny's house, the exact window where Benny was murdered. And with how the car was allegedly driving, it really does seem as though this Hummer has something to do with Benny's murder. They just need to figure out who was inside. And conveniently, a neighbor overheard this conversation and told the police that he knows a man in the neighborhood that drives a Hummer exactly like the one described. Unfortunately, he doesn't know the guy's real name, only his nickname, Jaybird.
You're just assuming Jaybird being connected to a Hummer.
Correct.
You don't know.
Right, and I don't have any personal knowledge about that, but I know that I've seen him many times with
a Hummer?
Yeah, Hummer.
What color?
Roughly that color. It's like a dusty gold like that.
So you've seen Jaybird driving this goldish Hummer?
Before, yeah.
Okay.
It sounded like this Jaybird was a prime suspect, but nobody on the scene right now was able to tell them his real name. But before they're able to figure it out, they're confronted with a fourth suspect, and it was the last person that anyone had expected. This is Benny's daughter, Patricia, and as soon as she showed up on the scene, she seemed to already have her mind made up about who the killer really was.
This is his daughter. I let it know, obviously, that he passed away. But,
Did you talk to the bitch down there? Let me say this friendly. That lady down there has been paying his bills. And she's been taking all his money and not paying on his bills. So the gas bill I have not yet paid.
We don't have a bill.
So I don't have a bill to say because she's not giving him the bills. She's keeping them. She is writing on the receipts what she is supposed to have paid versus what she really paid. And this has been going on for over 3 months. So she's been ripping off for 3 months. He's never had a bill that he never paid in full until this lady down the street decided that she was going to help him. She took upon herself to help him.
There we go.
And that's her way to get her drug fix, is by taking his money.
That's right. She's talking about Sarah. Apparently, since she's taken over paying Benny's bills, they've all either been late or underpaid. Patricia is certain that she's been stealing money from Benny this way, and in fact, she thinks she might have stolen even more, too.
And his money better still be in there because I know exactly where it's at.
Where?
It's in a cabinet in this kitchen and a coffee jug.
Let's go.
I can come?
Yeah.
Usually.
Yeah, the body's not in there no more.
I'll be right back out with you. I know it.
Like this. It's okay.
Was it in there?
No, it was in a container like this.
Red Folgers?
Yep.
Where does it keep it?
It was in here. So whoever did this knows exactly where he hid his money. And she's one, and Johnny, those are the two that come down here. Those two are the suspects. I'm telling you, there's nobody else. Them two.
Everything is starting to fall into place. It now makes sense why the cabinets were flung open. Whoever killed Benny was looking for money. And that's not even the biggest revelation the cops were about to have. Not even close. Currently, they have 4 suspects, and any one of them could be their killer. Each one of these could take days to interview and process, but with every hour that passes, the killer is getting closer to finding their next victim. Luckily, after talking to another neighbor, they were given some vital information that cut down their search just a little bit and sent them in the direction of one man in particular. They were able to discover that Justin, one of the suspected brothers from earlier, had a nickname, Jaybird. The money, the gun, the drugs, the Hummer, everything was lining up, and in the cops' minds, this could definitely be their killer. So to ensure they had all the information possible, they started interviewing his brother, Johnny, so that when they got around to Justin, they'd have no trouble getting him to confess.
Oh, hell, probably afternoon. I took my dog over there so you could see him. Me and my wife did. I had her take dog around back. Then I brought the dog in for a couple minutes so he could pet it. He got pissed off about something, so we left.
What did he get pissed off about?
He did.
What did he get pissed? What was he pissed
because that little
about?
dog he's got, he don't like no other dogs. You know what I mean? Being around his little dog because he's afraid the dog's gonna eat him.
Do you go over and see him quite often?
Yep, sure do. Go over and drink a beer with him just about every day.
So you last saw him yesterday about 7:30 in the evening, or?
Yeah. What's this all about?
He's dead.
You got to be kidding me, dude.
No, I'm not.
Oh my God! I gotta go down there, dude.
The cops figured this reaction to be genuine, and as they talked to him more, they became certain that Johnny didn't know anything about the crime. But that doesn't mean his brother is innocent. In fact, what Johnny is about to say actually makes the cops even more suspicious.
Who is Justin?
Brother.
Okay, would he have seen him later than you had?
No, he ain't been a lot around down there.
If somebody said they saw him down there, that wouldn't be true?
I don't know. When I go down there, my brother ain't there.
Usually, Johnny and Justin would go and see Benny every morning at around sunset, and that's been the case for the last 3 years since his wife passed away. Johnny can't think of a reason for Justin to be down there so early, especially not on his own without telling him. Johnny was even able to provide some extra details about the disagreement they had recently, proving to the cops just how heated it had gotten between them.
He told him, look, get away from my house, don't you ever come back again. He said, I've loaned you money 4 or 5 times on this bull junk stuff that you bring me. I'm on a fixed income here. I can't just keep giving.
He physically pushed him?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
By this point, the cops had already heard all they needed to hear. 19 hours later, they managed to track down Justin and would bring him in for interrogation. Justin was left in the interrogation room for around 45 minutes before the interrogation began. This is a tactic used, among many others, to make Justin feel as uncomfortable as possible.
Hey, Justin. You are arrested for those warrants we talked about. You got 4 warrants on you. How do you know him? What is your relationship with him? Can you kind of take us through that?
My brother, he was more or less like a stepfather, pretty much.
How so?
Shook a stick and give me $1 or a cigarette or something to eat, or you know what I mean. I lived next door to him there for 4 or 5 months. Even I had a warrant, which I went and did my time and got it all taken care of. You know what I mean. If you're asking, did I kill him? No, I did not.
Seems rather straightforward from Justin's perspective. He had exactly the same nice things to say about Benny and doesn't seem stressed out or anxious about being here. He's leaning forwards towards the detective instead of instinctively pulling away. He's maintaining eye contact when he can, and his tone seems deliberate and genuine. Everything about how he's presenting himself is relaxed, as though he's just trying to give the detectives what they need and get out of there. But unfortunately, just saying you didn't murder someone isn't enough for the cops, so they decide to confront him with the evidence they've gathered against him.
So we talked to everybody in the neighborhood except for the one person that they said he banned from the house.
It was me.
So,
Yeah.
is that over money or what was that about?
Yeah, it was over money, but no, I was with my brother at his house. I told you he was drinking beer with. I had to take a shit, okay? He told me, Brandon, to tell me. Sorry.
You say anything about a shotgun?
Yeah, he did. He told my brother, he's like, I should take my shotgun down there and pump a couple of the twins in his ass. He said, my brother did. I guess. He never had a problem giving me money or anything like that. He pulled it right out of his pocket. He was a good guy. I cared for him as a dad.
Justin was banned from the house and there was an argument over money, but it doesn't seem like he held that against Benny at all. But the detectives find this strange. All the signs pointed towards Justin being the killer, but now he seems like he had no issues with Benny at all. But they've still got their main piece of evidence, though. His Hummer was seen at Benny's house on the morning of the murder. That had to mean he was lying this whole time, right?
You drove or used to drive a Hummer?
Hummer?
You ever drive a Hummer in the neighborhood?
No.
Did you ever work on a Hummer?
Never had, no. I wish I had worked on a Hummer.
You know anybody that...
No.
If you watch any interrogation where a guilty suspect is confronted with a piece of valid evidence, their reaction is always very stiff and short. They try and deflect it immediately by saying no and explaining exactly why that could never be the case without showing a hint of emotion. Justin is an ex-convict that works various handyman jobs, jumping from place to place. He doesn't need to explain why he doesn't own a $40,000 SUV. His facial expression when he's asked, alongside the way he laughs and jokes naturally about the concept, is enough to tell the detectives he was telling the truth. They still didn't want to discount him completely as a suspect, but they did figure that if he wasn't the killer, then he might at least be able to help them out. So they asked who he thought might have been responsible, and his answer was someone they were very familiar with. Sarah.
She knew. She took Ben's bank card to the bank, food stamps. That's what my brother was telling me on the phone the other day. And he thinks that she might have had something to do with it. So if I point a finger, I'd probably check her for sure.
Of course, he's talking about Sarah, and he's accusing her of exactly the same thing Patricia did earlier. And in fact, John had even mentioned this in his interview earlier that day too.
Anybody in that neighborhood or anybody have any problems with him or give him a rough time?
Yeah, what's called down the street.
Who's that?
I'm trying to think of her name. She lives down at the end of the road. She'd go over there, take his money for bills, go up to the corner store, and was supposed to pay on all his bills. Well, come to find out, she ain't been paying the full amount on your bills. She's been only paying the half. And I went over there one day. He said, after all I've done for that bitch.
Did they reconcile at all, or?
No, he said, look, you're a thief, get the out of my house, don't ever ask me for another dime.
Quickly, the cops are starting to realize that Sarah wasn't the wonderful, trusted member of the community that they'd assumed she was. Now, 3 people have claimed that she was exploiting Benny's trust to steal his money, and all are saying that she could be the killer. To make matters worse for her, she's also the only person left that knew about his money stash in the coffee can. Things are getting extremely complex, and the cops have already worked tirelessly for days now. And the problem is, the longer this investigation goes on for, the longer the killer is on the loose, meaning the higher the chances that they might kill again. So now, 6 days after Benny's murder, detectives bring in Sarah for an interview. It was imperative that they either catch the killer right now or get new information that brings them straight to them. If they don't, then they'll have no suspects, no leads, and a murderer at large.
We know that you called 911. We got the recording, so we listened to that. We understand that you would pay his bills. Tell us about that.
Well, that's where we had a dispute. I went to pay his bill. One night I paid $40 on it. I needed to borrow that. He said, go ahead, did not remember. I paid him back his $40. That's why I was still wrong.
That was you brought there.
That we made up, yeah.
In the interview, similarly to Justin, Sarah doesn't deny the disagreement between them and fully admits that she took some money from him to pay his bills. But again, they seem to make up and become friends again. This time, though, the detectives aren't buying it. Not when so much is on the line.
We're hearing 2 different sides of what we're talking about. We're hearing what you're telling us, but we're hearing from his daughter and what his best friend's telling us. Now, we've been hearing that he banned you from coming to his house. He didn't want you handling his bills or anything like that. So much that the owner of the store called him and said, hey, she's scamming you. So you're telling us that is not true.
That's not true. That is not true. I went up there. I didn't go up there until I had the $40 in my hand to pay him.
Sarah is saying that all she took from Benny was $40, and she even paid it back. It'd just been blown out of proportion as she wasn't able to get in contact with Patricia and Johnny to clear her name again. It's suspicious, but the detectives aren't going to get anything more out of her on this front. So they decide to ask her some more background questions. Usually these don't end up solving the case, but this time, one of their questions provoked an answer that seriously piqued their interest.
There's a lady there that was smoking. She had like salt and pepper hair, long hair. That's not your. Let me ask you this: it's not your daughter. That she's not.
My daughter. Yeah.
Yeah. That's your daughter. She doesn't live there with you. Do you have any other children?
Yeah.
Did any of them live with you?
The audio we received from the police department is censored here, but Sarah tells the cops about her other kid, a boy named Jason, a boy who had just gotten out of prison.
Wherever. He's got out of prison this last time.
When did he get out of prison?
This December.
What was he in jail for?
Robbery.
Would your son be capable of something like this?
Oh God, I pray not. No. I would pray not.
According to the detectives, when they asked this question, Sarah tensed up and seemed extremely closed off. She inhales sharply and her whole body jumps when they bring up this possibility. As far as the detectives are concerned, whether intentionally or not, she just told them there is a possibility. That's all they're able to focus on, and it all makes sense, too. She knew about the coffee can full of money, so what if she'd accidentally mentioned that to Jason? He'd just gotten out of prison for robbery, and it'd make complete sense if he saw Benny as an easy target and decided to try and steal his cash. That could even explain the Hummer, too. It was a nice car that Jason might have jacked and used to get in and out of the scene quickly. Instantly, the hunt for Jason began, but no matter how hard they tried, they just couldn't track him down. But that's when some new information came to light. Information that would change everything. An inmate of the prison Jason was staying at had contacted police after hearing about the crime, claiming that he knew who the perpetrator was, and promised to reveal it to them in an interview.
So I'm told, you told one of the deputies you got some information about a homicide?
That's about the old guy that got stabbed.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, his mother found the body, and then I heard him and his mom arguing over the phone. Bob, it wasn't supposed to go that far. Because she always going over the house cleaning up when she been doing that for years. Mm-hmm. And everybody in the neighborhood know they did it, just nobody ain't speaking on it. Mm-hmm. I don't know why.
The inmate said he'd heard Jason and Sarah talking about the murder on the phone after Jason thought he'd hung up. The cops now had no doubt in their minds who their new #1 suspect was. And by this point in the investigation, it's likely Jason's cash was starting to run out. They had to find him as soon as possible, before he got the chance to kill again. But, unfortunately, they were already too late.
Akron Police and Fire, Canty.
Hi, my name is George Bayless. I'm down in Florida now, but my father's still up in Akron. We haven't been able to get a hold of him, and some of his neighbors got a hold of me today, too, and said they haven't seen him since Saturday. They said there were some people over there they didn't really recognize.
All right, so we have it, and we're going to get someone over there to check it out, and then we can give you a follow-up call.
Police quickly initiated a welfare check on George's father, Gary Ballas. When they arrived, they knocked on the front door, and after receiving no response, the officers forced entry through a side door.
Gary! Akron Police! Gary, it's Akron Police! Gary!
On Thursday, May 21st, Gary Ballas was found dead. It was obvious he'd been dead for a few days, and given the abundance of stab wounds, it was ruled a homicide. An investigation would turn up very little information, except for the fact that Gary's car was missing from the driveway. So next, they started to talk to his neighbors to see if they knew anything about what had happened.
Akron Police. Just wonder if I could talk to you a couple seconds about your neighbor behind you. When's the last time you saw him?
Police go?
Was anybody there with him?
He came over here.
Oh yeah?
Knocked on the door.
What did he say?
He came over to pick flowers out of the yard.
Purple ones?
My lilacs.
Did he have anybody with him when he was there?
He came over here by himself.
Did he have that car there Tuesday?
I don't remember. I was over here.
Right. Do you remember? Do you know what kind of car it is?
Blue station wagon.
Like a Subaru?
Yeah.
Anybody else live here that might have seen him?
Just my kids
Hey, what's
live
up?
here with me.
Have you seen your neighbor lately?
Gary?
Yeah.
No, last time I saw him was like 3-4 days ago.
The car was there when she took the flowers over, or do you remember?
The car hasn't been there for over a week.
A week? You want to step out here for 1 second? So Gary is deceased. It's looking suspicious. That's why I'm asking you these questions. He hasn't mentioned anybody. You haven't seen anybody. You haven't heard any fighting. So obviously, then maybe it was somebody that's come here before.
It's a little odd for Gary's car not to have been at his place for over a week, especially given Gary was still home. There's a chance that this family could be misremembering, but the cops got exactly the same information from each of the other neighbors.
Hi, sir. Sorry to bother you so late.
No problem.
Okay. Are you familiar with the older gentleman that lives at the blue house across the street?
Yeah, that's Gary.
Gary?
Yeah, that's her. Jenny. Hey, Jenny. I want to know if we're familiar with Gary.
What's,
He's our neighbor. She used to help him out. She used to babysit his wife.
When's the last time you seen Gary?
In a couple days.
Couple days?
Yeah.
Like,
he was out cutting his grass.
Do you remember what day that was?
Today's what, Thursday?
Yeah, today's Thursday.
Thursday, probably not Monday.
Monday?
Yeah.
He's always out cutting his grass.
Is he? He frequents cutting his grass?
What, is something happened to Gary, or?
You were investigating an incident that occurred over there.
Oh, okay.
The only issue was, not a single one of the neighbors could tell the cops who might be driving that car. Gary did have visitors over somewhat frequently, but they never used his car. If the cops could figure out where the vehicle was and who took it, it seems like they'd have a pretty sure shot at finding the murderer. And that's when they talked to this couple, who claimed they've seen a new guy around his house recently.
Excuse me, has anybody been over to talk to you guys yet?
No.
Okay.
You know, I called the police out here yesterday, and they didn't even want to go in there.
I don't have a mess.
What did you call them yesterday for?
Because I haven't seen him since Saturday, and it's not like him to leave town and not tell me.
You haven't seen him since Saturday?
Nobody answer that door. But you said you guys are positive, though.
It was Saturday he was cutting his grass?
Yeah.
Have you seen the guy with the cane before?
No. Oh, never seen him before.
Was he white or black?
White.
You said he was younger?
Yeah.
His car wasn't there?
No. His car hasn't been there since Sunday.
Okay.
But soon the cops were able to put together exactly what had happened. It turns out Gary was never in that car with the other man. When his car pulled out of his driveway for the last time, Gary was already dead. But at least they had a description of who they thought the murderer was. And even better, just a short time after, the cops received word that his car had been seen at a gas station on a surveillance camera. Unfortunately, the camera quality was too poor to properly make out his identity, but at least the cops now know without a shadow of a doubt that if they find that car, they can find the man that killed Gary. But it turns out someone had already done that for them. An unnamed witness came forward and told them that he'd seen that very car and knew precisely who it now belonged to.
Jason came over Sunday morning. He was going to help me work on the house I'm working on.
Do you know Jason's last name?
Shogley, or I don't even know how to pronounce it, something like that. Anyway, he came over, but I had to go to Harbor Freight because I needed a grinder. And so I told him, I said, I got to go to Harbor Freight. He said, oh, I'll take you. And I said, wait a minute, Jason. I said, I'm not getting in no hot car. I said, is that car hot? He said, no, the car's not hot. Uncle Willie, no, I wouldn't do you like that. The car's not hot.
The car this man is talking about is Gary's Subaru. But more importantly, he just mentioned the name of the man they believe killed Benny, Jason Shockley. This was a shocking breakthrough in both cases. Not only have they essentially just solved Gary's murder, but now they're hot on Jason's tail and have more evidence than ever to try and track him down. Back on the scene, they'd also noticed that Gary's credit cards had been stolen, and this guy's story even lines up perfectly with that, too.
He said, my friend let me use it. He went to Florida. He gave me a credit card, told me to keep gas in it, and I can buy cigarettes and buy me something to eat if I need it. I was kind of like not believing him, but he said, no, Willie, I swear.
It almost seemed too good to be true. So the detectives asked the witnesses to pick Jason out of a photo lineup, and he pointed straight at him instantly. Jason was now the suspect of a double homicide, and 2 citywide investigations had converged into one. Every single officer and detective in the area knew they couldn't let Jason take another life, so they had to act fast and hunt him down. That's when police received one final phone call, this time from Sarah Evans, Jason's mother. On that call, knowing how dangerous he could be, she decided to give up her own son and told the police the address of his safe house.
No, he's white there. This dude's black. Oh. What's the vacant one? This one? Which house is it? It's the second one. The one on the right. 1887. Is there a way to get back there? I don't know.
Harwood. What? Yeah.
What's that?
Watch that when you step. All 35 ships signal that traffic.
The house was abandoned, boarded up, and dirty. It was unclear if anyone was even inside, but The cops have to be extremely vigilant as they know Jason could be armed. After clearing the first floor, they moved upstairs as a group and tried to figure out where Jason was hiding.
You want to hold in the basement and move what?
Only one door on this floor was fully closed, and every other room was empty. This is where they think Jason is. Problem is, they've already made a lot of noise, so whoever's on the other side of that door could be prepared. That's why they decide to storm in.
Hands, motherfuckers! Hands! Hands, motherfuckers! Hands! Don't move. Roll over and put them on the top of your head. Roll on your stomach, hands are behind your back. Let's go! Hurry up, Jason. Right, I got you. Good night. Anybody else in the house? Okay. You got anything illegal on you, man? Besides the mouth? Yeah. Alright, stand up. What's up with you? Put him in a cruiser. You got shoes, bud? Yes, I do. Where's your shoes at?
Right underneath the blanket right there.
You got what, a paddle? Shake them? Yeah. How old are you now, man?
30.
Remember you as a kid over there, man, on Johnson Block, man.
Yeah.
Oh. Is this nail shut or can you get this open, Jason?
What? No.
That was you.
Yeah, I always call it cinnamon.
Okay. Oh, are you out there?
Yeah, I'm right here.
Here he comes.
All right.
Do you know, does anybody
One foot at a time. I might be looking.
have anybody else
Watch your head.
on the car?
I don't think so. I don't think they even know.
Yeah, we need to get.
Come on, man.
Just as they'd hoped, Jason was found lying amongst rubble and trash on the second floor, attempting to hide away from the very people who just put him in cuffs. Thankfully, he put up no resistance, and a quick sweep of the house confirmed he was the only person here. Amongst the trash on the floor, the officers found multiple knives and a credit card belonging to Gary Ballas. After 6 weeks of investigations, they'd finally caught him. He was then taken out of the house and into the back of a patrol car. But there was still one problem with all of this. They still had no evidence that he was the one who killed Benny all those weeks ago. Sure, the connection is strange and multiple people have accused him, but there's nothing solid. That's what the cops wanted to change in the interrogation room and bring peace to Benny's family almost 2 months after his death. Remember, Jason is likely not aware of exactly how much the cops know. All he knows is that he was arrested and now the cops are interrogating him. He might even think that they don't know about the murders and that he could get away with everything.
How do you know Gary Ballas?
I knew that Gary, like I said, my cousin lived next door, but my mom used to go over and help him out a lot. He gets to telling me about how he hates Donald Trump and everything.
Yeah, he's a Bernie supporter.
Man.
Yeah.
Hey, he's out there. He's a trip.
Yeah.
I asked him, if there'd be a possibility if he can lend me his car so I was able to get to work and stuff.
Okay.
He was iffy on it for a second, you know what I mean? Because he doesn't like people using his car and stuff.
Right.
He was like, I'm gonna be happy. He was like, I want to see you succeed. He said, I want to see you do He knows I just got out of prison.
So how long have you had the car for?
I've had this car for a few days.
How long do you think you've known him for?
I've known Gary for almost 9 years.
Oh, wow. So you have a long relationship.
I've stayed a night or two at his house before.
So you've been in the house before and stuff?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Everything up until this point is mostly the truth. He did know Gary and he had spent some time with him recently. But remember, he was found with Gary's stolen credit cards in his stolen car just days after he was murdered. This is shaping up to be a textbook interrogation where the detectives will have to catch him out in various lies in order to extract the truth. And they're about to start that process immediately.
Jason, tell me what happened, man.
What do you mean, tell you what happened?
I have people that are in the area that see you and him together. He's been deceased since about the same time you seen him. You've got his card and his credit cards.
Okay.
You need to tell me what happened.
I told you, he lends me his car for work.
Why is his neighbors and his son and everybody else saying that he will not lend his car out to anybody? Everybody's told me that.
And that's what they're full of. Look, all I did was knock on the outer door.
You can smell it from the sidewalk.
He's claiming that Gary had lent him his car for work and had used the credit cards he'd left in his car to just buy a few cigarettes. But clearly the cops don't believe him. In fact, this entire questioning segment about Gary is more of a formality. They have much more evidence about this crime than they do Benny's. So their plan is to try and have him confess to Gary's murder so that confessing to Benny's doesn't seem like such a big deal. It seems like a clever strategy, but it won't work if Jason simply refuses to admit to anything.
Wouldn't you agree with us that it's kind of weird that you're the last person that seen with him?
Yes. I find that weird. I see where you guys stand with me. But at the same time, I'm not no dude. That's not that I do, man.
Well, sometimes people don't plan it. Sometimes people get in arguments and think they're a little far.
No. Anybody that knows me will tell you, that's not what I do. So what? I smoke some crack. I've been smoking since I was 10 years old. But you know what I do, some stupid shit like that.
Okay.
At all.
If you were a jury and you heard your story about a man who loaned you his car, who has been known not to loan his car to anybody. His family says, his neighbor says so. Because if you don't help yourself, this can end up really bad for you.
When confronted with the cold, hard facts, something changes about Jason. He loses his confidence, he's fidgeting with his hands to try and distract himself, he avoids making eye contact with the detective however he can, whether it be looking down at the table, up at the ceiling, or even at the wall next to him. He almost looks ashamed. And that's no illusion. Pay close attention to what he does next, as it marks the beginning of a startling confession.
Even if you did wrong, and the judge, and you admit to what happened and everything else, the judge takes that into consideration because it shows remorse. You want me to turn it off? Stop.
You erased the first one.
I'm not erasing anything.
You erased the first one.
I'm not erasing anything. That's evidence. I can't do that.
No, you erased, I'm saying, if you erase the first one, I'm going to tell you what we have.
There, it's completely off.
Jason thinks that audio recorder is the only thing recording what he's saying right now. Somehow he doesn't realize the camera in the corner also has a microphone built in. So now that the audio recorder is off, he thinks he's free to say whatever he wants.
He's over there drinking wine and stuff, just talking bullshit. I guess my mom had borrowed $20 from him. You know, he was telling me about it and stuff, and then you have to be in, girlfriend and stuff. I'm very protective of my mom.
Okay.
I love my mom all the time. And he got to talking real crazy about my mom. I asked him, like, Gary, please stop. So, I'm like, you know what, I gotta go. I get up and leave, and He threw his cup at me. And it had wine in it. He threw it at me. Picked up his knife. I pushed him down. He dropped the knife. And I took the knife.
Where'd you push that knife?
Back into his chair. He said, I'll shoot you. And when he went to reach, I said, I don't. He's so scared.
It was a textbook confession, and the cops did an incredible job at helping him through it and making him feel comfortable. The thing is, they know this still isn't the whole truth, but it's all they need for now. They could disprove his self-defense story later in court. What matters is that he admitted to it in some respect. Now they can switch gears to Benny's murder, but he's not going to make that one as easy.
We probably are going to prove that you did Benny.
No, because I didn't do Benny.
And you're definitely going to be looking at a capital case.
And I'll be looking at a capital case as an innocent man for somebody I didn't kill.
You told us about Gary. Just like Detective Kennedy said, the two cases are like a mirror.
No, you're lying about the cases being similar.
Despite just being finessed into admitting to murder, Jason suddenly thinks he's the smartest person in the room. The cases are almost an exact mirror of each other, but Jason thinks he can escape liability for at least one of them. But he's dead wrong.
And see, here's another thing. You just told us that you went through Gary's pants. You went through Benny's pants too. Because Benny was known to carry several $100s in his pants pocket.
That I didn't know.
Everybody.
No,
Everybody knew.
I didn't.
So
Benny never pulled money out in front of me.
I didn't say that.
Most moms are like, there's no way my kid would do that.
No, she knows for a fact that I didn't do that.
I'm not saying about Benny. I'm just saying your mom's sitting here thinking, if my son possible, if it's possible. Well, we talked to your mom.
No, she ain't.
Yeah, we talked about it.
She's freaking out. And as far as me asking her if I thought you did it, it was now, hell no. It was, oh my God, I hope not. Jason, do you see what you're...
Listen to me, okay? I done told you about fucking Gary, bro. But this shit about Benny was not me.
And despite all the pressure the cops put on him, this is the story he stuck to. It seemed he thought he could maybe convince a jury of one self-defense charge, but two was simply too suspicious. But that didn't matter, as the cops figured they still knew exactly what happened. Jason knew Benny through his mother and had heard about the coffee can of cash. He broke in one morning in an attempt to steal the cash, accidentally waking Benny in the process. They started fighting, and Jason, fearing he'd call the police, stabbed him multiple times. Eventually, Benny crawled out to the hallway where he bled out. They also started to discount his story about Gary's murder. They believed that it wasn't any form of self-defense, and in reality, it was simply a disagreement. Jason had gotten irrationally angry after Gary refused to let him use his car. In his rage, he shoved him to the ground and killed him in the same manner, before stealing his credit cards and leaving in his car. These are the theories that the prosecution presented to the jury, and, as expected, they believed them. Only one person was charged in the murders of Benny King and Gary Ballas. Justin, Johnny, and Sarah were all ruled innocent. But Jason wasn't so lucky. In 2022, he was convicted of both of the murders and sentenced to life in prison. If you're interested in watching our uncensored, extended 2 to 4 hour coverages of these original cases, make sure to check out our Patreon linked in the description.
With Dell's powerful and scalable storage solutions, we've taken the complexity out of managing multiple clouds with storage software that's easier to use, so you can support workloads of any size with ease.
Brancher, recharger, rouler. Recharger le Chevrolet Equinox EV 2024 à traction avant, c'est facile. Le véhicule électrique le plus abordable au pays, avec autonomie à pleine charge estimée jusqu'à 513 km. Prêt pour l'électrique? Chevrolet est là pour vous.
We killed someone.
You didn't see her this morning like I did, like a mummy.
Oh my God, I was like, that's impossible. That's silly. There's none of baby in there.
How in God's earth can somebody do this? Why don't you just suck it up
and beat her mom.
On November 4th, 2011, in Whitmore, California, two women, Corey and Alejandra, stumble upon a gruesome secret buried deep in their roommate's closet. Investigators desperately search for answers but are met with a twisted web of lies and deception at every turn. While clues hint at a tragedy beyond what any could have imagined, the full horrors remain hidden, with only one person able to reveal the unsettling truth.
I just want my mom.
The following footage has never been seen before. The Julian Youth Academy, a faith-based boarding institution for troubled teens nestled in the woods of Northern California, is home to both students and staff counselors. The story begins on November 4th when a new roommate prepares to move into the dorm-style cabins. As a fellow employee, Alejandra helps the new roommate search for blankets. They soon realize that one of the counselors, 23-year-old Jessica Bradford, may have been harboring a horrifying secret. Alejandra would later explain the appalling discovery to the investigators.
Another roommate was moving in, and she didn't have anything, like any blankets and stuff, and it was really cold, so she asked me if I had any extra ones, and I told her I didn't, but I would check in Jessica's room. And then so I went over to her side, and I noticed there was like a pile in the corner with like blankets and a bunch of stuff, so I just started going through them, and then underneath a few of them, I lifted that, and I saw it there.
Buried in the blankets, Alejandra found what appeared to be a mummified baby.
And it was face first, it wasn't like to the front, and I thought it was fake. Like, you know, the first thing that just pops into your head is that's real.
According to an interview with another staff member on campus, their initial thoughts were that the baby might not have been real and only a prank for the upcoming Halloween. However, upon further inspection, something about it seemed horribly wrong.
I thought it was fake, and then so I picked its leg, I grabbed it by the foot, because I thought it was fake, and I was going to go like scare the roommate that was coming in, and then I noticed that right away that it was really heavy and it wasn't plastic. And so I turned it over, and then I saw it there, and then I called my roommate to come see it because I didn't know what to think, and it was really like scary, you know.
Alejandra further explains that after she examined the baby's condition, she was left in a state of shock. Horrified and filled with uncertainty, the women placed the blankets back over the baby and went to bed. However, when Alejandra's roommate, Corey, woke up at 7:30 a.m. the next morning, she couldn't erase the chilling discovery from her mind.
So my other roommate that saw it also, she woke up and came to me, and she's like, no, she's like, something like that's real. She's like, we have to see it, like check it again. And then we checked, and it wasn't there anymore.
Corey and Alejandra then told their boss, Tiffany, about what they'd seen. The three women searched the campus, looking in trash bins and even inside Jessica's vehicle, but the baby had vanished. On Sunday, November 6th, 2 days following the initial discovery, staff manager Tiffany decides to contact the Shasta County Police Department, who sends Deputy Tippings to investigate. When he arrives, they fill him in on the details, and Jessica is called to the main office. When asked, Jessica admits she gave birth to the child and leads the deputy to the utility room attached to her residence. There he discovers the remains of a baby girl, hidden beneath a pink pillow in a white laundry basket. With a body confirmed, Detective Jackson is called to the scene and brought up to speed. He brings Jessica in for an interview. However, the detective may not yet realize just how deep he'll have to dig to unearth the truth. Before entering the interview room, Detective Jackson reads Jessica a Beheller statement. In the state of California, police will use this in place of a Miranda warning when a person is speaking with the police voluntarily. It informs them that they are not under arrest and are free to stop answering questions at any time. But if the person says something incriminating, they can subsequently be arrested, at which point the police must give the Miranda warning before beginning the post-arrest interrogation. Detective Jackson asks Jessica basic questions about her background and education, learning that she was adopted at age 2 by her parents in San Diego and was a student at the Julian Youth Academy prior to her employment there. Given that a baby is involved, He next moves on to questioning Jessica about her relationship status, probing her for any details that may shed light on the situation.
And you're single? Are you, you mentioned you had a boyfriend. Are you guys engaged, or what's your relationship?
We're just boyfriend and girlfriend.
How long have you guys been together?
Almost 3 years.
Okay. What's his name?
Jovan. Jovan.
And what's his last name?
Castillo. Castillo.
You guys been together for 3 years? How's that relationship? Good?
The detectives will soon question Jovan, but their immediate priority is addressing the grim discovery that brought them to this room in the first place.
I didn't get a chance to look at the baby very close. Is it a boy or a girl?
It's a girl.
What was her name?
Neighbor.
After briefly stating he doesn't intend to come off as insensitive, the detective begins to ask questions of a much more personal nature.
Is Jovan's baby the best? I mean, are you active with anybody else? No? And what's his take on what's going on as far as with the baby?
He doesn't know.
Okay.
Though the detective would soon question how no one realized she was pregnant, the more pressing question on his mind was why she chose to hide it in the first place.
How come you never told him?
So I didn't know what to do. I was scared.
Okay. Did you tell anybody that you were pregnant, or allude to him that you were pregnant? You didn't tell anybody?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Can you explain why? I mean, why didn't you tell anybody that you were pregnant?
Because probably lose my job. I will lose my job, and I don't know. I just don't want to disappoint anyone.
Who would you disappoint?
My family and my boss and stuff.
Jessica explains that she grew up in a Christian home where intimacy before marriage is strongly discouraged. This explanation barely scratches the surface of her motives, but for now, Jessica is about to deliver a shocking revelation to detectives, one with harrowing implications.
And how long ago did you give birth?
September 19th.
Now, in early November, this would mean Jessica has been keeping the deceased baby for nearly 2 months.
Okay, and that's when you gave birth? The Sunday night is...
They get 12 or 1.
In the morning?
Yeah, Monday morning.
So, okay.
Back at the Julian Youth Academy, Jessica's apartment is searched by crime scene investigators. Her room is in disarray, leaving them with the daunting task of sifting through the mess for evidence. A pair of gray sweatpants is discovered, with blood staining the inside. On the floor is a pink and zebra-striped blanket, soiled with unidentified dark stains. In a drawer, investigators locate several documents, each raising more questions than answers. One document reads, "Application and permit for disposition of human remains." Others include Mercy Medical Center maternity pamphlets, as well as postpartum discharge orders for Jessica. As they continue examining the documents, one small detail raises a glaring red flag, hinting that Jessica may be concealing far more than they initially suspected. They leave the scene, unaware of the evidence they missed hiding under her bed. Back in the interrogation room, the detective asks questions about the birth itself, possibly hoping it may explain what happened to the baby.
Can we talk about the birth? Let's start off with, you can start off wherever you want. Tell me about that.
Like, that morning I woke up and I was like having really, really bad cramps, so I guess it was like contractions, and then they stopped, and then that night they just kept getting worse and worse, so, and then I woke and I couldn't go to sleep because the pain was so bad, and I was timing like contractions, and then I just started pushing, I guess, and then I went outside, and it just happened.
Earlier at the scene, Jessica had shown detectives a crawl space beneath the deck outside her dorm, claiming this was where she gave birth. He then asks her if she's ever witnessed a birth or been in the same room where a child was born.
I've seen knocked up, though. The closest I've come.
And you don't have any other children, correct? Have you had any other pregnancy scares or anything before with Jovan?
Yeah, I thought I was, but then I wasn't. So that's different.
Okay, how long ago was that?
A year ago.
It seems like the detective has suspicions that Jessica is lying, given that he's aware of more than she realizes. He drops it for now, but the truth won't stay buried for long. In the meantime, Detective Jackson returns to an earlier conversation.
I want to go back to the night when you gave birth. You couldn't have been quiet, you know what I mean? I would imagine, how did you keep people from coming out and hearing you, or how'd that go down?
No one was really in there, and I was like sitting in my car, like when I was like going back and forth from my car to outside because I was like having such bad pain, and then I'd get in the shower because I thought the shower would like calm me down. So I took like 8 showers, and then just like happened, I guess.
And you stayed underneath the deck, or where else did you?
Yeah.
Is that where you actually gave birth? Was under the deck like you showed me?
Yeah.
Okay, so then after you give birth, were you laying down or what?
Yeah. Just like holding her and like laying there.
But when you actually gave birth, when she left the birth canal, where were you at? Were you laying down and gave birth?
No, I stood up, so she like dropped out or whatever came out of me.
Okay.
And then I didn't hear her breathing or anything, and I was like, what do I do? So it's like kind of like hitting her back, not like hard, but just like trying to get her to breathe or something, and nothing happened. And I like showered, and then like I just spent the night in my car with her. I was like so devastated. I couldn't tell anyone, I felt like.
She still has her umbilical cord on her. How did you cut it off?
No, it's just that she like fell out and it wasn't attached to me.
Okay.
It's weird.
The donors have been a huge part of my journey here at Western and allowed me to thrive. My name is Jackson Finley, and I am a student athlete here at Western. Between training and classes and volunteering, there's no time or space for a part-time job. There are a lot of challenges, housing and tuition. Receiving the scholarship reminds me how lucky I am. It is relieving being able to keep my focus and prioritize football along with my academics, not having to pick or choose one. I feel like it's my responsibility to give back. The Boys and Girls Club is my passion, and I would love to be a donor one day as well, to give someone else an opportunity to be in my shoes and give back what I've been given. I just wanted to thank the donors for being part of this team. I truly could not do what I do without you.
Welcome to the Sky Realms. Good luck. Now die. Double knock.
Step back.
Let's make some noise!
Though her story details giving birth outside beneath the deck, the hospital discharge paperwork in her bedroom suggests she gave birth in a hospital. This begs the question, what else could she be hiding?
So you gave birth on September 19th, and it's today, it's November 6th. What's been going on the last couple months with you and the baby? I mean, what have you been doing with her?
She's been in my room and a blanket, like in one pillow blanket things, and I don't know, I was like, should I bury her? I don't know where to bury her. I don't want to see her face. I didn't know what to do, honestly.
Did you always keep her in your room, or did you move her around, or what? I mean, because trying to keep her away from other persons, I mean, that... Where did you store her at, say, the first couple of days afterwards? Or how? I mean, I'm not trying to be insensitive.
No, I know.
I need you to help me understand that.
So I just like kept her like by like my closet area, like where my stuff's hung up, and under like blankets and stuff.
Did anybody ever make any comments about any odors or anything?
I thought I'd smell stuff too, and I was like I thought about like every day, like what am I gonna do? What am I gonna do? And I don't know, just what I was thinking. I wasn't thinking.
While Jessica admits she kept the baby in her closet, the basket was earlier located in the utility room, likely prompting the detective's next question.
Tonight, the hamper is in the laundry room with the blanket and pillow. How did she get there?
I put her there? Oh, I put her, like, why did I put her in there?
Yeah,
Well, I knew that, like, someone saw her because, like, the blankets, and, like, I had clothes and stuff on top, and I knew that they were, like, brushed off. And so I was like, oh, someone probably saw her. And then, so I hid her, like, down in that electrical room because, I don't know. So...
When did you think somebody ran across her or saw her?
Friday night.
Okay. Did anybody confront you about it? Mm-hmm. You just noticed that some sheets and stuff were messed? So from Friday night to now, where have you kept her? Just down in the electrical room?
Mm-hmm.
Who all uses that room?
No one.
And you're talking about, because I thought that was like a laundry room, or is it just electrical?
It's like
there's water heaters in there?
Yeah, no one goes in there.
Though she claims the child wasn't breathing, her story suggests she chose to hide the baby rather than seek help. Jessica's motives surrounding the incident remain unclear. However, the interrogation is far from over. For now, the fact that she was able to hide her growing belly from so many people leaves the detective seemingly baffled.
I'm having a hard time wrapping my mind around that nobody's called you out on it.
No, I didn't tell anyone, and no one confronted me or anything like that.
Okay.
While Jessica's claims may be challenging for detectives to believe, a series of interviews reveal that many of her friends and co-workers were unaware she had been pregnant. Others, however, were less surprised. Their shocking revelations and jaw-dropping details surrounding Jessica's behavior shed light on the situation.
Behind her back, me and people would say, like, she has to be pregnant. Like, it didn't look like just a normal overweight stomach, but I thoroughly, like 100% believed that her and Javon weren't having, so I just thought that that was how she carried her weight, and that it was unfortunate because girls would ask if she was pregnant, not on a really regular basis, but every once in a while. So I would just be like, don't say that. It's not nice. Like, don't point out that someone's overweight. Like, but I would just roll. I would like, she's not pregnant, and you guys know that. Knock it off. Like, I would just try and roll it off.
Okay.
Like it was nothing. For whatever reasons, we just believed her when she said that her and Javon weren't having.
Jessica's other roommate, Alejandra, was asked the same question. Though she gives a similar response, she adds a grotesque detail that appears to pique the detective's interest.
3 weeks ago, I found this like piece of I don't know what it was. It was just really bloody, and I guess people were saying that's what happens after you have a miscarriage. I don't know. It was like a piece of something on the bathroom floor in front of her sink.
According to manager Tiffany, she too saw what she described as a piece of flesh. It was retrieved from the bathroom and brought back to the main office, where it was placed on a deck and photographed. Afterward, a dog supposedly ate it, bringing a gruesome end to the disturbing mystery. In the meantime, though it appears that no one knew for sure whether she was pregnant, Jessica herself was aware months before the birth. This is likely what prompts the detective's next line of questioning.
When the weeks when you realized that you were actually pregnant, how are you going to deal with it? I mean, obviously you didn't know things were going to happen the way they did, so what was your game plan? What were you going to do?
Like, I was thinking, I was like, okay, well, I was like Googling safe surrender sites because like I didn't have like an adoption anything set up, so like that's what I was thinking. I would drive to like Chico or something because I didn't want to do it here.
Why didn't you want to do it here?
Reading's weird. Maybe Chico's more normal, I guess.
The detective returns back to something Jessica mentioned earlier in the investigation. It appears as though he's giving her one last chance to come clean about an earlier lie.
Now, you mentioned you had another scare about a year ago.
Mm-hmm.
Explain that one to me.
Like, March of last, like 2010, I did have another baby.
Yeah. What happened then?
And I went to the hospital and stuff, and I like had a stillbirth, I guess. Then that's why I like didn't want to tell Javon because he like did take me to the hospital, and he was like so heartbroken and like seeing that. I don't know. I just like didn't want to put him through that again. That's why I like didn't want to get help or tell him or anything. I just feel like such a horrible person because I feel like that's not me at all.
The postpartum discharge paperwork found in Jessica's room was dated March 22, 2010. The decedent listed on the document was Bella Castillo. The document further stated the body was cremated. Her ashes were later discovered in a cardboard box hidden under Jessica's bed. According to an autopsy report later obtained by investigators, Bella was a fully developed infant who died of complications caused by multiple factors. She admitted that she hid this pregnancy from everyone as well, including Javon, who only found out about it when he took her to the hospital after her water broke. Now that she's been caught in a lie, the detective's concerns appear to deepen, as he may suspect there's far more that she's withholding. His fears are seemingly realized when another witness who works on the property hears the news and contacts investigators with a disturbing claim. What he says next threatens to alter the entire course of the investigation and sends it spiraling toward a dark and twisted end.
About a month and a half ago, I was working behind one of the buildings, and I actually heard a baby crying in there.
Okay.
It's like a duplex. No one lives in there. It's empty. So I grabbed the keys, drove back to the building. And as I'm driving back there, I see Jessica Bradford pass me in her car. So anyway, I drive to the apartment. I walk in, and it's just empty. There's nothing. There's no, evidence of anybody staying in there.
Dwayne would later indicate on a map of the property exactly where he heard the crying, a clue that would soon lead investigators to another shocking discovery. For now, the witness's claim appears to leave the detectives with no choice but to draw a horrifying conclusion.
My concern is that the baby, when she came out, she was alive. And today she's not, and I didn't know why.
In a devastating admission, Jessica reveals the heartbreaking truth.
She was alive.
I know that. What happened? Come on, Jessica, come on.
Yeah. I just like held her as long as I could, and I like tried to breastfeed, but like nothing was coming out, and I was like trying like my best. I don't know. And then so I was like got in my car so many times to take her to Chico, but I couldn't like get myself to do it, and then like it said like only 48 hours, so it was like, well, she's mine, and I like didn't know what to do. Like I was like, oh, do I take her to the ER? I don't know. Like And like my milk just wasn't producing, so I couldn't feed her. And I like was like, should I go to Walmart and get formula? And then I like didn't know what to do.
Okay. So what did you do?
I just
Jessica, tell me. What'd you do?
I just like took care of her, with tried to feed her, and I guess she just starved. I didn't like harm her or anything. Like it wasn't intentional. Like I wanted.
Okay. I just need to know the truth. What did you try to feed her?
Just my milk. She like it wasn't producing anything.
Well, how many days did this go on?
Like 4.
With the disturbing realization that the child may have been alive on the property for several days, the detective appears concerned with where she may have been keeping her.
Where'd you go? Let's talk about it. This is the stuff I need to understand. Where'd you go? How'd you hide out?
It was like an empty apartment on campus, and I had her in there, like with blankets and heat, and like I bathed her in there, and like slept in there with her. I just like did my best I could. I could just go and check on her and stuff, and work and stay there as late as I could and stuff like that.
Try to give her like regular milk? Did you get bottles?
I tried to give her. I didn't have any bottles, so it was just like putting my finger, like whatever you do.
Why didn't you just step up and say, I have a baby and I need help?
I don't know.
Here's the thing.
I want to buy like everything.
Oh, I understand that.
I killed someone.
I guess if Javon was so upset about the stillborn, I think he would be elated about this. Wouldn't he?
What?
That he'd be happy. Now, you know what I mean?
I think so, but I don't know.
How long? What day did she die?
I went and checked on her, and I think it was like Thursday. I don't remember the days really either.
So why didn't you just call for help?
I don't know. I regret it so much.
Though it's been revealed that a maintenance worker did in fact hear the child, a later call from a distressed employee will shockingly suggest that he may not have been the only one. For now, unwilling to accept her vague explanations, the detective offers Jessica an alternative explanation for why she didn't seek help.
Did you think that your life would be better without her? Because you said you had so much going for you. Did you feel that if you didn't have her, you'd be better off?
The only reason I think like that is because if I had a baby, then I don't have a job, and I don't have a place to live, and and then Javon doesn't have a job, and he doesn't have a place to live, and it was just like.
What was her name?
I didn't name her.
Why?
I don't know.
I just want to try to help you, Jessica.
Jessica's admission casts a disturbing light on the situation, but the most crucial details, what really happened in the days following the birth, remain unclear.
I didn't harm the baby. I didn't give her anything. I didn't take anything like that. I didn't do anything to hurt her.
So when the coroners look at her, there's no.
Yeah.
No. There's no blunt force trauma. Have you ever heard that term before?
No.
Okay, like she wasn't beat, nothing like that. No. So the coroner's going to come back and basically say that, and it may sound bad, that she died of starvation. What about the umbilical cord?
What about?
I
didn't cut it. She fell out, and I thought it was weird because I was like, don't I have to cut it? And
yeah, usually you do, and usually, that's like some pretty tough stuff.
Yeah, so I didn't understand that part.
After a long day filled with tragic discoveries, there's little the detectives can do but wait for the coroner's report, which will ultimately reveal whether Jessica has been honest. He offers to drive Jessica back to the academy, but first lets her know he must perform a routine test. The detective steps out of the room to retrieve a DNA kit, which will confirm that the remains of the baby are a match with Jessica. As he performs the DNA swab, Jessica receives a text.
So in this video, I want to show you two things. You can already get your hands on this chest to get all of those new rewards, including the Shadow Harvester pants, the Field General pants, or even the new cloak and accessories. This one listed for 8,000 Lucent right now. And on top of that, you can run your Abyss dungeons and take away Field Boss gear that has been newly introduced, including the Tevent boots and the Queen Belandir arms. So what should you be doing to take advantage of that? Well, first of all, how to basically get some of these super expensive rewards like the Field General Greaves or the Shadow Harvester pants. They're nearly 3,000 Lucent each as a lithograph. You can do that within just a few more days. What you need to do is the co-op dungeons, the 2-star ones. You ideally need to go and do it on random. However, you need to be specific which ones to get, which yes will require you abusing the system of rejecting a queue to then re-queue to get what you want, because your goal here is to get 12 of each of these different currencies. And then you're going to miss 12 of the other currency. And what you can do is basically craft this chest. You can see 12 of each currency is needed. Now, how do you get that 5th currency already with that dungeon being locked? Well, as per the random queue, every time you complete, you get a chest, which gives you the selection of any of the 5 currencies. Yes, the 5th currency is within this chest from Calgrass. On top of that, if you get lucky by doing a random queue, you could actually get a bonus of 12 extra of these packs, meaning you'll get this far faster than anybody, but it's about a 7% drop rate. So yeah, you just need to do 12 dungeon runs in order to take advantage of this. Just make sure you're only doing 3 of each. And again, it has to be through the random queue. If you don't want to abuse the system, then just don't claim the chest if you already have 12 of those soul shards of that dungeon. Now, in terms of the amount of time it should take you to actually get this chest, well, that should only be 5 days. You should have been able to get 5 dungeon completions on day 1 as per the bonus 900 tokens you got here. That gave us 2 additional runs with then your normal 3 you got at the beginning. And yeah, you might not be aware, you can actually go minus 450. As you can see, I am right here. You can get 3 chests. You could have got 3 on the first day. And if you're at 0 points now, you can still go to minus 450. And you can always be at minus 450. So the first day, you should have 5 runs done. And you just need a remaining 7, which is a total of 4 more days. So again, it should just take you 5 days to get all the soul shards, to be able to craft this chest, to be able to choose this chest from that selection, to be able to get these pants already right now, despite this dungeon being unlocked until December the 5th. Instead of even getting the pants, you take the gamble and get something else like this cloak, this necklace, or this ring. Maybe people want to go for it and potentially sell that for a ton. We'll have a quick look at this band, and yes, the lithograph is going for 8,000. I don't know if you'll sell it for that, but if you did, that's massive. The Thunderstorm necklace has already gone down to 3,000, but be aware if you are looking for these items, yeah, you can just wait for the co-op dungeon to actually release and it'll be far easier to obtain. Or you just get it yourself via crafting this chest already. So that's just something I wanted to show you, but additionally, we have quite a lot of the new field boss gear actually dropping in these open world dungeons now. You will need these Abyss contract tokens when you kill the enemies, but you can see, for example, these Demon Hoof Butchers can actually drop the Phantom Wolf Gloves now. These things used to sell for an absolute ton because they were exclusively obtainable from the Arch Boss, Queen Belandir. Now you can see they're actually dropping from these butchers and the head shamans. Even more of a chance to obtain them, and you can check the price and you will definitely notice it has plummeted for sure. It is the same story with the Tevent boots. These Shadow Harvester boots used to only be obtained from Tevent, but now they've gone and changed it so you can do your abyssal contracts and get them from Sanctum, those trackers and those Umbramancers. Now all of these different changes you can see are right here throughout those 4 different Abyss dungeons we have right now. So if you're hoping to get the Field General Gauntlets, you can go over to your Saradoma Island, and if you kill these soldiers you can get it, and even if you kill the boss, the Butcher, you can get that too. Keep in mind these drop rates are abysmally low, but at least the extra chance is there while doing your contracts. So you can be more specific on which ones you want to go for, potentially look at auction house prices and look to make some extra lucent. You go to your Shadowed Crypt here, these Dark Wizards can now drop the Ascended Guardian Gloves. Same with the Berserk Dark Enforcer boss. The Sanctum of Desire, everybody's favorite. Total sarcasm right there. You can kill the Hydromancers and get the Swirling Essence shoes. The Umbramancer boss, giving the Shadow Harvester boots, along with those swirling boots. And your trackers also giving the Shadow Harvester boots. And as we showed earlier with Silas Abyss, if you're on the 5th or the 6th floor, you can kill those butchers and potentially get your Phantom Wolf gloves, or the boss can drop them as well. Same with the Shock Commander boots, and even the Abominations can now drop the Shock Commander boots. So there's a lot more options there if you want to get those items. You can wait a bit longer and the auction house prices for them will definitely plummet to buy, say, the lithographs, or you can take your chances and farm there rather than, say, crafting the drop here from the new 2-star currencies. That would just be, in my opinion, quite a bit of a waste. You want to go more so for the items that are not accessible. And my advice for you would be to ultimately sell the first drops you can obtain, the first chests you can craft, sort through everything, look at the auction house prices at the time you obtain it and compare, and then go. And be aware as well, auction house prices in terms of traits has gone a bit crazy as well. People are obtaining new gear and they want to be trading that new gear, and so they will spend a lot more on traits than they have done the past few weeks. So now is the time to absolutely make extra lucent. I personally spent a lot of my lucent before this update, because everything was so cheap, to get things I needed to get good traits on certain gear pieces I wanted to be using moving forward, particularly for PvP. Also getting like skill damage resistance and bonus damage, because before the update everything was a lot cheaper and now everything's a lot more expensive. But overall, that's just what I wanted to cover with you guys. These new field boss gear items dropping from the mobs, the value on those will absolutely crash, on top of the fact you can actually get the Calligrass chest ahead of everybody within just a few days, way before the dungeon itself actually unlocks because of the random queue system. Just be aware, you will have a bit of a tougher time getting those completions with random groups, but you can at least join 4 of you as a party before joining up and just carrying, say, 2 randoms through it. It is very well possible to complete all of those dungeons in their current state. Carmine Rage Island, you'll absolutely struggle the most, particularly if you're under-geared and don't have like HP traits. But overall, thanks for watching, and we'll see you guys around. Goodbye for now.
BBC Funky Rhymes, Paulie Page, 9-7 and on.
21 gun salute. Snatching niggas out of Lex Coops. Fuck asking a nigga twice shoot. Niggas talk the talk like they bulletproof. Must be the 100-proof. Studio gangsters in a mic booth.
Oh, pray tell, work moves slow as snails. But when Jake bells, so styles to most definite cake sells bubble on a dime. No doubt, my click is shining with this vest of 9. I have a nigga facing fat time. The high wheelers, the dope peelers, the show stealers, the most spillers.
These are Vessies. They're waterproof. Snowproof, mudproof, sandproof. Vessies are super lightweight and super breathable. So you can be comfortable no matter what you do. So jump into the next puddle, chase after your dog, and go hike that muddy path. Because since Vessies are waterproof, so are you.
Okay then guys, we're back inside of Throne Liberty and we have got a lot to go over today. Apparently there is a armor set with a set bonus that is dropping from Abyss Mobs. That wasn't supposed to be there, or was it? We've got the details that you guys need from that, as well as some updates coming from the Throne of Liberty game status Twitter page, and you guys have had some, we'll say, large opinions with regards to the 2-star dungeon since the latest update and problems happening inside of there. So we're going to dive on into that today as well and finalize off with a cheeky little leak that you may not have known about. With that being said, if you haven't already, make sure you're hitting that like button and subscribe with post notifications turned on. We're on that road to 5,000 already, which is insane. So make sure you get involved with it. Hit the little red button. It's completely free. But also on top of that, to say thank you, we have got 24 hours remaining on our giveaway where we're giving multiple people free Lucent. If you want to get involved with it, keep an eye on screen because there'll be a prompt and there actually will be there this time. We keep forgetting it. I have no idea why. But it'll be on screen and it'll tell you exactly what to do. Make sure you join the Discord so that you can see the announcement of the winner. Nonetheless, let's dive on into the game and see what's happening today. Starting off, the Throne and Liberty game status team have posted up a very interesting post with regards to a relatable piece of certain set bonus gear dropping from the Abyss Mobs when this was previously not the case. Well, they've approached it and some players were concerned that this was a bug or an exploit, didn't want to get in trouble, so they wanted to confirm that this was actually an intended change. As with all updates, we will continue listening to your feedback you provide and make changes we will believe will provide the best long-term benefits and player experience. As time marches on, we'll continue to add both new types of gear and new methods to make older gear more accessible. We will work towards better communicating these types of changes in the future and look forward to working together as we shape Throne and Liberty. Now, for me, any sort of communication would be better than none, because up until this point, we didn't even have a clue about that until it just randomly started dropping. Nonetheless, this is a good change. It will obviously affect the currency and the economics inside of the auction house, so expect prices to dip down quite a bit with this, as they're going to be a lot more easily obtainable. But other than that, I don't see any negative from it at all. You just may not be able to make much money off of it if you do start selling it. So yeah, go ahead and grab that set bonus gear that's dropping from the Abyss Mobs right now. Nothing's stopping you. Not only that, but it does give a takeaway that this is going to start happening more often, and maybe there's a lot more changes inside of the game that we don't actually know about and haven't been told about as of yet. So we'll see exactly how that one pans out. But moving forward, though, another one that we have right here from the game status team is that the access issues some players were experiencing with GeForce Now have now been resolved. Now, obviously, we reported the issues yesterday. They have got reviewed and been fixed since last night, which is really, really good news. Obviously, it's not great news that you're using GeForce Now anyway. There's some prohibiting changes that are going to put a 100-hour cap, I think, per month. For you casual gamers, may not be a big deal, but for those of you guys who really grind the game out, like a lot of us do, it may be worth getting off of GeForce Now, because, yeah, those game limits will come in overall, and that's an entire video altogether, so enjoy that one. It should be working now anyway. And moving forward, we're going to talk about 2-star dungeons, because since the patch update, things have become a little bit harder, and not on a basis of just the gameplay alone, with the 2-star dungeons being a little bit more difficult and a bit more challenging with regards to mechanics and such like that. At the moment, obviously, people are still learning, but not only that, it's taking a lot longer to complete these for a lot of people that are playing in the matchmaking system. And with that being said, it means you'd still get in blues. Why are we still getting blues in 2-star dungeons, man? Damn. This post right here on the Reddit states the following: getting blue gear from 2-star dungeons should be considered a crime. Running 2-star dungeons with my guild and have been getting blue every single run. It's a massive time commitment, and having it wasted by useless blues at this point feels like a massive middle finger in your face.
Tout le raid là. Ça, le raid, ça se passe où?
Ben après le World Boss.
Ah ok ok. 22h le boss. Ok le boss c'est. Toi tu veux qui? Cornelius?
N'importe.
Cornelius c'est
And this is
V3,
so yes, the 2-star dungeons are dropping blues.
J'en ai botté aussi, ah non, lui c'est 5 top.
Going into tier 2 dungeons and getting blues though, it's going to be
Israel est dehors.
Community at hand. Even though these pieces are obviously hard to obtain, and the blues are still quite helpful, especially if you're wanting to utilize it for maybe trait experience and stuff like that, you can input in, and even if you just use it for blessing or use it for materials by dissolving it, the blues can still be quite helpful. But at this stage of the game, you don't really want them, so it's a difficult to and fro. So let me know what side of the fence you guys are on with regards to blues dropping in the dungeons right now. I can agree though, they are dropping a bit freaking frequently. It's a bloody nightmare. Not only that, but the party matchmaking for the 2-stars ain't working that well either. And when I say that, this post right here says it nicely. I tried to find if this is a bug and has been reported, but couldn't find anything. But it seems that the party matchmaking buff of 10% heal and 10% damage is not applied, and it is desperately needed, and it needs to be better for 2-star dungeons to make it easier to carry randoms who just hit the 2.5k mark. Now yes, this is obviously a problem. The fact that it's not working should obviously be a bit of a bug, and I think that there's been quite a few reports that people are stating that it's obviously not there, but I don't think the argument is that you can't carry people effectively. Although the minimum requirements is 2.5k, I think by this stage we kind of accept the fact that a 2-star dungeon you're going to need a minimum of about 3,000 gear score to be able to actively expand into those dungeons. It's not something that you shouldn't actually have to deal with, but at the same time, to be able to get through it and be able to effectively make a difference in that dungeon, 3,000 is kind of the bare minimum if you ask me, but maybe that's just a toxic trait. Let me know in the comment section what you guys think to that one, but it is affecting quite a few people. And one community that is being affected massively from these dungeons are healers. They are being affected so massively. This post right here received a load of love. It states, letter from a healer, Q. That's it. That's the letter. Please use it. And yeah, unfortunately, these new dungeons involve you actually having to Q roll as well as Q dodge inside of the game quite frequently. Now, unfortunately, people can't seem to find that Q button, and it's becoming a bit of a struggle. Me, myself, I've completely changed up my keybinds. I went from games console to PC throughout this game, and it's been an absolute nightmare trying to figure out the keys and how it works. Getting a mouse with an extra button on will just save your life. So make sure that you check out and how to utilize that Q button, because you will definitely need it throughout these 2-star dungeons. Like 1,000,000% will need it. Not only that, but every healer's getting a little bit tired of actually healing everybody from it. So yeah, sorry to you healers that are experiencing that from the general public, but nonetheless, it's probably going to happen for a little while until people understand the mechanics a bit better. And next up, we're moving into leak territory. So if you don't want to see the leaks, now is the time to leave the video. But we have got a lot coming in from this one. If you are leaving, thanks for watching. Appreciate your faces. But for those of you guys who are sticking around, it's about to get exciting. We obviously knew about a weapon forge that was going to be happening later on this year, maybe in December time period. And we saw a bit of a leak to it at the end of the last trailer. Well, this right here is what is going to be received. This is the preview of the spear weapon. Now, this was data mined 5 months ago, so this has been in circulation for a little while, although the likelihood of us receiving this now is going to be the December time period. Expect to see a lot of this. The moment that this drops, everyone's going to want a piece of it, because when you drop one new weapon in a circulation of people who have had the same weapon cycles for a little while, so many people are going to be swapping out for this, and people are going to be keeping hold of their skill conversion tickets just to be able to utilize this at the end of the year when it drops, myself included. It's definitely going to be something that I want to use. Now, apparently it's probable, but I don't have a 100% confirmation on that. This does, on the other hand, look absolutely gorgeous, especially with all the skins. Now, obviously, some of those skins are old, so they're utilized inside of battle passes. How that's going to work, I have no idea, but they should be releasing them for the spear apparently, based on what we can see in the in-game files as of right now. But unfortunately, that's all the information we have on it. But we're going to move into your top comments, as there was quite some decent ones in there this last video. And this first one right here states, keep up the great videos, really like how this game is going, just want more map areas to explore. Now, first of all, thank you so much for your kind words. We are grinding out on this channel, and we're going for that big 5k, so hit the sub button if you haven't already. But yes, I do agree, at this point in time, we are now expanding into the next realm of Throne of Liberty, and a lot of us are really starting to hit that cap point where we are still building up that gear score, but as far as content-wise, it's getting a little stalemate. So the tier 2 dungeons, or the 2-star dungeon, sorry, came at the right time. But for those of you who want to explore some more, that map needs to start expanding soon. We've all seen that dwarven look. Jeez, man, the areas look nice out there. Just let us in them just once. And next up, this one right here states they should add a special merchant that shows up once a week or once a month like Zur in Destiny. Not sure what the merchant would sell, but it would give more incentive to open the game while it's in a slight content drought. Now, at the moment, I would state there is a little bit of a content drought, but not so much. We've still got over 100,000 concurrent players just on Steam alone to take those numbers in control as much as you want. We've got a lot of console players inside of this game, but there is a little bit of a content drought on it on a basis of people are getting bored of the content that we currently have outstanding. And I actually think a weekly merchant would be bloody cool to have. I think it would be pretty cool to have in Stoneguard Castle a weekly merchant that you could go up to that would sell maybe like more rare materials and one specific purple piece of equipment that is really hard to get per week, but make the price of it extortion. It's just a really simple logic, but I think it would give people a reason to log in and check it out once a week at least, and maybe even refresh them to make them want to dive on in and start grinding for certain materials to get these things unlocked. That's my opinion. Let me know in the comment section if you guys agree. But if you want your guys' comments in the next video, make sure you get down there, get some relatable comments in, and start thumbs up in some people. You never know, you may show up in the next video. Unfortunately, that's all we've got time for today, though. Thank you so much again for watching, guys. If you haven't already, hit that like button, subscribe, and help me get to 5k. And as always, up until the next time, I'll see you in the clouds.
Le Honda CR-V 2025. Oui, c'est possible.
What's up, it's Endymion, and we're now reaching levels of cope from Legacy Media when it comes to the situation surrounding Dragon Age Veilguard that I need more eyes on. Beyond this, we have updates on a Mass Effect live-action show happening for sure this time, and how these groups are demanding that we accept their ideologies despite how resoundingly they're being rejected at every turn. Also, the Mass Effect board game has bent the knee to pressure, and sales number updates have come in from some sources, and much more. So let's all let our nuts hang and get into it, fellas. Firstly, Veilguard is not doing hot at all. In fact, it seems as more time goes by that the game is having a shorter shelf life than your average yogurt at the grocery store. There's already proof showing that Veilguard's trade-in value at places like GameStop is already cratering. The game only holds around a $25 trade-in value about a week since launch, which is horrific to say the least for BioWare especially. People waited 10 years, and they got a game that doesn't even give the fandom what they wanted with Solus and the whole Dreadwolf thing. Instead, the game is just you running around through magical mirrors, solving problems in various parts of Northern Thetis, in what can only be described as a retrofitted multiplayer map mode made into a single-player game. Because if you didn't know already, Veilguard was originally a live service multiplayer game, and trust me, it shows. The way that items sparkle when you pick them up, and the brain-dead easy UI when it comes to upgrades. The plentiful of cosmetics that were definitely meant to be paid microtransactions at one point, yeah, it's all there. And now the game is worth less than half of what it cost already when you trade it in, which is not good at all for BioWare. There's other reports from other people like Natalia here, who, if you remember, she got a code for the game early by lying to a BioWare PR person by telling them that she was non-binary, which, that is real by the way, that actually happened. She's now saying that around 30% of Xbox
On va à Israël.
C'est plus simple.
Yeah. That's what Jono is
Bills for Veilguard have been refunded. I can confirm that, but I did want to bring attention to it nevertheless. But I am solid on other information that Veilguard has failed to even reach 500,000 sales in 1 week since release, which is incredibly awful when other much more niche titles are able to secure over 1 million in sales in just 24 hours, like Metaphor or even Persona 3 Reload. It's just not looking good for this game or BioWare in general, and the more that I play it, I'm currently on chapter 11, the game is just so mismanaged.
Sont rentrés finalement les autres là? C'est eux?
Once I reached
Tommy?
the end of chapter
Tommy
11,
Québec?
I hit a point of no return, and then chapters 12 to 14 are this one giant long sequence that I'm told is the best part of the game. Everything finally comes together. And I don't want to say that that's true yet, because I'm not there yet, but I hope so. Because what I've played so far is so lopsided, man, it's genuinely frustrating. I managed to beat Harding and Lucanus' quest lines, and I will say credit where it's due that Harding's quest was actually good. She is easily one of the most interesting characters in the game, which is not surprising considering that she was originally from Dragon Age Inquisition.
Ils ont remis le troisième?
So of course, one of the best
portail?
characters isn't even a new one, but the lore implications of her quest line, they were actually great. I do enjoy Harding as a character, even though at times she does get cringy with
Ils sont tous partis au 2.
that's more current BioWare's fault than Inquisition's. Like at one point, Harding is planning a 2-day camping trip for other members of the Veilguard to go on, and it just makes zero sense. Like there's literal elven gods out here turning things into a new light. People are dying all over and the world is on fire. Yet you apparently have the time to go camping. It's this very weird dichotomy where the tone of this game is just all over the place almost all of the time. It should be serious, but 80% of the time you're playing this game, these characters act like everything is a whimsical joke. And I'm starting to
Ce demi-Fumanchu puis le vrai, garde-les ensemble. J'apprends nos cours. Il y a besoin de heal.
As I slowly but surely max out every faction to ensure that I 100% this game before I'm done with it, like I do most other games. I've already done, I think, 3 factions to max already. But man, I would be lying if I said that this game wasn't testing me, dude. I had to respec my Rook to different abilities, not because the combat is hard, but simply because I got bored using the same moves over and over again. So I'm literally just respecking so I can use other abilities so I can fight off the boredom. It's not a good look. You spend the first 70% of this game, maybe even 80%, fighting just Gillining, that weird tentacle elven god lady who is just generic and lame. And then later on, the other elven god, Elgernon, shows up, who I do find more interesting at least, but he's showing up far too late into the story at this point. And the game also keeps ensuring that every single main villain, I kid you not, is either a white man or a white woman. Lucanus' entire companion quest, by the way, is just butt cheeks. And it also teases early on that a woman named Zara is his main villain. I figured, oh, Zara, isn't that a name that a white woman should not have? But just kidding, of course it is a white woman, who also ends up looking like a discounted Orin from Baldur's Gate 3, blood clothing and all. Then it turns out Zara isn't the main villain. Spoiler alert, in fact it was a white man all along pulling the strings. Wow, amazing. Who could have guessed? This is the entire game, by the way. It's all like this. Even Nev Gallus' main villain is some generic white old lady named Ayla. Like, they couldn't make a single main villain anything but a white person in this game. Good God, I am glad this game has failed. I just can't wait to finish it, dude, so I can finally just move on to other games that I want to play, like East Nordics, and I really want to go back and start playing more of the Castlevania Advance Collection again. But I'm glad it's failing, because this is not what I want out of Dragon Age, or Mass Effect in the future either. I hate these jokey millennial companions. I would actually compare Veilguard's cast to be a lot like Mass Effect Andromeda's, but somehow even worse, if that makes sense. Besides Harding, who's a genuine good character and isn't a new character as I already described, maybe Nev is also okay too, I guess, but everyone else is either annoying, boring, or pointless. Then of course, the more I delve into this game's companion quest, with especially Tosh, the non-binary Kunari, the stupider it gets. Case in point, Tosh sucks, man. There's an entire main mission where you gotta hunt down Gilliman's blighted dragons. BioWare releases part of the game as promotional gameplay too, so maybe you've seen it. But anyway, you need to fight these dragons, and the Grey Wardens can't do it because they suck now, I guess. Also, by the way, the Grey Wardens answer to a dwarf female warden now, because again, every single faction in this game is led by girl bosses. God, this game sucks. Anyway, Tosh is pushed to the forefront of this mission because she's the Dragon Slayer expert of the team. So she takes point and blows a horn, and, well, that's it, actually. I'm not kidding you. Tosh doesn't do anything else for the entire mission sequence that conveys why she is a dragon expert at all. And if you don't put her on your team during this point, which I didn't because Tosh sucks balls, her involvement begins and ends with her just blowing a horn.
Il faut que tu m'aides avec ça. Je viens instaurer ça. Vu qu'à chaque fois qu'on fait quelque chose, on s'assoit. Quand ça avance. Comment on fait pour avoir la chaise?
Vache, on va avoir la chaise. Je me rappelle pas, non. Je sais que c'est... Faudrait qu'on check dans les affaires. Attends une minute.
Voici Max et son souper. Il aurait donc dû le skipper. Avec Skip Plus, il aurait économisé. Et en tant que membre Skip Plus, obtenu plus de récompenses. C'est correct, Max. Deviens membre Skip Plus. On t'offre 6 mois gratuits. Une protection toute la nuit contre les nuisances nocturnes pour qu'ils puissent être fièrement eux-mêmes. Good night. L'enfance en toute confiance.
Ah, c'est ça, il faudrait checker le codex parce que je me rappelle vraiment plus comment on l'a eu. Tu l'as, non?
To be the Garrus Vicarian, or Morrigan if you will, but in Veilguard's terms. But all Tosh ends up being is annoying, stupid, and pointless from the moment you meet her to now. Her entire story of wanting to be non-binary is complete utter nonsense. Again, the world is literally on fire. Tell me again why we should care about you wrestling with your pronouns right now. You're an adult. Start acting like one, for God's sakes. Of course, some places like the MarySue.com are openly sucking off Tosh's toes with their articles titled, "This Dragon Age the Veilguard Companion Story Ruined Me in the Best Way." Oh god, here we go. The writer of this piece, Samantha Puck, I guess that's how you say it, whatever, spends the entire article just saying how amazing Tosh is and how them being non-binary is going to break the barriers and break the ceiling. At one point, Samantha says there's no room for interpretation with Tosh's storyline. They state that they are non-binary and that they use they-them pronouns. Rook can't reject their help or boot them from the party the way the Inquisitor could do with some companions in Inquisition. Tosh's identity and involvement in the story in Veilguard isn't optional, much like the existence of trans and non-binary people in real life. Yeah, and that's exactly why I keep saying that Veilguard is not a true role-playing game, because your decisions, when it comes to these party members, truly, and I mean it, do not matter whatsoever. You could actually boot quite a few of your party members if you wanted to in other Dragon Age games, because it should be up to the player, not the dev, to decide how they want to play the game. Yet here with Veilguard, you can't reject any of these party members. They have to exist and stay there. And sometimes their storylines even become main questline objectives that you need to do in order to proceed through the game. Saying that Tosh can be rejected or Rook has no say in their identity is exactly one of the core problems with Veilguard. You have zero control over this world or these characters in any meaningful way outside of which city I guess you save in chapter 6. I also know that there's one choice coming up.
Non, mais littéralement, ça va pas aller là.
From 2 available companions that can die. And spoiler alert, Tosh is of course not available to die at any point in this game. It's very clear that BioWare ensured that this character would survive this story no matter what you do, because they want Tosh to show up in future games or novels, I guess. They genuinely truly believe that Tosh is their new Garrus or Liara or Morrigan, but instead, it's one of the worst characters in the game, and audiences have clearly denied Veilguard the affirmation it and their writers so desperately crave from this. Of course, as the MarySue points out, Tosh was written by Trick Weeks, which I guess is the non-binary code name that Patrick Weeks uses because, I don't know, Patrick is too masculine. So naturally, Trick is a more non-binary way of saying their name, I guess. And yeah, we can all tell that someone non-binary wrote Tosh. Because just to be blunt with you guys, Tosh is annoying. It is condescending to everybody around them. And they want to be the center of attention for no other reason than because they believe being non-binary somehow makes them special. And I hope Tosh was worth it to Patrick Weeks or Trick Weeks, whatever it is, because the character has clearly cost them millions of dollars in sales and cratered the Dragon Age IP for the future again. A true role-playing game would have allowed the player to decide how to shape their world. I would be fine with Tosh wanting to be non-binary if there was the option to not make her non-binary. The same way I think the choice to keep or kick out a companion, or let someone die or save them, that should all be available too. Why? Because it's a role-playing game, but it's clear that BioWare has forgotten this, and instead they spent the better part of 10 years making a baby hand-holding simulator for adults who never wanted to emotionally grow up, but have their delusions be affirmed instead. And look at what Tosh costed you. Your game can't even be traded in for $25 now. Unreal, dude. How far have we fallen as a community when it comes to BioWare? Of course they're still trying to save face, like how there's a Mass Effect TV show in the making at Amazon. And normally, I would be hyped, but I just can't find the strength to do that anymore. Y'all ruined Dragon Age. Why should I feel any notion of hope that you won't find a way to screw this up too? I can already tell you what they're going to do here. Let me guess. Let me just become Nostradamus for a second, if you will. Let me ponder my orb. Let me guess. So let's just start from the beginning. Okay, so Commander Shepard is going to be a woman. I think we can all agree on that. Likely a woman of color. They'll probably unironically hire the black lady from The Walking Dead that starred in Star Trek Discovery as Shepard. I would not be surprised. Even though, canonically, Commander Shepard, both male and female versions, are white people. They're on the covers of the games. Don't argue with me, argue with BioWare. And then they'll also make Shepard diverse, then they'll make Shepard lesbian or binary as well, because every single important heroic figure in media now has to not be straight, because being straight is bad and wrong thing now. Then they'll make Udina a pivotal main villain because he's a white guy, and the show will just be Rings of Power Mass Effect Edition. To be honest with you, I doubt they can even pull this off, mostly because Mass Effect would be just too expensive to make in live action. I mean, Garrison Rex alone would cost an insane amount of money to CGI in a show like this. Could it happen? Sure, I guess. But do I think they'll do it justice? Of course not. I have no reason to believe that neither Amazon or BioWare are interested in giving players what they want anymore. It's why I think the new era of games and media in general is just going to be remakes and remasters. And not because it's easy money, which it is by the way, but the real reason is because activists want to go back and take things that you love and then fix them in their own image to make them into how they want these stories to be perceived. The fact that stuff like Dead Rising 1's remaster went ahead and removed things like the erotic point system from the game, and then they even turned a villain from Asian to a white guy because of the modern audience, that's just one example, but it keeps happening. And remember, there's that rumor that the God of War games are getting remastered for modern platforms will be announced next year. That's a rumor, by the way. But anyway, how much you want to bet that the sex minigame in those games will be gone? I would be genuinely surprised if they are still left in those games. Even the Witcher 1 remake already confirmed that they're removing the woman trading card minigame system because the game is being made for a modern audience. And now apparently from that Park Place they're also saying that the Batman Arkham Asylum games are being remade too, like the first one by Rocksteady. Why? They're going to ruin it. They're just going to put gender-neutral bathrooms in Arkham Asylum. They're going to make Poison Ivy look like a goddamn man or something. They're just doing...
Frank's Red Hot, le mélange parfait de goût et de piquant. Est bon à...
There's nothing more powerful than you. Making your thing happen. Really going for it. Doing business on your terms. Giving it your all. Making a difference. And loving what you do. Every single day. Feeling fearless, fulfilled, free. When there's nothing holding you back, what would your thing be?
Is to ruin the things you love, and it makes me so sad. So tell me why I should have any faith to believe that current BioWare, which is a woke cult by the way, is going to actually give me and the fans the true Mass Effect experience with a white Commander Shepard who's male, leading, who isn't gay but is also straight. If they're smart and want to make money, they'll do exactly that, but let's be real. Do we think this will happen? Of course not. It's obvious that BioWare is only interested in catering to their very small group of yes-men when it comes to what they do now. For example, Inverse.com had their article titled, "The Veilguard makes me feel seen as a trans player, but Blockbuster games can do better." Of course, it's never enough, even when you cater to a specific group as much as you do here. Here's some of what they said, and I quote, Dragon Age the Veilguard's approach to trans characters feels like a step forward, but the mere fact that it does highlights just how low the bar is. The Veilguard's options for playing the protagonist Rook as a trans character begins at the creation screen. There are no male or female body types. Regardless of your character's appearance, you choose their gender, identity, and pronouns separately, though I haven't seen anywhere in the game where your choice of gender identity actually comes into play. Otherwise, the only nod to trans identity is the ability to add top surgery scars to your character. All I can really say about this is that it's fine. There are frankly all options that should be standard in character creators by this point. I'd rather see them included than not, but it doesn't do anything to make me feel more seen as a trans person. The Veilguard slowly reveals its actually interesting take on trans characters shortly after the game begins in earnest. In an early scene, Rook unpacks their belongings, including a mirror given to them by returning character Varric. Upon pulling out the mirror, you choose from a menu of options with some choices that establish Rook as trans. The inclusion of these options sets the Veilguard apart from other games, though I'd argue again that being able to make a canonically trans character should be the bare minimum for a role-playing game. What the Veilguard gets right isn't just that the scene exists, but that it makes room for different experiences without exaggeration. It's the most I've ever felt experience of transition reflected back at me in a blockbuster game.
You Mike. Tu vois
ce que je veux dire? Mais la famille, c'est sûr. Lui, c'est les trois pôles. C'est la famille, le travail et le trône.
Le classique.
Le classique.
Yeah.
Leave Azrael. Ok.
Tu l'appelles?
Yeah.
Ah, tu le connais?
On se connaît bien, ouais.
Ah,
c'est
nice.
pas un thing tonight ou...
C'est hot.
Ouais. Ben, c'est le raid ce soir, tout le monde est là.
Bro, on t'attend.
Le beau, oui, chez nous, je vais checker tout à l'heure. Ouais.
Hello.
Ouais, oui. Ouais, amusez-vous. Tu dis le bonjour pour moi.
Bonjour.
Ouais.
Bonjour. Allô.
Allô.
Salut.
He's on the phone.
Ok, ouais, je dis allô partout là. Salut Lily, comment va?
Allô.
Ok, ça c'est fait. Là, on fait un dernier ici. Puis après, on y va. I would, but...
Ah, t'en connais deux? Holy shit.
Salut.
Dial. Nice.
Le circuit.
Ouh.
Lui, c'est off.
Lui, il dit ignore.
Ouais, lui, il m'a laissé sur... C'est l'équivalent de te laisser sur read. Ok. Alors, pour les parties, on a Lily in the go. Fait que je vais me permettre de prendre... Attends, si je suis le tank... Qui heal ici?
Il y a Lily, elle peut heal. Moi, je peux faire support.
Ok, ben regarde, on a de quoi heal là déjà. Si Lily, puis moi, je peux heal un peu. On va se prendre du DPS.
Ok, là, je pourrais le bow skill là, qui fait un gros heal.
Ah, ok.
C'est de quoi je parle? Flash wave.
Rivière, non. Le bot, t'es dans quelle party?
Ok, attends, un invite, je sais pas qui. Ok.
Ah, moi aussi, je suis dans aucun.
Hein? Ok, 1, 2, 3, 4. Delamere, attends, 1, 2, 3, 4. 4. Ouais. Parce que sinon, ils vont être 3. Hein? Alors, regarde, je t'invite ici. Invite.
Yeah, boy.
Là, je vais faire comme ça. Puis moi, je vais faire comme ça.
Ok, tu vas quit.
Ouais.
On va faire une autre partie. Ok, ouais. C'est bon.
Si je fais des nouvelles.
Tu vas-tu être capable de healer tout le reste?
Mais Sir Québec, si je l'ai vu 2-3 fois sur le serveur, là, je sais que c'est un hardcore, lui.
Ah, ok, c'est bon.
Fait que, ben, je suis mis
fait que ça
sur
devrait
lui.
être bon.
Pourquoi j'ai invité Noko? Oh, oups. Invite-la tout de suite. Invite-le tout de suite avant qu'il panique, là.
Attends, c'est qui? Ah, c'est
Noko.
Lloyd.
C'est Noko qu'il faut inviter. Ok.
Ah, c'est toi qui veux que l'invite. Okay.
Alors, vous êtes 5?
Nous autres, on est 4.
Ok, regarde, je vais prendre Noko sur mon aile, il y a besoin de...
Ouais.
Intensive care. Voilà. Là, on avait dit Azrael. Ah ben voilà. On avait tout dit, en fait. Aridus, Kawazan, Azrael, Cherno. Bon, ben voilà. Aridus. Tu sais, regarde, on va faire plaisir aux nouveaux, là, qui viennent de Team Québec. On va y aller avec Aridus.
C'est quoi, il était dans Legion qui sait?
Non, c'est une autre petite guilde québécoise, ça s'appelait Team Québec.
Ah, ok, puis ils ont mergé?
Ouais.
Nice.
Je vais faire... Aridus, le dernier de la liste, là. C'est ça qu'ils veulent. C'est ça qu'ils ont dit, c'est ça? Aridus, ok, Aridus. Ok.
Good.
Allons-y.
Hey, j'ai fait un repas, je sais pas si...
Un genre de...
l'intérieur.
Qui se partage, là?
Ouais.
Hell!
Où ça?
Mais non, mais je l'ai pas droppé encore.
Ah, ok, tu l'as pas, ok.
Non, mais je pense que c'est juste le monde dans mon groupe qui peuvent, par contre.
Je crois que c'est juste 6.
Non, c'est tout le monde.
Ah ouais? Ok.
C'est 6 personnes, mais n'importe... Ah, ouais, non, mais la dernière fois...
La dernière fois, on était dans le même party aussi, parce que je sais pas, là.
Bon, en plus,
je l'avais fait. Après celui-là?
Ouais, après celui-là. Ouais, parce que je pense pas que je peux faire le... Je sais pas si je peux le dropper ici. Donne-moi 2 petites minutes, je vais regarder... Ah oui, ça marche.
Ok.
Feast.
Ah ouais.
Yeah, feast.
C'est quoi c'est lequel? C'est lequel ça?
Lui c'est le... Attends, oh fuck, j'ai oublié.
Boss? Ah non, ben c'est correct si tu...
Ah, c'est le boss.
Je vais le voir après.
C'est boss?
Je vais pas prendre aussi le boss si t'as pris boss, tu sais.
Ouais, c'est boss damage.
Je vois c'est attaque, ok good.
C'est boss 15 damage, all hit plus 60, crit plus 60.
Oh, good.
Ils sont gênés, Team QC. Ils sont comme yo, c'est pas à nous. Regarde, il vient comme un écureuil.
FPRS.
Ok. Fait qu'on a 30 minutes.
Ok. Bon.
Ah, il est parti de fou.
Comment je le réveille?
C'est ça,
ok, il faut juste le secouer, le mec.
C'est le secoue.
Secouer.
C'est comme ça que je me réveille le matin.
Ouais? Est-ce qu'il y a un special mécanique?
Sur la gueule. Coup de poing sur la gueule.
Ça veut dire sur
attends, faut-tu que je kite ces shit-là?
Je sais pas, j'ai aucune idée qu'est-ce qu'il faut faire.
Ok, ouais.
Ça.
En tout cas, j'ai un ad après moi. Je vais essayer de le tuer ou pas. Just in case. Ok, il faut tourner en rond. Quelqu'un peut péter l'insecte après moi?
5%.
Boy.
Comme, est-ce qu'il faut juste... What? Est-ce qu'il faut le battre, l'insecte, ou c'est comment?
Moi, j'ai tué l'insecte, ouais. Moi,
j'en ai un insecte sur moi, là.
Ouais, ok.
Vise là, puis tire là, parce que...
Yo, j'ai besoin de l'aggro du boss, là. Il niaise qui, lui? Qu'est-ce qui se passe? Regarde nos cooks panique. Yo, 5% dans It Won't Work. J'ai des gros doutes là.
Attends, là, moi je vais aller full
DPS. En plus, on se concentre sur les bugs au lieu de lui.
Ouais, puis moi, c'est la première fois que je fais, j'aurais aucune idée c'est quoi son shit.
Same.
Ouais, moi non plus.
Je l'ai fait en World Boss, mais.
Ouais, moi aussi, c'est ça, en World Boss, mais ça,
c'est.
dans toutes les règles que j'ai appris dans les autres MMO, quand il y a des ads, tu les ads. Donc, je vais tuer les ads. Parce que c'est jamais une bonne chose, les ads.
Ouais. Peut-être on devrait dédier quelqu'un à le faire parce qu'on est 4 contre qui. Oh, ouais. Il va die.
Attends, je vais l'écrire.
Ok, merci. 10% de
toute façon, fallait que j'attende pour ma mana. Multitask. Multitask. Voilà. Oh.
Qu'est-ce que ça veut dire? Ah, eux, ils ont compris quelque chose que moi, j'ai pas compris.
Ils sont partis faire quoi?
Je sais pas, ils sont à l'extérieur de l'affaire. Moi, je vais nous donner de la... Ah!
Bro.
Peut-être
fallait rester à l'intérieur.
Fallait rester à l'intérieur.
C'est ça que je veux dire!
Ah, what the fuck?
Agartha, comme j'ai besoin d'un groupe, je vais la mettre avec son team Québec, voilà. Ils se sont sûrement textés. Ouais, notre gros DPS China, là, c'est lui qui répondait pas à ça. Ça, c'est fun.
Shit.
Mais je crois que maintenant le bot tu donnes plus de DPS que China. Vous avez pas fait ce test?
Plus, non.
Parce que c'est les weapon skills en fait. Ah.
Ah, je suis resté à l'intérieur cette fois-là. Ah non, ça me pousse. Pas.
Nous a sleep.
Ouais.
Hey, il veut rien savoir.
Je suis fini. Oh non, non.
Non, il est good. What the fuck? Ah, tout ça, les ads, ils mettent des stacks de poison dans le fond.
Ah, mais il est tic.
Je vais l'amener dans le milieu comme ça quand le monde va faire des attaques qui font du AOE. Ça va tuer les ads en même temps.
Ok, would be nice. Ouais.
Ouais, ça a marché.
Bonne idée alors. Je savais que ça allait marcher d'ailleurs, je tiens à dire.
Ah.
Ouais. J'avais prédit ça.
Je tiens à dire que c'était ton idée.
C'était mon idée. Subtilement, inconsciemment, je l'ai mis dans ta tête et puis ouais.
Ah, c'est ça, ouais, c'est exactement ça.
Mission accomplie.
Yep. Ça, c'est le teamwork. Ah non. Il y a une crotte en arrière. Il me reste une vie. Il est à quoi là? Il est droppé à combien?
Bientôt, il aura 25% de fait.
Wow,
ouais, j'ai peur de me prononcer.
Sois pas pessimiste.
Ok, c'est vrai.
Attends, toi, c'est vrai, t'as du PTSD là, de votre run de tiers 2 dungeon, je pense. Je sais pas comment ça a été, là, mais ça avait pas l'air de bien.
Écoute, c'est de l'élitisme à son paroxysme. C'est comme ça que je vais l'appeler. Ah ouais, man. Tu sais, écoute, on est rentré. Il y en a qui ont commencé à quitter. Là, je suis comme, ok. On était 4 de la guilde. Après, ils rentrent, ils quittent direct au début. Là, je suis comme, ok, qu'est-ce qui se passe? Là, je regarde et puis bon, nos guilties cachaient pas leur équipement, genre.
Ah oui, ok, ouais, j'ai eu ça problème.
Ouais. Là, je leur dis de cacher leur équipement. Là, on fait un autre run, puis là, il y a un gars latino qui met quelque chose qu'on a dû translate. Le mec, il dit, je joue pas avec les potas qui montent pas leur équipement. Là, il est parti. Je suis comme, la fuck that.
Oh non.
Ouais, là,
fait que
ouais.
il doit y avoir un méta qui s'est créé d'après moi.
Je veux dire, j'écoute le vidéo qui explique le boss. C'est pas si dur, là. Mais les personnes veulent tellement progresser qu'ils ont pas le temps d'attendre, pas le temps de teach. S'ils veulent rien savoir. Fait qu'on le fera juste entre nous, genre.
C'est ça, c'est le best. C'est vraiment le best. Tu peux faire.
Go team, go!
C'est vraiment ça. Ah, 69.
Ouais.
Ok. I'll do
Ah ouais? Ah oh.
Ouais, mais c'est toujours de même quand tu joues avec des randos.
Ouais.
Tu crées des groupes toi-même, puis tu mets un advertisement, mettons genre progression only, blablabla. On a eu ce problème-là souvent dans Final Fantasy. Là,
Ben ouais, dans d'autres jeux là. Même Lost Ark, je me rappelle, ça devenait un peu...
ouais, je me rappelle. Dude, Lost Ark, là, c'était insane. Le gatekeeping, là, il était fou, là.
Mon gars. Ça nous a vraiment...
Si t'avais pas un groupe de gens que tu connaissais, c'était
c'était
impossible
off.
de progresser.
C'était off.
J'ai trouvé du bon monde, là. Moi j'ai été chanceux. Là. Puis le monde que j'avais trouvé, il était willing d'apprendre aux autres comment faire les fights. Là.
Ok.
À moins que t'étais vraiment un con. Là.
Tu sais, je me rappelle pas trop comment les guilds fonctionnaient dans Lost Ark.
Ah, ben c'était pas vraiment important d'être dans une guilde.
Ouais.
C'était plus genre Discord, là, puis il y avait des communautés qui se créaient, puis là, ils disaient, ok, ben, on fait tel boss à telle heure, telle journée, c'est genre un learning run, fait que là, ils donnaient genre des instructions comme quoi que ceux qui apprenaient, ils en prenaient 2-3, mettons, d'habitude 2, là, maximum, puis si la personne qui était dans le training programme, si elle failait une mécanique, là, il wipait, puis il recommençait, puis il faisait
c'est bon ça.
Ouais. Fait que comme ça, la personne avait le temps d'apprendre. Puis une fois qu'elle avait bien appris, ben la règle c'était comme genre, ben tu sais, ça serait apprécié que t'aides les autres après. Là.
Ouais.
Puis ben, généralement, ça créait une espèce de rétention. Puis,
je peux voir comment.
Ça marchait bien comme système, ouais. C'était bien. J'ai gardé contact avec eux autres, c'est du bon monde. Si je retourne jouer, je vais jouer avec les autres. Hein.
Le jeu va dans la même direction d'ailleurs, tellement que ce que tu dis c'est vrai parce que ils ont mis une affaire de sage pour aider les nouveaux, puis...
Ah, pour vrai?
Ouais.
Dans le sport?
Il faudrait que tu ailles voir les patch notes là.
Ah, je vais checker. Ouais, ça fait un bout que je les ai pas lus là.
Sprout et puis Sage.
Ok, ouais. Ah, ça c'est cool.
Ouais.
C'est un programme de mentoring. Ouais, ça fonctionne bien d'habitude dans les MMOz.
C'est cool.
Parce qu'il y a vraiment du monde qui aime aider les gens.
Ouais.
Littéralement. C'est juste ça qu'ils veulent faire, là, puis...
je veux dire, je suis comme ça aussi, mais j'ai des moments, des fois je suis en mode aide.
Ouais, c'est normal. Ah, il va enrage dans 30 secondes.
C'est vrai?
Ouais, il vient de popper le message.
Ah, c'est dead alors. On lui a envoyé 50%. C'est comme si on aurait besoin du double, ou bien qu'on retravaille sur nos rotations. Mais moi, c'est sûr que de qu'est-ce que j'ai vu, plus ils sont bas sur la liste, plus ils sont difficiles.
Ben oui, c'est ça.
So, ouais, on retourne en haut.
Ouais, retourne en haut. On dirait qu'on n'a pas le DPS. Kaboom.
Last numbers. So, back.
Wow, il me reste une vie. Attends un peu, là, je vais sortir mon méga DPS.
Mais oui, ton one shot en fait.
Ouais, one shot DPS. Blue.
Vision to base. Back to base. Ah, on va faire un plus facile.
Yep.
Let's do the easy ones. It's still money. Et puis voilà. R&D ce sera pour une autre fois. Quoi d'autre on a? On a entendu Cherno, on a entendu quoi d'autre? Cornelius, je sais que Cornelius on a déjà battu. Mon cas c'est simple.
Je vais relire dans les logs. Ok. Azra... Ah non, ça c'était pour le Rail. Still no access to Discord channel.
Oh.
Ah, c'est Rifalina qui disait ça.
Ouais, elle avait des problèmes à rentrer, je sais même pas pourquoi.
Ok.
Come to... 2... Attente, move...
Et Aridus, Kowazan, Azrael et... That's it. C'était ces trois-là que l'on avait dit.
Ouais, Aridus, Kowazan, Azrael. Ouais, Azrael, c'est peut-être le plus bas qu'on pourrait aller.
Ah, c'est le badass boss.
Mais des affaires comme Morokai, Chernobyl, ça intéresse plus personne, ça. Like, we're already too strong.
Ce qui m'intéresse, c'est Talus.
Talus. Ouais. Puis Talus, on devrait pouvoir le faire, d'où Jésus.
Je pense.
Ouais, je sais que tu veux Talus parce que t'as eu le drop.
Dude, non, mais c'est con parce que j'ai lu sur le mauvais perso.
Ouais, t'as eu le masque, man. Je suis comme, yo. Après, il est comme, débloque ça pour moi, s'il te plaît. Quand tu peux, merci. Je suis comme, mais oui, débloque ça. Fais ton masque, mon gars. Ça, c'est. Ouais, c'est du bon.
Ah non, mais j'étais content, sauf que j'avais checké un guide, là. Puis là, j'avais vu, ah ouais, c'est vrai, ça serait bon parce que j'avais pas de mana regen, puis j'avais besoin de la dex. Puis là, je cherchais tous les masques qu'il y avait dans le jeu, puis là, j'ai fait, oh shit, il y a juste lui. Fait que je l'ai farmé, mais j'étais pas sûr. Je pensais que j'étais sur mon mage.
Yo, regarde, je suis allé sur Cherno juste pour avoir un moral boost.
Ouais.
Ouais,
c'est bon, ouais.
On va le tuer lui, puis là, on va se sentir bien, on est capable d'en faire un autre, on fait un autre.
Il drop le helm en plus.
Ouais, quand même, il est gentil, Cherno.
Ouais, il est gentil.
Ok, laisse-moi voir.
Mais vous étiez combien pour les tiers 2 dungeons?
On était 4 sur 6.
Ah, 4, ok.
Ouais, mais... Ouais, c'est ça.
On pourrait facilement avoir 6 personnes.
Chillaxing.
Où est Noko?
Ouais.
Vous, votre team est complet?
Nous, il manque une personne à la base. Rifa.
Ah, ok. Eux, ils sont dans attente move encore. Tu vois, ça les kick out. I don't get why. I don't get why. Yo, tu sais pourquoi quand je les rajoute sur in-stream, ça les kick out directement? C'est comme si ça détecte qu'ils comprennent pas le français ou quelque chose. Je comprends pas. I don't understand. Ils l'ont commencé? C'est qu'ils sont impatients. Ok, on y va tout le monde. I'll Google it. Ah ouais, Cherno il prend sa race. Je peux faire ce gars-là 6 fois. C'est terrible.
Maybe there's a maximum, eh? I did. Mm-hmm.